overcome by trust, we move as one.
No walls won't be enough. We move as one instead, as one, as one, as one. Now hand me the hammer.
Brazil! One more time for Igor Kiltelen with Andreas Kisser and Rob Damiani with We Move as One!
Vamos fazer barulho, rapaziada! A música é pra vocês, o show é de vocês!
Andreas, can we have a chat? Do you mind? Wow.
What a performance.
If that, for sure. If you weren't already excited for SI and the grand final, you must be now. Andreas, how was that for you?
Amazing. It's good to be home, right? I'm from São Paulo. I came to this place to see so many concerts and stuff, and it's good to see this place here full, you know, packed. A lot of football shirts, São Paulo Futebol Clube aí, ó. It's good to see people participating, man. It's good to be here. Thank you.
Can you answer in Portuguese? Em português agora? Como você se sente estando aqui? Pô, tá em casa, uma final brasileira.
Pô, sensacional, cara. Pra mim, na verdade, isso aqui é tudo muito novo, né? Não acompanho muito o jogo assim, mas tá aqui no Ibirapuera com essa energia fantástica, esse clima de competição saudável, né? Uma galera com a camisa do Tricolor Paulista aí, ó, mano. É nóis, São Paulo Futebol Clube. Muito bom estar junto aqui com vocês. Obrigado pelo convite. Pô, prazer estar aqui com vocês.
Andreas, I know that you'll be well aware, as being from Sao Paulo, that the fans here of everything from sports, traditional sports to esports are some of the most passionate in the world. So I'm sure that you're not surprised to have had a turnout like this for such a monumental event here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, usually the great bands around the world chooses Brazil or South America in general to record DVDs, live shows and stuff, because the vibes and the history, you know, we follow rock and roll, heavy metal, any style of music or games for that matter, you know, with a lot of passion, you know, a lot of, you know, talent. As you can see, you know, we have the two Brazilians in the final, which is great. And, you know, Brazil is a special place because we have so much different, you know, cultures, mixtures of countries and, you know, everything. So Sepultura have that, you know, my band, you know, I'll mix the stuff from Brazil with heavy music. And so, you know, it's good to see this here in Brazil for the first time. Good to be here.
Mensagem final em português pra galera que vai acompanhar.
Agora em português.
E vai torcer W7 é meu phase. O pouco que você entendeu, que você assistiu aqui.
Cara, assim, é muito legal estar aqui no Brasil, ver essa mistura, né, de elementos. O brasileiro tem esse talento, né, de aprender técnicas e tecnologias novas. O próprio Sepultura é um exemplo disso, de levar a música brasileira de uma outra forma, né, através do heavy metal, da música pesada. E ver isso aqui no Brasil pela primeira vez é maravilhoso, né? Eu acho que o calor humano, né, o calor do fã brasileiro, não à toa muitas bandas que vêm de fora escolhem o Brasil para gravar DVDs e shows ao vivo aqui, porque o brasileiro realmente é foda. Desculpa o português aí. Valeu.
Well, the song's amazing. You guys were amazing. One more time from Sao Paulo for this amazing band and Andreas.
Obrigado,
So
obrigado.
We hope to see you again, that's for sure. Obrigado. All right.
Cool.
The Year 9 reveal.
Oh my God.
The Year 9 reveal panel is coming up in a few minutes. But before we get there, I think we should have some fun with this crowd.
Definitely.
They're all amped up after that musical performance, so let's get them even louder. What do you think?
I think it's a great idea. You like it, right?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. So should we do a bit of make some noise? What do you think?
Right now?
Right now.
In 3,
Yeah?
2,
Yeah?
1, let's go.
Vamos fazer barulho!
Ibirapuera!
You want to ask if they're ready for the Year 9 reveal panel?
Vocês estão prontos pro ano 9? Vocês querem ver as novidades do jogo, os novos operadores, o que vem aí? I've heard good things about the
I've
year
heard
nine.
great things.
Can I give that in spoiler? No, right? No
I'm going to
spoiler.
push you. Maybe a little one. I'm kidding. I will get fired.
Oh, man.
All right, one last game. Right here, when it's all said and done at the end of Sunday night, one Brazilian team will make history when this hammer is raised high in the air, center stage here at the Ginásio do Ibirapuera. It is W7M versus FaZe Clan, an all-Brazilian buffet of a grand final.
Pra resumir, é campeão! É campeão! Fez o W7M, essa marreta é nossa, daqui não sai! É campeão! We're champions, bro. No matter what, we already won.
That is true, and history will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship. And that is the first time ever in esports. So every single person here and you watching at home, you will witness history later on. So let's find out again who these people want to see raise the hammer. We keep talking about it being all Brazilian, so it's time to find out which way the coin will land with these fans. Are we ready?
Yep.
When it comes to the end of tonight and this is raised in the air, will we be saying, FaZe Clan! Or will we be saying, W7M! All right, that is still to come, but for now, a lot of you wait forever for this. It is the Year 9 reveal panel right now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. The time has finally come for us to find out what the next year of Siege has in store for us. That's right. This is the Year 9 reveal panel. Who's excited? I'm your host, Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and it is so great to be here, not only because it's warm in Brazil, but also you bring the warmth with all of your energy. We love it. Of course, joining me as well, we have Creative Director Alexander Karpazes and Game Director Joshua Mills. Give them a round of applause. Alex, you're hearing everyone. All weekend long, Brazil has been loud. 10,000 people surrounding us 360. How does it feel?
I just want to say, Obrigado, Brazil! We asked you to show up for the SI, and you did. This is unbelievable, and I can't wait to talk about Year 9.
I can't wait either, but first, Joshua, this is the first SI in Brazil. What does this moment mean for you?
Oh, in one word, everything. This is our moment, not just our teams, but all of our fans and the pros. Like, this is what it's all about, coming together and celebrating everything that is amazing about Siege. And we can't be, oh man, we gotta get into this stuff. I'm getting too antsy already.
I know, this is the community, and this is for the community, so let's get into the overall vision of Year 9. So what is the Siege team focusing on in Year 9?
In Year 9, we're focusing on you, your feedback. It's the foundation of our roadmap this year. We're going to see significant quality of life changes, and of course, meta shifts that are incredible. That's going to keep the game fresh and fun.
All right, Alex, we have the fresh and fun, but how's it going to be fair?
Right. Siege is a competitive game, and making sure that we maintain that integrity is really important to us. So anti-cheat will be a main topic for us all through year 9. Also, players have invested a lot of time into a game like Siege, and we want to be able to celebrate that. So expect, season after season, more rewards and celebration for all of your progression in the game.
All right, with that, I think it's time to get into the overview of the seasons in Operators. How about you? What do you think? Ready? Let's get into the overview of the seasons in Operators. So I'm gonna drop a spoiler here if you missed it. Season 1, Deimos. You can now be the villain we all need. You gotta talk about it.
All right, if you missed it yesterday, please tune in. We talked about Deimos coming into the game. He's now captured by Rainbow, but you can now actually jump into the villain's boots, play with the death marks, and as Justin said yesterday, take down operators one by one.
Ooh, so menacing. Look at that mask. It's really exciting that we're able to go into this realm of trying to be a little more sinister. I love it. I love it. Now let's get into territory that we haven't seen yet. Season 2.
That's right. Season 2 is when we shake things up with an operator remaster of Recruit. This is something that we all began with as Siege players, and you won't be getting just one recruit, but 2 of them.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You just dropped the microphone there. We're getting 2 recruits. I have so many questions, but first, let's talk about the veteran players because they've spent the most time with the recruits. So how is this gonna help them?
Well, the biggest thing here is, yes, we've been with Recruit for some time, and the thing that they're bringing to the table is an ability to inject strategy into the lineups like you've never seen before. On top of that, Recruit, they got a bit of a promotion. They now have full operator status, which means they can appear in every playlist freely, just like any other operator. Additionally, you can customize them like any other operator, their uniforms, their headgear.
So then what does this mean for Battle Pass?
All right, because with operator remasters, if you own them and everybody owns Recruit, you get these 2 operators for free. So when you get the Battle Pass, you'll be rewarded an operator voucher, which means you can turn it in for any operator you don't already have. And if you have every single operator, you can still turn it in for cold, hard credits.
Yeah, let those R6 credits roll, but not quite yet. Because I still have a question. This is a really cool concept, the remasters. Where did this come from and why was it important for the team to integrate it?
Well, fundamentally, it's about the health of the game. We want to make sure that everything in the game is maintained and brought forward. This is game, we're here to stay. We're here, Alex has said it last year on the SI, we're here for the next 10 years, and we are making sure we make that investment across the board. So keeping our ops impactful through the years.
And I'll also say this gives us an opportunity for our new operators as well, letting us give more time to their abilities, making sure they're unique, they're impactful, and also it affects their loadouts, making sure that we can give them even new weapons in the game.
All right, TLC for operators. You gotta love that, right? Now, that seems like a lot, but we still have a couple more seasons to go. So let's get into season 3. What can we expect?
Season 3 will be a new operator coming from Greece. This is very near and dear to my heart, and so I'm very happy that we're introducing our first Greek operator into Siege.
That's really cool. Joshua, I feel like you're just itching to tell us more.
Yeah, I have 2 things. One, this operator is bringing something to the table, again, you've never before seen in Siege. And just like the big bad Deimos, this operator will be fielding a new weapon.
Ooh, a new weapon. Nice. All right, with that, let's get into season 4. I know it's a little bit away, but you gotta tell us something.
Okay, so season 4, we're bringing another remaster to the game, and this one is, I guarantee you've been asking for this for a long, long time, so I'm super happy we're finally getting to it.
Joshua, you got to tell us more than that.
We're not really supposed to talk about this one because it's so far in advance, but this operator hails from the United States, and again, you've all been waiting for this one for a long time.
Okay, I appreciate that. We could see it on the roadmap, the flag, but we are here in Brazil. 4SI, you got to tell us more. Who wants to hear more?
All right.
The crowd has spoken, Joshua.
Yeah, going with the intimidation strategy, very good. Okay, so to keep my job, I'm going to say something different. On a totally unrelated note, I just want to say our cosplay community is insane. I've been incredibly inspired by the work y'all have been doing. I can hear them in the crowd. And you all bring life into our characters and you bring them to real life. And you know what? You've inspired me. I think I got to get into the game. And I'm saying with my current features, I think I could cosplay Season 4's Operator Remaster. Just saying.
Okay. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get you in trouble, but I think there's a few guesses out there as well. For the overview of all the seasons, what else can we expect?
Of course, you can expect a new battle pass with a new theme every single season, and an event to break up that middle of the season, freshen things up.
All right. Well, that's sounding pretty good, but let's dive a little deeper into player protection. What does this look like in year 9?
Okay, I want to make it very clear. Forecios hackers. And to translate that loosely, hackers have no space, cheaters have no space in a game like Siege.
I mean, Alex, a lot of people are excited about that. So let's talk about what else we're going to see. So cheaters have no space in Siege, but it's also about reducing the amount of cheaters as well, right?
That's right. Season 1, we already announced that we're introducing new technology, machine learning, so that we can quickly and effectively make bans based off of data and statistics. This will make us a lot quicker when it comes to analyzing the complete Siege population, making sure that we identify cheaters quickly, and we're getting them out of the game as soon as possible. On top of all of this too, yesterday we talked about the ranked playlist, making sure that there's new restrictions so that new players understand what they have to do in order to jump into it, but also making it tougher for cheaters and smurfers to jump into this playlist. And finally, when it comes to toxicity, this is something that we're really working on in year 9. Every single season will see an update to the reputation system in the game.
Sounds pretty good. I think you made it pretty clear, and everyone heard, cheaters are not welcomed in Siege, so how is it going to be harder for them?
In Season 2, we'll be working on anti-toxicity first, and that is the release of the reputation system from beta. Right now, the system is in beta mode, so actual consequences aren't yet live. However, in Season 2, you will begin getting restrictions on the playlist that you can enter if you have a low reputation standing, meaning that you better be on your best behavior.
Ooh, cheaters beware. Okay, let's talk about PC.
That's right. Season 2, we're also introducing something on the PC side. We're making it harder for cheaters to have access to multiple accounts, so that if they are banned once, they stay banned, and they can't jump into other accounts into the game.
Sounding pretty good. I want to double back to the reputation system, specifically Mousetrap as we head into Season 3. What are we going to see there with that?
So Mousetrap is our console anti-cheat. It detects mouse and keyboard while you're supposed to be using controller. You asked for more punishments when players are detected by this, and we are delivering. Players detected by Mousetrap will be penalized by the reputation system. If you do something wrong there, you will lose access to certain playlists in the game.
And is this just part one? Are we going to see more with Mousetrap?
We are going to see more. This is part one, with part two coming the next season. What we'll be doing is making sure that if you are detected by Mousetrap, you will be automatically placed into the PC matchmaking pool, so that the only players you're playing against are those with mouse and keyboard. If you're on console playing with a controller, that's the only person you should be playing against.
Yeah, you know, you don't want to have your controllers out if, you know, you're not supposed to be playing with them. So beware of Mousetrap. Let's head into Season 4, specifically how the season will be hammering down on cheaters.
Season 4, we're also making a big update. We will introduce live bans. That means as soon as a cheater is detected, even in a live match, they will be removed from that match. And that match will be canceled, not affecting your NMR or experience, and gets you into that next match quickly.
What about anti-toxicity?
So, communication is key in Siege, and it's okay to have friendly banter with the other team. However, what we don't promote and we don't allow is hate speech, sexism, or any kind of bigotry. So, we'll be stepping it up in the text chat. We'll be introducing automated moderation in text chat in Season 4 to make sure your games are fun, fair, and safe.
And we're seeing a little bit of that there as well. That sounds pretty cool. A lot covered for player protection. Let's get into what you want the main takeaways to be when we think of player protection in year 9.
For us, when it comes to anti-cheat and anti-toxicity, this is a year-long effort. You'll see season after season, we're investing in 4 main priorities. 1, it's going to be about hardening our security systems, making them more resilient, making them more robust, and that means reinforcing our 2 technologies. Mousetrap, our console anti-cheat. We'll be updating it every single season. And QB, our PC anti-cheat, making sure it's robust, it can handle what it needs to, and make the game a lot safer. And finally, when it comes to game exploits, we're stepping it up as well. We're growing our team and putting dedicated resources on game exploits so that they can be identified faster and they're eliminated as soon as possible.
Sounds pretty good. Now, you talked about communication. How frequent are we going to see that?
We've been stepping up our communication already this year, and our promise to you is that we're communicating on this subject every 2 months. We don't want to go radio silent on this, and make sure that you always have the information you need so you understand what's going on in the game at all times.
All right, well, thank you so much for that, Alex. You know what, Joshua, I'm thinking maybe we should give Alex a little bit of a break. Covered a lot there, so let's head in to balancing. Joshua, how is balancing changing in year 9?
So, like I said, we are dedicated to some serious meta shifts. And I want to make it very clear, Alex was very clear about our player protection. I'm going to make it very clear about this. The TDM meta is not here to stay. This is not how we intend for Siege to be played. We want the run and gun out of the game. We want to get tactical, strategic, focused, methodical play to be the center stage of everyone's ranked match, just like we're seeing up here on the stage.
We're hearing a lot of players really excited for that. So how is the player perspective going to be integrated in that focus?
Well, there's one more thing I'd like to mention just before I get into the player's perspective on that, because actually their perspective leads into this next point. Another big focus for balancing is reinforcing our attacker lineup, making that divide between our attackers and our defenders far closer. Because again, strategy, teamwork, and smart play is what should be winning your rounds, not what side of the fight you're on.
Yeah, and you're right. That is, a lot of players have been bringing that up. So what else is going to be brought into what you're hearing from the players?
So that's the thing. We want to be able to be far more reactive to your feedback. We've actually changed a bunch of process internally so that we can do that. So we can react faster to that feedback. So you're not left waiting months and months and months for changes to come in, because that can be incredibly frustrating, especially because you're all playing the game every day.
Now, let's talk about, how the communications with players, because again, you mentioned they're very integral to the process. So how is communications with players going to be clarified?
So one of the big things we'd like to do is clarify the vocabulary around the game. So when it comes to the game, we have 3 main updates. First and foremost is a straight up update. It's a single entity, something like you can see where we take a frag grenade away from an operator and give them flashbangs or something of the like. The second one, a little more complicated, is a system update. This is something you can see when we do, say, a weapon class update. This is our shotguns we did in year 8, or even the LMGs that are coming in year 9. Last but not least is the remaster. This is by far the most complicated balancing change we can possibly do in the game, but is integral to the health of the game, so that we make sure that your investment in our operators carries forward for all the years to come.
Oh, that's really exciting. Okay, let's get into the seasons for balancing. Let's talk season 1. I know a lot of you caught the season reveal, but if you didn't, here's a little refresher. Joshua, let's give it to them.
Okay, yeah, so season 1 is coming out hot. There is a lot of stuff in season 1, so you gotta check your loadouts, everyone. You all saw the ADS and attachment adjustment, right? Because I think some people want the Ash ACOG. I'm not sure, but outside of that, we also have our weapon class update. Again, this is a big thing for us, where we go in and we make sure every weapon in the game is working and versatile and has its role. So the LMGs are coming back out to play. Last but not least, the revamped shield mechanics. This is a huge one for us. I'm a little ahead of the game here, but it's a huge one for us because of the complexity of what it brings to the game. It gives that defensive stance that we see where you can have more control and definitely move around the field. Now, some of the features, you can jump through full health barricades. You can activate your gadgets behind the shield, like a cluster charge, a breach charge, or maybe later this year, an exothermic charge.
Ooh, sounds good. Okay, I want to talk about reinforcing attacker lineup, because you mentioned that. You know that everyone's interested in that. How is that going to look throughout year 9?
Okay, so as we talk about reinforcing our attackers, it means giving them the armory they need, the tools they need to be able to take the fight that they have to do. The second side of it is going across the line over to those defenders and dealing with some powerhouses over there. So, in Season 1, a zombie will be receiving an update. A zombie's Kiba barriers will now have a durability on them, which means depending on the weapon caliber you're using, you'll be able to knock them down faster or slower. Additionally, this is one of the first steps, because we're actually going to be bringing something else in Season 2. Our lovely Spooky Boy Fenrir will receive his first update. This will be removing the bulletproof off the FNAT entirely, also removing an FNAT from his loadout and a code. Lastly, Solus. I gotta move fast here. Solus will be receiving 2 updates. Season 2, she'll be receiving the first update, which will make this the case. Her gadget will no longer be able to be used during prep phase. Additionally, the range of her gadget will be reduced, and the battery will drain faster. Now, this is part 1. Part 2 will come in Season 3, and it'll bring a deeper system change, but it takes more time for that, and that's why it's in Season 3. We have an additional operator being adjusted in Season 3, which is Dokkaebi. We're attacking some of the frustration around her gadget.
I mean, I love how you just laid it all down there with all the operators. It's so exciting. There was a lot to, pack in there, but we have to also talk about Season 4. I know it's a little bit away, but what is the balancing focus heading into the end of the year?
So the biggest thing about Season 4 is making sure we leave space and time to react to the needs of the community. There is a lot of stuff coming online in Season 1, and we want to make sure that we can be there for you as we experience this all together and we move forward together. Of course, there'll be multiple new updates throughout the seasons, lots of things we didn't cover here, so you can stay tuned to all that as well.
And what else should we keep in mind heading into year 9 for balancing?
Well, fundamentally, we know where we want to take this game, and we want to be the best damn tactical shooter on the planet, period. Reckless play will not be rewarded. Methodical, team-based strategy will, and that is our goal.
All right, well, thank you so much for that, Joshua. I'll give both of you a break now, because that all sounded really great. And you know what sounds great as well? The fact that, you know, Siege is up-leveling the competition. No, I'm not talking about SI, but a new feature that is coming to the game in Year 9. For more on that, here's live content director, Christopher Budgeon.
We will be finalizing the maps within Quick Match 2.0, bringing the entire map roster to Quick Match. Standard will be getting new filtering so you can choose between ranked, all maps, or only the non-ranked maps as well. Within ranked, we're bringing exclusive cosmetics that you can earn every season. Siege Cup is a brand new time-gated tournament that happens every 2 weeks. Participation within the Siege Cup provides specific rewards, so make sure you grab your friends, squad up, register your team, and we all know that feeling. At the end of the match, when your heart is pumping, you just need to close it out, there's going to be no other feeling like the Siege Cup.
And there is no other feeling than knowing that the Siege Cup is here. Alex, I don't think anyone saw that coming.
The Battle Cup is back. It is now Siege Cup, and this time we mean it. This is the best way to experience Siege with a full stack of your teammates going up to the top of the tournament and winning those exclusive prizes.
Gonna brush up on your skills there. But you know what? Let's get a little cozy and head into player comfort and long-term progression. What is the player comfort and long-term progression philosophy in Year 9?
Ultimately, it stems from giving our players many different quality of life upgrades, making sure you have full control over your experience, and giving you more tools to take your skills to the next level.
And what else does this mean for players?
This also means that we are invested in rewarding players' dedication in Siege. You pour hundreds of hours into the game, and we want to return the favor. So we want to make sure that you have that long-term progression to always look forward to.
Okay, with that, let's head into Season 1 updates for player comfort and long-term progression. We already saw a bit of that in the Season 1 reveal, but how is it really setting the tone in Season 1?
So Season 1, we start immediately with the locker that I know a lot of players have been asking for, the ability to favorite your gear, the ability to look at what you just unlocked, all of this in one place. We're delivering Season 1.
Yeah, I love the locker. I like keeping organized, and I think a lot of players do too, so the locker's gonna come in handy for that. But on top of the locker, we saw updates to movement.
Yeah, so we're going through and making sure all our systems are getting that kind of health thing that we talked about with our operators, making sure that the clunkiness is removed and you have that real sense of flow. So we're looking at Repel, an iconic feature of Siege, and that entry and exit, making sure it's super smooth and feels great. It's a game feel thing. It's very hard to describe or even see in a video, but once your hands are on it, you'll know what we're talking about.
Gotta get your hands on it. Let's talk about gadgets. What's happening there?
Okay, so we have two big things coming for the gadgets. One is improved gadget pickup. So the idea of being able to pick up a gadget once you've placed it, relocate it within the map. Number two is projectile trajectory pre-visualization. And that is the last time I'm saying that. It's called pre-viz. So what this means is giving you full control of where your gadgets go. Again, take your skills to the next level, but at the same time, if you're already there and you don't need it, you can turn it off.
I'm probably gonna have it on just so I could really tighten my skills there with that. Let's head into Season 2 for player comfort, because a huge part of how you experience gaming, you're comfortable with playing the game, is knowing how you can improve and how you're performing. So how is Season 2 going to help players on this front?
We are completely revamping the after action report. This is the system where you commend your players and understand how you performed. After that, you'll see an updated screen where you can see all of your progression, all of your stats, and everything you care about in one single place, and then quickly jump into that next match.
Do you have anything else to add for season 2?
Well, we're extending Previs into season 2 as well, and we're adding it to our drones. This gives you all the control you need to be able to get your drones wherever you need to get them. At the end of the day, it's about making sure that you can get the intel you need and drone survivability. Wait, there's more.
Oh.
Yeah, so Previs, as I said, started in season 1, season 2, and we're actually bringing it right into season 3. And what does that mean? It means bringing it to our deployable gadgets. So deployable shield, new jammers, those sort of things. Being able to get them set the first time right.
Anything else for season 3 since you already jumped the gun there?
All right, so a lot of us maybe go on our phone when we're waiting for our match in ranked or whatnot, but wouldn't it be nice just to jump into the shooting range? You can do that now. So in season 3, you'll be able to load into the shooting range whenever you're waiting for your matches, and this includes the R6 Cup. Additionally, it seems a bunch of you like to 1v1, so we're adding it as a preset into our custom games.
That's pretty cool. I will not be 1v1 you because you spent a lot of time with the game, but give me some time to brush up my skills and maybe we'll talk. You mentioned rewards off the top. Are we going to see that come into play here?
Absolutely. Season 3 is a big feature that we call badges. This is where you'll be able to earn the achievements and challenges and equip those badges as a badge of honor so that you can show them off with all of your friends. And on top of that, we're creating a new home for badges too, which is the career page. The career page is where you can see your stats, see how your last matches went, and customize which badges you equip on your profile.
That's pretty cool. Okay, I gotta talk about matchmaking as we head into season 4. How is matchmaking evolving?
So in season 4, we're introducing something that we call dynamic matchmaking. This is making sure we have more flexible matchmaking for players in lower population zones or in places that when you're playing and it's not peak siege time, you're still getting a fair match. So if you're in Australia playing at like 5 o'clock in the morning, you're still getting a balanced and fair matchmaking experience.
Making a lot of Aussies happy. Let's talk about crossplay. What's coming in season 4?
Crossplay is the final update that we're bringing to the table, letting console players play with PC friends. It should be very important. We'll take a moment to celebrate this, but it's very important to note that this is a one-way street. PC players will not be allowed to play with console matchmaking. So now, with this set, doesn't matter what platform you're on, what console you're playing on, with Siege, you can always play with your friends.
That's pretty cool. Who's excited for that one? Yeah, you heard the noise. Anything else to cap off player protection?
When it comes to player protection...
Player comfort, sorry.
Player comfort, yeah. This is really about what you care about, what the community cares about, the quality of life improvements, everything that's rewarding. Expect us to expand on this and to grow this on the roadmap as we go along in the year based on your feedback.
All right, well, thank you for that, for player comfort and long-term progression. Now, for some of you, you may be looking to maybe trade in some of your items for some cold, hard R6 credits, or maybe you're looking for some sweet throwbacks. Well, guess what? The marketplace is where you can do all of that. And to tell us more on what the marketplace will look like in year 9, here is Business Strategy Director, Mohammed Ben Hanada.
Right now, we're aiming to launch the feature in Season 2. The philosophy behind the marketplace is that we want to make sure that the feature is polished, functional, and as secure as possible. So this means that the beta is going to be running up until we feel that the feature is up to your standard and up to our standards. So for you, this means that you can still sign in through the QR code or through our website. And you can still give us your feedback in order to build this platform together.
And be sure to register for the marketplace to get in on all that cool stuff. All right, now sometimes you hear training and onboarding, and you're thinking new players, But guess what? Year 9 is bringing some cool things for veteran players as well. And back again to tell us about this feature is live content director Christopher Budgeon.
This year, we really want to focus on following up on our promise to bring the best training tools to Siege. That's why we're really going to be focusing on all of the players, making sure they have the training tools they need to be able to execute whatever strategy they intend to. We're really happy with the reception of Versus AI playlist, and that's why we want to follow it up strong in Season 1 with 5 new maps, new Defender AIs, and being able to play more attackers as well. And we're not stopping there. We're bringing new content in Season 2 and Season 3 as well. On top of that, we're also delivering the AI attacking playlist. That means for the first time, you'll be able to play defense and attack in an AI match. Expect AI attackers to drone, to clear roamers, and plant on site. We think this will be a great way to bring your friends into Siege. We know that map knowledge is really important, and that is why we're bringing new maps in Season 1, but also Season 2 and Season 3 as well. Map knowledge isn't the only skill you need to become a champion. And while the shooting range is a great place to warm up your aim, it's not the same as navigating through maps and clearing targets. That's why we're bringing a big update to Target Drill, where you can play for over 60 minutes with targets in every room. We have a lot of quality of life improvements coming in this update also. You can turn on headshots only, have pre-made destruction, or even turn on a mini HUD. We're also bringing damage reporting, so as you clear a room, you can see how much damage you've taken, and then you can actually know whether or not you cleared that room efficiently or not. In Season 3, we're bringing the drone drill to the map training playlist. Intel is king, and we know that finding a good hiding spot could be the difference between a win and a loss. Also in Season 3, we have a new cover mode coming to the aiming lane within the shooting range. It's a great opportunity to test with a smaller target as the target dummy takes position behind cover. In Year 9, we're not just building onboarding tools, but rather the future of training to help our current players improve their skills to perform at their best.
Quite a bit there for veteran players as well. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, and Christopher said it really well. When it comes to something like Target Drill, we've been working with veteran players, making sure that they can clear floor after floor after floor, and that they get the best practice possible before they jumped into a ranked match. And of course, this is the best time to jump into Siege as well with your friends when we bring the new Versus AI online with attackers as well.
Now, we are here at SI, so I mean, it only feels right to check in to what the competitive scene of Siege will look like in Year 9. For more on Siege Esports, here is Esports Director Maxime Vial. We have Associate Director, Esports Live Events and Broadcasts, Nelson Garcia, and Blast Executive Director, Christina Martel.
Just a few weeks ago, we have announced some of the changes coming to Blast R6 in Season 2024 and revealed a revamped point system to qualify to the 6th Invitational, which now puts more emphasis on teams' results at the majors. And today, I'm happy to reveal one more key change. This season, we are bringing back the 6th Invitational's Last Chance qualifiers. We will provide more details on their formats later this year.
The first major of Season 2024 will be hosted in Manchester. We're excited to host the very first major for Siege in the UK, and what better city than Manchester, where we know the crowd will create an unforgettable atmosphere for the teams up on stage. In November, we will head to Montreal, home of the Rainbow Six Siege production team. Montreal holds a special place in our hearts, and we're excited to be back.
After Sao Paulo this year, we will explore fresh locations in 2025. The 6th Invitational will travel to the United States. Normally, this is when we drop the mic, but in early 2026, the 6th Invitational will continue traveling. It is time to spread the love to Europe. We have so many amazing local communities across Europe. So deciding where to go was not easy. But guess what? I'm happy to announce that in 2026, the 6th Invitational will be hosted on Ubisoft home turf in France. Can't wait to see you all there and make it history.
There is a lot that we covered in this panel, so let's bring up the roadmap as a refresher. all that stuff. A lot of things people are excited about.
This is a big year for us with a lot of new features that honor the past, but also prepare us for the future.
Yeah, there's a ton coming in, and it is all inspired by you. So we're really excited to bring this year to you.
Now, before we go, I can't believe the panel's coming to an end already because you all have been so great. But I have to ask, what is the lasting impression you want the community to be left with heading into year 9? Joshua, let's start with you.
I think the biggest thing is that you're heard. That we are building this game together, we've committed to doing that, and we want to listen to your feedback, and it is not only welcome, but actively encouraged. So please keep giving us your feedback because this is our collective game. And as Alex said, it's a great time to get into the game. Lots of new players are joining us, and the passion here in Brazil, oh my gosh, you will send ripples through this game for years to come. So again, thank you to everyone, and it's been amazing.
Alex?
I just want to echo what Josh said. I want to thank the entire community for all of the passion you've brought to the game. It inspires us. I also want to thank the team that works on Rainbow Six Siege as well. They pour their hearts and soul into this game, and we appreciate it. Also, I want to thank Blast for putting on the SI, hosting it in Brazil, and for all of you to show up and make it such a special moment. Year 9 is an important year for us, and it sets the stage for an important milestone. At the end of year 9, we'll be moving into our 10th year of Siege. That's a huge milestone. We're already working hard on that next step for Siege. And while we can't say anything today, I will say that this brings Siege into the future bigger and better than ever. So I want to say again, thank you so much for making this the best game in the world.
I want to thank both of you for coming here and presenting everything you and the team have been working on. We really do appreciate that. And I'm really excited to get into year 9, which a reminder, year 9, season 1 hits the test server tomorrow, so you could try it out. Before we go, I also want to thank everyone that is watching at home. Obrigada, Brazil! It is so great to be a part of this passionate community. We love these reveals, and we can't wait to see you again. But for now, we have SI to continue. We have the live orchestra and the live finals coming up, so stay tuned.
Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Herd, sou entry fragger da W7M, capitão da line também. Sou um cara que ajuda bastante nas táticas, junto com o meu coach, que é o Igor, o Abreu também, que é meu analista, e o Felipe Pox, que é o IGL do time. A gente costuma cuidar dessa parte tática aí do time. Dentro do time também a gente tem um suporte que é o Nade, e pra mim é um dos melhores atualmente no cenário. Tanto em skill individual, quanto em ser um cara que ajuda no clima do time e tudo mais. Pô, o Casey, que ano passado foi o melhor jogador de R6 do Brasil. Uma skill bruta absurda, Pra mim, o melhor jogador do mundo há tempos. E o 9-2, cara, que é tipo a peça que tem que ter em qualquer time, que é o cara brincalhão, o cara que deixa o time num clima suave.
Bota o cabelo, sua criança!
E pra mim também o melhor Sup 2 que tem no mundo atualmente. Ele faz a função dele ali como ninguém faz no mundo. Rapaziada, a gente já ganhou 2 Major, acabamos de ganhar um aqui em Atlanta. Mas a gente quer a marreta, a gente vai em busca dela. Porque não tá bom, a gente quer mais. A gente é um time que trabalha muito e eu acho que isso é posto em prática nos campeonatos e tem dado resultado. E, bom, é isso. Isso é a W7M.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan.
What is the idea for FaZe to try and mix things up? Oh, what a shot there from Cyber!
Major Suécia, eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. No próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Meu estilo de jogo é muito agressivo, então eu sou um jogador que pensa em muitas possibilidades ao momento. Tem o Vita King, né, que é o nosso IGL. Ele é um jogador que direciona a gente onde ele precisa.
Forrest, you cannot fumble this now! Vita King! He's stolen the round away! He's stolen NA's hopes and dreams!
Essa parte, assim, ele faz muito bem, então acho que ele meio que nasceu para essa parte de fazer essa parte de IGL, assim. Tem o Souls, né, que está há muito tempo comigo, é um jogador que é muito calmo. Ele consegue pensar muito sobre o jogo também, ele consegue trazer muitos rounds importantes pra gente, que a gente tá perdendo. Ele é um jogador muito habilidoso nessa parte. O KDS é uma pessoa que fica parado, não faz muita coisa assim fora do comum.
KDS is looking for him and the opening kill is for FaZe.
Acho que essa parte...
Bon, možno kalčeva, i poncule, možno kalčeva, však dau stream la SI, mi-e mute Discord, mi-e mute microfonul, mi zmute cam toate și stăm cu SI împreună.
Todo jogador acho que é muito bom em questão de skill.
Handy from above is able to deny, and that means there is no chance Panda can clutch this.
Ele consegue fazer bastante round que a gente está perdendo ali de uma forma drástica. Acho que o Sig Invitation, todos os jogadores querem ganhar, né? Acho que cada um quer se provar ali dentro do campeonato. E eu acho que todos os jogadores pensam assim que é o maior campeonato assim para si, né? Que é o troféu mais antigo que tem no jogo, então acho que é o que todo mundo quer ganhar. Esse é o time que ainda não que é mais unido dentro de jogo e fora. É um time muito agressivo quando precisa. Sabe que o nosso estilo de jogo é totalmente diferente do que eles jogam contra. Então acho que a galera assim tem um pouco de medo de jogar contra a gente nessa parte.
Welcome back, everybody, to Six Invitational 2024. It's the one we've all been waiting for. It took 2 weeks, but we're finally here. The grand final, best of 5 between the 2 best teams in the world. No two ways around it. Brazil is the best. We've got the best, the cream of the crop, and nobody does it better. W7M versus FaZe Clan, a best of 5 grand final, and every single map is an unlimited overtime activated map. And so we're gonna be here all goddamn night. It's gonna be the best siege you're gonna ever see here live in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Let's see what our 2 squads had to say about one another.
So play the grand finals is amazing because the whole family of the group is here in the column of Brazil. The weakness of W7, I think, is playing against FaZe because every time they play against us, they lost.
It's been always a dream of mine to be in the grand finals of a Six Invitational, to be in front of our home crowd, to be in front of my family, my friends. It's just amazing. I think FaZe Clan is a very complete team, but I think their main weakness right now is that they don't perform like they do in front of the crowd. Aí, rapaziada, os últimos confrontos aí não foram muito bons pra gente, mas acho que a gente sabe agora como enfrentar vocês e vocês vão chocar aí em frente da rapaziada da arena e vai dar nós.
E aí, Pox, você já perdeu 2 vezes pra mim esse ano e vai perder a terceira aí. Tamo junto.
We are breaking records here at the Invitational. The first time in the history of esports and Brazilian esports that a Brazilian team will leave a Brazilian event with the trophy. It has never happened. In all the wonderful esports that we have in the world, this will be the first time, and we're so honored here that Rainbow Six gets to claim that very first title. But there's also other things on the line. There is, of course, our big trophy, the hammer to lift at the end. Tons of money and a massive 10,000 fan filled arena, absolutely sold out in Ginásio de Ibirapuera. And the biggest story of them all, there are 2 brothers, 2 siblings, and the fact that they play on opposite teams in W7M and FaZe Clan is massive. And please help us with the brother debuff.
We need to find who wrote the script for this because this storyline is absolutely amazing. We've got 2 twin brothers playing on opposite teams against each other. And I believe this is the very first time in esports that this has happened. Sure, we've had brothers, but not twin brothers, and not at this stake either. Playing against each other for a chance at their very first World Championship. We see a head-to-head here, both playing more supportive operators, but only one gets to take that World Championship home.
Only one, and there's, of course, a lot of heat between these 2 teams because let's just say that Brazil wants to prove that it's the best in more ways than one for them.
I mean, yeah, they have been so dominant the last year, even longer than that. Now they finally want their dynasty. That's what they want. And they have a chance to taking that. There's one opponent in their way, FaZe, and they could play a major villain role here as well. Imagine they upset them, they take away that dynasty. Sure, Brazil is still dominant, but the dynasty, it's not just there.
That one specific team, W7M, are looking for the trophy for the hammer lift here in Sao Paulo on home turf. But what are these 2 teams fielding? What can we expect, Fresh?
Well, the statistics don't back up that dynasty story if we add on to it. We look at a head-to-head graphic between these 2 teams. The last 2 times these teams have played each other within this season, FaZe have won both times. In fact, the last time FaZe lost to W7M was in 2022. It has been almost 2 years since W7M tasted victory over FaZe, so the history doesn't add up.
And here, you at least, as if you're W7M, and if you're a W7M fan that is watching from home, you have this kind of atmosphere that, hey, at least the fans in Brazil are supporting our team, but it's kind of split in the arena, and that's something we're going to talk about because it is an extra layer that you cannot really quantify and objectively put into numbers as we often like to do here on the desk. But let's start off with our teams. First up, FaZe Clan are up on the chopping block. and it is their first time at the SI Finals.
Yes, indeed. They have never played an SI final before. They have played many international tournaments, and the last time they've won something was at that Sweden major in 2021. And as we mentioned, they played many international tournaments after. Specifically, this year, they played both those majors, made it to main stage on both of them, but every single time they got there, they got knocked out by a team from their own region. Guess who they're playing against today? A team from their own region.
And I think the one big thing is that FaZe had to reinvent themselves, right? After that Yavla major win, the kind of core that was in that Yavla major win, obviously Cameraman moved on, a few other players moved on. However, they've developed a new team, and that new team has got a lot of brotherhood, a lot of trust in each other, that whenever they're playing, they know exactly what they're doing. Even if it gets a little bit funky, even if it gets a little bit scary, a little bit hairy, they trust that they can find their way through it between every single player on that roster.
And brotherhood and trust outside of the game breeds cohesion in it, Fabian.
Yeah, I've actually selected 3 players that I want to highlight for this game. And it's not because of, well, them being flex players in a way that the traditional flex role is. The thing with FaZe and how they have gotten themselves to this position, which is a grand final, is just the fluidity. They are like liquid around their opponent. If they see something they don't want to go through, they'll rotate, they'll find another solution, they'll find another way. They might rotate 1 time, they might rotate 2 times, they might rotate a 3rd time. They will always find their way around their opponent, and the way they play is just so impressive.
I mean, you mentioned 3 players on the side of FaZe, but there's one more that we have to mention as well. One that is particularly scary on that entry part. Cyber has been absolutely popping off when it comes to those entry engagements on this tournament. He's going to be a really scary factor for W7M.
Paul King, we've not mentioned him, he's the last one, and I will say he does have his main character moments from time to time.
Well, that is a lot stacked against W7M, so let's talk about them. Put them up on the screen for everybody, because here, that crowd buff is not something that we can neglect, Anne.
It's such an important thing for W7M, right? Because they played both major grand finals, but every single time that they got there, they had the crowd against them. And I will say, this tournament started maybe a little bit shaky for them, but as soon as they made it on that main stage, had the crowd behind them, they were absolutely thriving off of it.
And I think they basically, it's the energy, right? The energy of the 2 crowds being against them in Copenhagen and Atlanta, they fed off that. The energy of the crowds being with them, especially yesterday in that game against Virtus Pro, they feed off that. And particularly there's one player that I want to highlight from that, which is JV92. He just feeds off everything, and he has this big moment every single event where he pulls off a huge clutch and he just stands up with his arms out.
Well, you talk cohesion on FaZe Clan. What does W7M bring playstyle-wise, Fabian?
I mean, it's funny because both teams are Brazilian. They have a similar idea on how to start a round, where they spread out a lot, and they try to find gaps everywhere. The difference between them, however, is that when W7M run up to an obstacle, they don't rotate away from it. They don't shy away from going straight on, head through it, and find a way to pick it apart. They are so intelligent with all their utility that they use that they just figured out, okay, how do we get past this shield? How do we get past this position for a specific player? They are not afraid of using the utility that they might have wanted for the execute. They'll use it any time of the round, and they'll be happy doing so.
They're definitely spearheading. And I mentioned Cyber on FaZe, but on W7M, Hurt is definitely a player that's going to be battling with him in that entry engagement. That is something I'm very much looking forward to.
Well, we talked about Dynasty, and honestly, this has been an idea that's been floated around over the past few months. You win 2 majors, it's great, but a Dynasty, that's another level fresh.
It's been the topic that nobody really wants to approach, is whether W7M are going to be a Dynasty. So on your screen, you're going to see G2, and then obviously the Pentacore that my good friend here, Fabian, was on, that were the original Dynasty. Invitational into Paris Major, into Pro League Finals, into another 6 Invitational, with a few tournaments in between. Now, W7M, they've won 1 major, they've won 2 majors. If they win the 6 Invitational 2024, they will have won everything with it inside 1 season of Rainbow Six, inside the official competition. Now, in my mind, that leads to them allowing to be entered into the conversation of being or becoming a dynasty.
They're definitely coming into the conversation. There's a potential for maybe even the greatest of all time. That is the potential. Today is where I think it starts off really, really much. Like, the majors, yeah, sure, that's the start of it, but today is when they can be mentioned as the first dynasty after G2.
Well, it seems like we're transitioning into a brand new era, maybe. Thank you very much, my friends. We'll be back to converse more about our map bans, but first with Alphama on Telestration.
Thank you, Miloš. And indeed, I want you guys to take a look at how W7M is able to problem solve anything that's thrown at them when they're in attack. We're taking a look at Virtus Pro on defense here, gym and bedroom. First, they're holding the heart of the strat here with 3 defenders, and then they have the classic extension here in construction and cash. Now, when you're in attack, what do you do to punish that? First, the fact that there's no one on construction door, you may have a pinch here on the extension. That's your target 1 from someone running into solo wall, and then a double pinch from construction window and red stairs. Now, after you've cleared that first extension, you want to focus on the bomb site. Let's take a look at how the round plays out with real footage. First, Dan and Always, they're your target. They're the extension. First player comes in here from solo wall and pressures the target, and at the same time, JV and Hurt, you see how they triple pinch him? Really well played. What's even better is the operator pick. They're bringing blitz. Why are they bringing blitz? Because he needs to be quick and he needs to win close range engagements by being fast, and that's exactly what he's doing with that extension. Now, Area 1 is cleared. What do you want to do? Clear Shepherd. Shepherd is the gateway to the bomb site. And again, great utility usage. Remove that strong position using Grim, bouncing the swarm off the wall onto him so that he's fully ping and KZ can pre-fire him. Now, one last thing, you've got 2 players that you need to remove. JV jumped in gym. That means that they can only be in 2 positions. That's bathroom, that's hallway. KZ is aware of that, so he will just pre-fire the first one, pre-fire the second one. Welcome to W7M. It's great strategy. Great fragging, great problem solving. W7M for you in attack. Back to you, Miloš, on the desk.
Thank you very much, Alfama. Always clean on our telestrations. And we're back here to discuss what happens when you go in from the top bracket and from the bottom one. From the top, you get an advantage. It's not what we had a few years ago where it was a map that you get for free. You get an advantage in your map bans end.
Yeah, FaZe coming from that upper bracket get to pick how they want the map veto to go. And they pick the option where before anyone gets to ban any map, they get to at least pick one map. They get to force a map onto their opponents.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. That's the option they took. They get 3 different options that they can take, and this is the one with the very, very clear advantage. And this is because if your opponent has a permaban or a very low preference map, you can pick it.
Then let's call that map veto. Put it up on the screen to get started with it. A 9-map pool is what we play around here in Rainbow Six. 5 will have to be played, so you got to be careful with your picks. First one is on Oregon, the fence for W7M. Guide us through the rest, Fresh.
Very not surprised to see Oregon played out. It's W7M's lowest preference map at this event. It's FaZe's #1 preference map at the event. W7M actually have an issue where they've only got a 50% defense win rate, and FaZe love attacking it. Moving through to Bank, it's a very middle preference map for both teams, but I'm not surprised W7M picked this one. It's a map they've won consistently throughout this tournament, 100% win rate at the tournament. That's going to lead us into FaZe picking Skyscraper. Now, W7M leave it open. They like people to pick it into them, which is exactly what FaZe have done. Both maps love it, however, both teams love it. However, W7M destroyed G2 on Skyscraper yesterday. Finally, W7M are going to pick into Border. They won it yesterday against Virtus Pro, which I think has given them confidence, even if it was overtime, and it's a very low preference map for FaZe.
Oregon map 1, Fabian.
Yeah, so obviously Jack said it's the lowest preference. The thing with W7M is they have a 9-map map pool. Even if it's the lowest preference, that honestly doesn't tell you much. Oregon as a map obviously is a very step-based, which kind of doesn't fit either team, but they do have that extra spice of being able to split up and just go from everywhere at once in the executes. So Oregon overall, I think it's going to be a very exciting map.
Yeah, W7M, of course, very strong with their map pool. Maybe they're expecting FaZe to bring this out as well, but talking about that advantage that FaZe have, if they do win out this map, with this being a best of 5, that is a huge advantage if you can put yourself in an early advantage.
We've seen W7M recover in the past. Can it happen here?
Well, this first map ban, it's always a really actually interesting one to see because it's only been a concept for a couple of years. Obviously, W7M had this advantage last year against G2, picked Clubhouse and beat G2 on it, but then lost every map from that. So it's not always just as much an advantage as you might think.
So the biggest thing with this map is because it's so low in the map preference and they know that they were going to pick it.
Davi Ponciuzi.
The way W7M goes into this is feeling this is more of a warm-up map. Like that sounds silly, right? It's the grand final of an SI.
Avem toate dropurile. Dăm un refresh. Că l-avem.
You're okay with losing it. You have so much more. You still have extra space, but it's just the start of a momentum.
it's a marathon, not a sprint,
Yeah,
maybe with this best of 5 situation. But I also just really hope we make it through that decider of Nighthaven, because I
Uite-te
think
pe
that's where we
WhatsApp
can
dacă
see
vrei.
whether yesterday was a fluke for
Te-ți arăt.
W7M, right? Because they were hiding it for so long.
Gen, la mine pe canal
Absolutely
ce ar trebui să
slammed.
primești acum.
These two teams are so equal in the way that they play, the fragging ability. They are so different, but so much the same. And we couldn't ask for two better teams here.
Final thoughts on map number 1, Oregon. How do you see it going, Fresh?
It will be the teams that can attack better, obviously, that will get the advantage on Oregon. So you're looking for W7M to kind of step up in
Bă,
this campaign.
mă joc la step-ul cu Daika. Voi aveți parte de SI, oricum văd SI-ul constant.
Shows confidence. I think FaZe picked it with the reason.
And everyone is happy.
Honestly, yesterday was incredible.
Right? Right.
Versus Virtus Pro between them and W7M was a beauty to watch. Thank you very much for all your information, and thank you for production team to make it all so smooth. But it's no SI without our orchestra. Please give it up for the Orquestra Sinfonica Villalobos and Maestro Adriano Machado. It's the SI theme.
Neața, Cheta. Neața, neața. Bă, anunțați-vă, prietenii. Să-i dea cineva bani. Îi dau eu. Bă, mă joc la step-ul cu un prieten. Pentru că azi este finala de la SI 2024 și că am promis că o să avem stream cu SI 2024. Avem SI 2024, eu mă joc în background și toată lumea este fericită. Tu? Strikerul. Te scuipă de tot? Bă, de ce, mă? Păi și nu contează. Trebuie să ai cine să te învețe. Chat, sper că o să dați enjoy la fel de mult cum dau eu la SI 2024. Finala, mare finală. Și ne auzim în timpul meciului. Ocazional, în timpul meciului să mai comentez și eu. Să mai avem reacții live. Tell your friends to be here, pentru că avem toate dropurile care au fost date până acum pe canal. To be here.
is absolutely electric. This Brazilian crowd is built different. And what we have here is a moment in time, a moment in history. Twin brothers who entered this world together, about to go their separate way on the main stage here in Sao Paulo. Ned, Handy, wow, this must be a real conflict of emotions.
É uma narrativa inesquecível para os esportes. Chegaram ao mundo juntos. Tá aqui, Neide e Randy, irmãos separados por uma final de mundial, de Six Invitational. Deve ser um conflito de interesses, porque só um de vocês sai daqui com a marreta. Como é que fica o coração enfrentar o irmão, alguém que você ama, mas em instantes o amor fica de lado?
Cara, é muito emocionante estar aqui jogando contra ele, mas eles têm o dinheiro e a soberba e a gente tem o povo. Quem tá torcendo pra dar pro
Can you translate first?
Yeah, he just said they have the money, they're cocky, we have the people. Sua vez.
Cara, é um momento muito indescritível estar jogando com ele aqui do lado, dividir essa final de palco com ele, mas a gente tem a humildade e a FaZe com a gente, que é a torcida mais calorosa do Brasil, e tenho certeza que será uma grande final.
He believes that the people will come and we will join them because they're humble.
Do you put brotherly love well and truly aside here?
E aí, como é que tá o coração agora?
Cara, tô ansioso pra essa partida. A FaZe contra a gente tem um confronto, ele tem histórico de confronto de vitória, mas a FaZe tem histórico de chocar e capturar o decisivo.
They have the winning history, but normally they choke when they face like grand finals like this.
Bom, o que eu tenho a dizer é só agradecer a torcida FaZe aí, e eu tenho certeza que vai com essa marreta hoje.
Só tem que pedir um pouco de torcida, porque a gente já sentiu que a galera do lado da time. É só chance de torcida.
Bom, tudo bem, a gente joga a torcida, mas a gente tem um time incrível e tenho certeza que a gente vai derrotar eles hoje.
He understood the people is with W7M, but they believe that they're going to win today.
Okay. In Portuguese, any last words for your brother?
Suas últimas palavras em português pro seu irmão.
Boa sorte.
Good luck. Suas últimas palavras, last words.
Boa sorte, que seja jogão.
Good luck as well.
Go and take your seats, guys. Get ready for this one. Wow.
That's it.
A moment in time that we've never seen before in the history of esports. Twin brothers, head to head on a main stage, competing for the hammer behind me in front of their home crowd. Absolutely incredible scenes here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. I've never felt an atmosphere like this.
Arena lotada, ingressos esgotados. Estamos a poucos instantes da grande decisão entre FaZe e W7M. Quem vai vencer eu não sei, mas vai ficar no Brasil. São irmãos, são brasileiros. Daqui a marreta não sai. Já já W7M FaZe.
Let's find out. We already know, but let's double check.
All right,
which team these fans want to win here?
A gente já tem uma ideia, mas eu quero testar com vocês aqui. Vamos junto, Ibirapuera. Para quem vocês vão torcer? Vamos lá, começando. Vocês querem a FaZe?
W7M!
FaZe!
W7M!
FaZe!
W7M!
Vamos fazer barulho, cadê a torcida da FaZe? Clã!
W7M! Listen!
It's carnival, man. It's carnival.
This is Carnival Part 2 in Sao Paulo, so we've got a little bit of time before we get into our first map here. So let's have some fun. We did this yesterday. I think we should do it again. Let's split this crowd right down the middle. And let's find out which side is the loudest.
Vamos dividir aqui, vamos fazer a primeira batalha para ver qual lado do ginásio do Ibirapuera faz mais barulho. Se é o meu lado, vocês comigo aqui, e vocês não vão me deixar perder pro gringo, hein? Ou to Ian Chambers, traz a torcida junto com ele. Can I start over here?
Start over there.
Okay, this side here. Okay, everybody with me. Eu quero ver esse lado aqui fazer barulho em 3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho, Ibirapuera! This is the atmosphere here, Ibirapuera. My side is rocking.
Yeah, your side is good, but...
Yep.
Vamos fazer barulho!
Yep. Yeah, you did good. Can I try one more time? Okay. Vamos de novo, galera. Agora respira, guarda o pulmão e vamos fazer o Ibirapuera tremer. Vamos lá. Atenção. 3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho, Ibirapuera! Aqui é Brasil!
Hey!
É.
My side! Are we ready? Vamos fazer barulho! That's what I'm...
Pretty good.
All right, listen. Last thing.
Okay.
We've proven here in Brazil that R6 is bigger than ever, and it is thanks to this crowd.
The biggest one.
Here in Sao Paulo. And I just want to let everybody know all eyes are on the Ginásio do Ibirapuera here in Sao Paulo. So all together now, let's rock this entire arena and let them know that Brazil, #1.
Vamos fazer o seguinte, todo mundo junto agora, para mostrar pro mundo que o Rainbow Six Siege é gigante e vamos fazer o ginásio do Ibirapuera tremer. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Vamos fazer barulho!
Chat, asta să fie cea mai intensă finală. Chemați pe toată lumea, prieteni, verișori, puneți-mă pe TV, puneți finala asta pe TV. Let's get into it. Pentru că să fie momentul în care facem istorie alături de cei de la Ubisoft, alături de cei de la Team Blast, alături de toată lumea. Put me on the fucking TV, chat. Împreună să facem istorie.
This 10,000 strong crowd here in Brazil, and now these two titans clash together on this grand stage.
Cannot wait to jump into this game for FaZe Clan, a 6-1 record against W7M post SI 2022. They haven't had an opportunity though to prove it in a playoff bracket this season. Can they step out of the shadow cast by W7M?
Well, I can't argue there, right? W7M, last SI, they're in the finals. They won back-to-back majors. If they win here tonight, I'm gonna say it, it will be the beginning of their dynasty in Siege.
It probably is it not? But obviously this crowd, it is split, is it not? Who have we got taking this grand final? Very quickly, Penguin.
I want it to happen. Give me W7M all the way.
Very quickly, Gus. W7M 3-2. All right, let's get into what will be the grandstand beginning of hopefully one of the most epic conclusions to Six Invitational we have ever had. Within this arena, 10,000 people must now choose a side. Will it be the challengers, FaZe Clan, who have fallen short of the last two majors semi-final losses, or W7M, who are looking to end their last dance with the only trophy missing from the cabinet? It's the hammer.
I don't know what to feel at the moment. Overwhelmed with emotion and eager to jump into this game. Oregon map 1, and it's Ying Grim off the board, Nick.
I was curious here. I want to say it. I am curious if we'll see a clash ban from W7M because we know Vidiking, we know FaZe, they like to bring this operator. So far, the Ying, the Grim, the Fenrir, it's right by the script. This is what they've been doing throughout this tournament on Oregon, from both these sides, and it speaks to the strengths and weaknesses of both teams here. But no, W7M, they do not go for the target ban, they will go with their good old stable of Tuberau.
So the Azami then will sneak through. The most banned defender from FaZe in this tournament. And the crowd already screaming the name of their favorite team. The stage is set for an epic match.
It certainly is. The stage filled to the brim. 10,000 people stacked to the rafters here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Already, these people have captured the hearts of Siege fans everywhere. Regarded as one of the best crowds that we have ever seen in this game.
Asta o să fie o finală huge. Nu știu, dați DM la prieteni, la rude, la tot ce vreți voi. Hai să facem stream-ul ăsta, cel mai mare stream din România de Siege. Și să împărtășim finala asta cu toți. Toată lumea să fie aici, să ne bucurăm împreună de o seară de neuitat. It's gonna be an unforgettable night. Chiar dacă eu mă joc pe, în background și nu sunt așa de engaging cu voi, bă, să fim aici și să arătăm, bă, că România e pe hartă, că România merită să fie în blast și că avem content creators, chat, că avem content creators în România care fac content și nu doar just chatting. Asta vreau să demonstrez acum.
They're not the quickest into the building, but when they do, usually they have 5 players alive. They play close together because they really want that open engagement. And in the grand finals, when the pressure is this high, it only makes sense that W7M, despite being a very aggressive team usually, are all on site in basement.
And these teams, Nick, so difficult to split heading into today. They both have a 50% attacker win rate, 63% on the defense. I mean, they are equal in almost every part of the game at the moment.
Charge deployed. 5-man stack down below for W7M to begin. It's smart, it's safe. You don't really want to be making mistakes this early on. But the downside to that is you give FaZe a lot of that time up above for free. They open the hatches, meeting's gone. 90 seconds left in the round, and the Roteros make their way through Freezer, clearing some of these key barriers to create that space for FaZe on that eventual push. They must, though, get multiple angles of attack.
The big thing to look out here is W7M. They're really good at knowing when to lash out on defense. They will play it safe, they'll make it seem like, hey, we're not gonna do anything, but out of nowhere, they might just explode into the attackers.
It's been a slow build up here for FaZe, but it's the expectation. Will they be able to pounce onto site? KDS with a final Rotero. He sends that through Freezer. The util clear here from FaZe has been pretty spot on. The groundwork is now laid. Can FaZe build upon it?
50 seconds remaining in this opening round here for Six Invitational 2024. Who can find the opening kill? Will it be FaZe to make their way into sight a little bit easier? Cyber through Freezer cannot connect with the initial shots that he outlays, but he pushes forward slowly with JV92 watching his very position from this deployable shield. Double push from Freezer, double push from Laundry, but it is handy onto Hurt. The opening shot for FaZe, and they double down, and Handy gets aggressive. Close with a skeleton key. Flawless start for FaZe here in the grand final.
I don't know. How does it start in a flawless attack? We said they were slow to get their 5v5, but Gus, how do you start off this strong?
I thought the shield standing in Laundry was perhaps going to pose some problems for the attack, but FaZe able to just mow it down. The buck and the skeleton key to go deep to that connecting wall. A flawless start at Six Invitational 2024 for the grand final.
I gotta be honest, when we saw the map V2, when I saw them, face pick Oregon off, they're thinking, that's the 50-50 map that no team wants to go to in the finals because you might just lose because you don't know what's gonna happen really. It's up to those micro decisions in the server. But if you pick this map, you start an attack, the less favored side, but you pull this off, that sends a message.
Oh, I mean, just look at that kill there. Caught off was Nade. And the push through freeze is still clean despite that keeper barrier standing. And we said before there was a bit of a split in the crowd, probably in favor of W7M, but the noise emitted from the pocket of FaZe Clan members or fans that are here at the event is astounding.
Unfortunately, such is the case sometimes in esports. Things don't quite go to the script. A tech pause here after just one round, and it does just kind of leave us a little bit yearning for that second to come. Hopefully not too long. There is a little bit to talk about though, Nick. Of course, slow was the pace set by FaZe early on, but a lot of that was because W7M gave them that space. They didn't contest up above, they didn't go for spawn picks, and they certainly didn't contest those hatches.
Well, you're right, and that's the thing that's not very common for W7M. When we think about this team, when we see them play Oregon, they like to match aggression with aggression, but the issue that they face here is that FaZe Clan, they're not an aggressive team, so they can't match it. If you run around the map, go for those spawn peaks, FaZe will be watching those angles and shut them down. So you said it yourself, they play it safe, but they also get slightly punished because they didn't have anywhere on the map to play with. The bomb site, of course, overrun by the attacker.
The other thing as well was they had that split. Laundry 2, Freezer 2, and a little bit of pressure as well from backstairs. So they were able to at least work the angles onto site, and that made it difficult for W7M. They weren't able to have the numbers to stop that push from Freezer, from Laundry. Eventually, you just get overwhelmed, and it ends up being a flawless start. I can say that we're very likely to get back into this second round very, very shortly here. A dramatic start, a flawless start for FaZe. Of course, it is the opening map in a best-of-5 grand final, so you don't take too much from just one round.
No, you can't, and I mean, this is the long game. You can even lose a map. I mean, you can lose too. The comeback is always possible.
You would know.
I would know. The one time, I mean, we spoke about this before, right? What do we want as casters from this? 5 maps. It's very simple. And then a great game of Rainbow Six Siege.
It looks like we're moments away now from jumping back into the server. FaZe with a flawless way to open up this match. We head to top floor then for round number 2. Can W7M formulate a response? They are a team that have already proven time and time again when they're under pressure they can step up. They've made the lower bracket run. They clutched up against Virtus Pro. This is not going to be enough to shake them. It's going to take one hell of an effort here from FaZe Clan to really apply some serious pressure in this match.
You're right, and I mean, they even sent home G2 as well, right? The current reigning hammer lifters. One thing for FaZe though, they don't have any ego about them. They'll have a starting plan going to every single round, but they're not afraid to change on a dime if things do not work out, nor to brute force if they feel like they have to. So expect here calculated, very slow beginnings, but if they have to change, they will. If they have to go fast, they will.
The biggest thing I'm looking for W7M will be that pace. We saw it in that opening round. Said it a couple times already. Slow down in the basement. Well, guess what? We got upstairs now. Kid Storms, and already you can see Herds over towards that armory.
Oh, și strikerul cu raid-ul, bro. Mulți, bro, mulți. Welcome in. Welcome in.
These sort of power positions. FaZe have the tools to deal with him though. The Capital
Welcome in.
FaZe are the best example of a team that will avoid the strongest.
Didn't expect it that. Didn't expect it that. Chat, ne uităm la finala SI 2024. Sunt mult pe aprins de finală și de tot ce se întâmplă. De multe ori speechless cu privire la ce vedem pe ecran. Aveți dropuri, toate dropurile pe care le-ați arătat sau au fost arătate până acum le aveți pe canal. Enjoy them. E insane faptul că am primit raid. Jeez, bro, mulțumesc.
hold because of what the Oryx can do through the hatch. Vidiking, oh, double kill from Vidiking! JB, can he win the battle? No, Handy makes it a 3 versus 1! He had to win that, JB.
Hai să ci și un predict pentru voi.
Gets the down onto Vidiking and suddenly makes this a little bit more comebackable. No, King, KDS is watching. FaZe just look on the outset of this grand final. They've not really put anything wrong.
Huge double kill there from Vidiking. As the first trade came through, he aggressed towards the breach. Felipox could not cover that position without exposing himself to that bedroom balcony. And that attack, again ruthless, making W7M pay for the small mistakes that they're making at the moment.
We saw FaZe again being able to just out of nowhere.
Man, ce e moca e moca. Nu mai contează. Hai, votați la predict. Cine e favoritul pentru voi? Cine credeți că o să câștige finala cea mai mare? Cea mai mare finală. Locul 1, $1.000.000. Cel mai mare tournament de Siege din lume. International Championship-ul.
What they needed there was not utility, they needed manpower.
You need guns. As simple as that. Mechanically sound, the repositioning on point, really well played.
Needs to be said as well, for those unaware, Oregon essentially tied for worst map when it comes to attacking. So the fact that for FaZe, they've already got 2 attacking rounds early on, especially with the fact that in that opening round it was on basement, which statistically is the best when it comes to defending on Oregon. So, perfect start for FaZe. Now we beg the question. The response from
YOLO.
where's that going to come
Cheta. Un K100. Băga tot. Ăla-i. Asta vreau să văd. Da, strecăre. Da, cunoaștem.
Because of course those shock drones can counter a ton of that utility.
Yeah, but then we got the Togepi, we got the Jackal, we got really strong and guns from the attack inside, and a quicker pace rush here right now.
Explică.
Keeping them guessing as to what's the style gonna be. Slow, methodical, explosive out of
Dăm un context la...
for example, or drone intel. Right now, FaZe, they're just lingering on the server.
Pe Discord dacă vrei sau unde, oriunde. Păi am avut o mică divergență cu el generată de cineva. Și dar pot să zic că ne-am înțeles ok, n-am avut probleme. Am jucat la un moment dat Siege cu el, Division foarte puțin, e bro, și-o luase ban la el pentru că cineva o zis chestia a fost maca-maca și mi-am luat unban ulterior. Adică mi-am vorbit, mi-am luat bani pe Discord prima dată, știi? Și... nu cred. Nu știu să aibă.
Take the lead here in this round. 60 seconds remaining.
Great work from FaZe to shut down that flank potential. It now bolsters their man advantage. Cyber now, shock drones, as we mentioned, critical. Can chip away at that utility. The Goyo canisters and those smoke canisters are both key.
Băi, eu personal pe Panda îl știu de prin 2018, 2019. Am avut să am avut o divergență cu el. El nu stă la mine pe stream, eu nu stau la el pe stream, adică nu avem contact așa. Era ok când jucam chestii sau aveam tangențe cu el, era o persoană ok. Se juca de fan, nu era competitiv sau așa. Ne-am luat bani atunci la el din cauza unei tipe, că aia maca-maca, că o alimenta un tip anume, că el era hater și gelos pe toată lumea. Cheta, din păcate n-ai văzut gameplay de la mine că e SI-ul și pentru mine contează foarte mult SI-ul. Dar de obicei mă joc. Mă joc pe stream. Bă, vă pup pe toți. Că mi-ați făcut seara mai bună. Și cu raid-ul și cu tot. Cu tot ce ați făcut. Everything that you did, you made my day.
I mean, I love that start, at least for W7M, showing a bit more strength and presence up above. But my goodness, this is the back-to-back reigning major champions, and they look a little bit shook right now from FaZe, the team that in those very major tournaments got knocked out in the semi-finals, both times falling.
Da, bro, știu că ăsta e lurk. Nu, gen, don't get me wrong. Toată lumea e binevenită la mine pe stream. Everyone is welcome to stay as much as they want. Bă, mă joc la step-up în background, adică I'm actually having fun. Sunt cu un amic pe Discord.
Play as a team. 5 players. We saw a documentary on Breakable that W7M they say, guys, when the communication isn't there, we don't win as a team. We have to play as a team. We've not seen
Da,
that
dar gen mă joc la step-up pentru că nu, n-am voie. N-am voie. Cel puțin știu că n-am voie. Și dacă aș avea voie sunt două jocuri. Sigur asta trezește ceva hater să-mi dea report că, vezi, doamne, fac dual gaming, whatever. Păi și atunci... N-am voie să fac, gen, să pun gameplay cu alt joc în timpul SI-ului. Dacă fac stream la SI. Nu, e NDA.
Yeah, it is. Every single time, opening kills, favoring the attack right now. That's how you win these rounds on Orca, and you build that early lead.
As you mentioned though, several Nitro cells still remain here for W7M. Is that the clutch factor that can bring the round back?
They want to peek. They want to see if they can catch someone from FaZe off guard. W7M need to start be the ones that put their feet in front of each other and start moving.
Put that feet in front of each other. Insane, chat.
Still one Nitro cell for KZ. Rips it, but misses KDS altogether. Yeah, he's still alive. And Philippop's now top white, makes his entry known. Flash, no, he's not white at all. KDS doesn't miss. KZ, though, can't clutch. And so far, it's all FaZe.
Și un match. Da, câștigă FaZe-ul, e ce trebuie. Lumea nu te aude pe stream. Mă vorbesc pe stream. Vrei să te audă lumea pe stream? FaZe tot timpul a avut echipă foarte bună și sunt foarte, foarte strong. Faptul că pe defender-sided maps ei reușesc
into an early tactical timeout, down 4-0 to FaZe.
Insane.
FaZe are the upper bracket team, but W7M are the back-to-back major champions looking to seek that hammer that has eluded them since SI23. And so far,
adică, oricum zici, un actual meta e Call of Duty wannabe și o dispără foarte mult din tactical gameplay. Pentru că e single song meta. Faptul că FaZe într-un defender-sided meta, că defender is nu neapărat overpower, dar au mult mai mult avantaj decât un attacker, reușesc să ia 4 runde să facă 4-0, e huge. Bă, strikere, don't worry.
where the gaps, where the weaknesses. Well, almost no teams in the last full year of season
Don't worry,
have been able to expose
totul este
those
apreciat,
at all.
man.
And the other thing
Everything
as
is
well, there's always
appreciated.
question marks about pacing and how should you play this game. Should you go fast? A G2, for example, a W7M. Those two, in fact, are basically the top two teams when it comes to time on entry. You know what's one of the lowest teams? Third last, in fact. Tied third last. It's FaZe. About a minute and a half, Nick. That's a good, almost close to 25 seconds slower than W7M. And so that's quite a
Poți să ne
staggering
jucăm,
difference. But
deci
despite that,
câte chestii o să avem pe stream-ul ăsta în limita timpului meu, că o să am timp atât de mult disponibil, dar cât timp am eu disponibil o să avem la Step-Up, o să avem Skull and Bones, o să avem drop-uri la Skull and Bones, o să avem o campanie pentru Skull and Bones foarte faină cu cei de la Ubisoft. O să avem... Ce bro? Ce bro? Wow.
It's birds on the warden, so Cyber needs to be very careful here.
I mean, W7M just can't get these early contact fights to go their way. Again, it's another one for FaZe. And obviously at this point now, I think W7M look a little desperate. They're seeking it really aggressively and probably a little overzealous in that. And now they're getting
La vânat vrăjitoare. Bă, eu m-aș duce sincer la vânat vrăjitoare. Ar fi entertaining.
Not the Garo solo or Ghost typically. We gotta talk about KC and Hertz. Where are they? But on this round, they're playing stuff like Omai. And
has he been drawn?
Yeah. Is Hertz actually sneak? Oh, he's got the flank. He's got the creep around.
Hertz coming through the corridor very slowly, and maybe a moment for W7M that could bring a round back, a round that they've still yet not been able to find successfully. Logic Bomb goes out, and with that, Hertz has to actually pull back momentarily.
Just has to buy his time. He can put that phone to sleep and reaggress on the flank later in the round. KDS already inside of Freezer.
Bro, eu am fost live aseară până la 9. Parcă am avut 6 ore de stream. 9 jumate, 9:45 am încheiat stream-ul. Astăzi suntem de 2 ore aproape live. Cel cum o să mai fim până pe la 12, cred că cam atât o să țină SI-ul ăsta. Să fim live. Am 40 de ore de streaming cu SI 2024. My commitment was there. Cum e viața în loading screen? Steluțele. Steluțe. Ăla cheta. 3 monitoare blăniță. Nu bomba se numește diffuser. Atacării au diffuser pentru că defenderii au bombă, îi protejează o bombă. Da.
On the Freezer stairs, despite that being a big surprise factor. No hesitation from the side of FaZe Clan. They commit laundry. They go down Freezer, but they make that big thing they're known for, the mid-round rotate, where they recognize this is not gonna work. 3 people will go backside. Big tower, meeting hatch, outside blue double door, and while W7 are so distracted trying to retake Freezer,
în teorie este diffusing.
That's all there is to find. And then the backside attack comes through. It's how to secure that 5th round in a row.
I keep looking at that damn deployable shield that doesn't get taken down. Right. And despite that, FaZe brute forcing their way through Freezer once again. What a play from KDS. He reacts to the call and then immediately expects the re-aggression from KZ. Fantastic couple of shots there with the DMR. And the rest of his team locking it down nicely.
Really is about the balance. Grixer made a pretty big interview with TCG after their loss against W7M when they were here on stage.
E în joc, clar, clar.
We couldn't find our balance, when to aggress, when to fall back, dance around. And so far in this event, up until now, I think Virtus Pro came the closest to beating W7M by having the right pace, knowing when to hold an angle, expect aggression, and when to aggress yourself. But FaZe, they have played it perfectly when it comes to balance for these 5 rounds in a row.
I mean, it should be said, through this upper bracket run for FaZe in the tournament thus far. At no point have they 7-0'd a team. Imagine a world in which that happens to begin an SI Grand Final. Well, it's not too far away from being a reality. 5-0 start into the final round of the half. And again, mind you, there are absolutely no expectations for FaZe that they're going to squander this chance in the second half. Going onto the defense, they will be in the driver's seat for sure.
Oh boy, flashes, rappel on in, and we see those of them this time. They're not fighting it. They're falling back. They say, okay, when you want to take space, we'll give it up. Yasho will kill a drone, fall back because they've killed 5 so far. JV on Solus looking to gain more intel here, but it comes down to, again, the entries.
So JV92 chipping away at that drone economy, and as you can see in the top left, only 3 remaining here for FaZe. Would that be their downfall? Will that be the error, or perhaps the counterplay from W7M that they've presented and
Chat, this is insane, adică e huge faptul că am ajuns atât de departe în tot ceea ce facem alături de cei de la Ubisoft, adică fără voi, fără fiecare din voi, bă, noi nu eram aici, adică noi nu aveam parteneri, nu aveam nimic. And guess what? We are here because of you. I love you, în parte. Fiecare din voi ați contribuit în părți, în bucăți mici, mari, nu contat. Că a fost suport moral, că a fost saburi, că a fost larg. You made this.
It is their map pick after all, and boy, are they showing us why.
We gotta talk about something here. Gentlemen, this is a best of 5. It works very differently than your traditional best of 3s. It's about the long run. If you're W7M, by my experience, by what I believe in, it is not worth fighting it out on Oregon. I know that sounds crazy, but a best of 5 requires so much energy, mental toll on yourself. It's gonna be a long night. I say you quote-unquote give them Oregon, and yet sucks to lose 7-0, 7-1, but you at least have something back in the tank.
Give them Oregon?
Yeah.
It's been taken! Stolen!
You let them take it!
FaZe are up 6-0. There's no letting. They have run all over W7M. 6-0 match point. What a start for FaZe Clan. And of course, Nick, back in the olden day, used to have
6-0 FaZe Clan în prima hartă. Încă un match, încă un punct.
This is basically all that is now. A default map because W7M have not shown up.
Since the best of 5 format has been introduced to the 6 Invitational, no team has ever won a map in a 7-0 fashion. The most dominant was G2, map 3 of Bank in 2019.
Te gândești că nimeni nu s-ar fi așteptat să intre FaZe în finală. Toată lumea era rooting pentru de la G2.
Records are meant to be broken, and King gets droned out, forced back. Does get rid of the drone, does also throw out a gas babe early on. Good information early for W7M. Might just find their groove on the attack. Less pressure, if you will, although the pressure's gone at this point.
Da, e finala cea mare. Dacă câștigă FaZe Clan două harți la rând, e GG. Da, eu bătut 7-1, 7-2. Gen, eu bătut la... Da, eu bătut la 0, nu au luat nicio hartă G2. Da, best out of 3. E cum se joacă în turnamentul competițional. Nu, e best out of 5 ăsta.
Osa could play a pivotal role in capturing control through Freezer. For FaZe, they're able to just brute force their way through in the gunfights, but a bit of utility laid here from W7M.
La mod competițional, Cheta, finalele, sau mă rog, în turnee, jocurile, fiecare rundă până în finala cea mare, se joacă best out of 3. Sunt 7 runde care sunt 15 runde per match, primul la 7 câștigă. Dacă se ajunge la 7-7, cine ajunge 7-8 sau are 8 runde câștigate, merge mai departe să ia harta. În finala cea mare sunt 5 hărți. Best out of 5, primul la 3 câștigă, cu overtime infinit. Comparativ cu alte jocuri, aici este overtime infinit. În finală. În semifinală este overtime de 1. Decât dacă este 7 egal și ajungi la 7-8, câștigă cine ajunge la 8.
That's a big plant. Watch down at the KZ. Cyber, can he create history to begin this invitational?
No, și sulat. Face Clan, da. Face Clan cu harta 1 luată.
The crowd loves it. They've been waiting for that for a long, long time.
Nu, stai, nu a luat harta cu pierdul, da.
Break something down, I guess, for us.
Yeah, guys, I can't say I'm coming to you with great news for W7M fans. Obviously, this has been a rough game for them so far, and going on to the attack is going to be even more difficult than that first half, because the last time we saw FaZe play on Oregon, they were undefeated on their defenses. They got a 5-0 half against the Sonics a few days ago in playoffs. A big reason why FaZe were able to do so well on defense was because of that top floor class
Primul
play
la
we saw
7.
from Vidaking. That's something that I know Pengu has touched on already in the operator bands.
Îs 15 runde cu overtime cu tot. 14 runde se joacă, 15 este overtime. Dacă faci 7-1 sau 7-0, câștigă harta. Dar există overtime infinit pentru fiecare hartă. Și diferența de overtime se face cu două runde.
That's all right, we'll talk to you later, it's all good. I think the map's going to be over soon anyway. Let's jump back into things. 6-1 the scoreline, W7M able to ward off a historic first map with that 7-0
Niște giganți ai industriei, OGs, cei de la Face Clan.
You're gonna keep going, at least until things are over. Again, round by round, either they have to go all the way to overtime or they gotta lose soon, because losing like 7-5 again, those energy reserves. But I think you said it well, Sonox, just, it's a free map in their mind, right? That's how you gotta play this mentally, but still try.
It's that one round at a time mentality that needs to be taken here now by W7M. I know it seems difficult and a long journey, but that has to be the mindset here. Forget the scoreboard, take it out of your mind, treat each round.
E foarte important ce mental au jucătorii aici. Că dacă se demoralizează foarte repede, atunci se duc hărțile una după alta.
Boy, wouldn't it be great if they could do it here at the Six Invitational Grand Final. The other thing as well, even if he falls short, even if it ends 7-3, 7-4, you can take that momentum into your next map.
You can start feeling comfortable in server, take this as a warm-up, if you will, right? Get everybody active, get their communication flowing, and if you end up feeling better than you started off with, that is a win for W7M here, despite losing.
I'm really liking this advanced position from KZ, already inside of Freezer. Some of those Goyo canisters have been dismissed by JV92, but decent counterplay from FaZe on site. You can see KZ lurking around. Elsewhere though, it's Herds contesting Cyber in blue.
Oh, big impact though from Cyber.
Și impact kill, holy shit. Chat, voi nu-l auziți pe Daica, că nu vrea să participe. Dar nu contează.
Good team play then from FaZe, and Cyber's able to get out of that deep blue position. Vidaking, one more gas babe available, but holding an aggressive close angle as JV92 starts to peek down backstairs.
60 seconds then. Can W7M make it work with the man disadvantage? It's a really tough challenge, especially on a site like Basement Oregon, where you need to have a lot of pressure, but it's KZ to drop Cyber.
I think JV's going for a bit of a rotate here. Light hatch drop might be the play. Oh, KZ gets the kill into KDS. FaZe were looking for the response. Still over towards Alpo. That does need to be cleared out. For Leapox there, though, of course, with KZ.
Chat, credeți că o să avem overtime din prima hartă? Adică, cumva ar fi interesant să vedem un match de ăsta foarte strâns și lung, dar totodată mai știu că prima hartă să fie luată de FaZe.
To try and seal this map for FaZe.
Și FaceClan cu prima hartă. FaceClan ia prima hartă, chat. Nu, Intermission se joacă hartă după hartă. Din câte știu. Cred că o intermission de 3 minute între hărți.
Fan of W7M, but seeing that kind of performance on Oregon, we don't see it all that often. And it wasn't anybody that was doing crazy things we've never seen before. They just did that usual good stuff with so much precision for both teams.
I guess the one upside for W7M, they conserved a little bit of energy because it was so quick.
They certainly can. All right, let's go and see what those on the desk have to say for this opening match.
Old switcheroo.
Thank you very much to Gus Xenox and Pengu, and I'm sure that as this game continues, there will be no voice left on our casters. Welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm Mila. With me are Fresh, Fabian, and Anna. Let's get started with this game. I think the biggest story for this SI, Fabian, has been attacks win you the game. Has this been the case here?
I mean, yeah, that's hard to say anything against. I mean, we saw 7 attack wins. How often do we see that on Oregon? I mean, the basement bomb site is like, I don't know, so high percentage win rate that it's incredible. And the way that they did it, it's they didn't make any mistakes. They overwhelmed W7M in every single situation. The timings were so on point that when pressure came from one side, it also came from the other. The map obviously is shaped like an L. That's hard to miss.
Yeah.
But they were coming in from everywhere at the same time.
You can look at games and you can be like, that is a pinpoint of how to play Oregon. From FaZe, that wasn't a pinpoint of how to play Oregon. That was a pinpoint of how to attack and how to play together as a team. Every single time somebody died, within a second, they were being traded out. A teammate was picking up a kill, again, to keep that man count rolling.
And Fresh, since we have you on this, we talked about the brother buff, I guess, on both sides, and the debuff in the entire game between Handy and Nade. Can we follow up? Who's been winning so far in map 1?
Well, it was Handy. We are going to keep you up to date right throughout this whole grand final. This is kills only onto each other. So you can see that Handy is currently
Insane faptul că joacă doi frați aici, în versaltul.
With a smoke toxic babe as well.
You gotta hand it to him.
Hey!
He got the first kill and the very final kill of the game as well, really starting and closing it out there. But it showed why FaZe picked this map. They were so confident, like you mentioned, on the attacks, not making a single mistake, always having the right to and it showed.
I think that the mistakes that were made from W7M side, I don't even think that they were any mistakes really. It's just that they are playing against a team that plays very differently.
La final nu prea vor să facă intermission-uri de astea din, mă rog, să pierdă timpul între meciuri, pentru că au fost 4 ore de stream cu random stuff.
And then took long fights that I don't think we've seen so much from so far.
Is it structure? What is it that's winning them, Fresh?
I think you've got to, for W7M, you've got to wonder whether it's a little bit of pressure, right? Yeah. I think the pressure, obviously, of a grand final gets to anybody. God, I was scared before coming on this desk. But the one thing that I will say is we're so used to see from W7M, Hertz and KZ particularly, is this kind of snowball effect. They pick up 1, they pick up 2, they pick up 3. Yesterday, they were fighting their ways out of multiple crossfires. Today, we've not really seen any multi-kills coming out of those guys in quick succession whatsoever. FaZe have just been shutting that down.
Yeah, they can get 1 on the flank, for example, but then are going to get shut down immediately after. And sometimes that confidence indeed that we saw, it was lacking a bit now. We saw players sitting behind shields, unsure whether they should be trying to peek. It looks a little bit shaky. The confidence is missing so far from W7M.
Is it lack of confidence or too much respect?
It's not too much respect, that's for sure. It's just that they have something to lose. That's the thing. We've talked about the Dynasty before. Now they come up and this is the one game they fell almost short against Virtus.pro. Almost. Now they go up against FaZe, which is a more, I would say, a completed team than Virtus.pro. Let's not take anything away from them. They had a great event. But FaZe is that one step above them, and this is the reason why they came from the upper bracket.
Have we had any eyes on support play
Faptul că a venit dintr-un lower bracket este huge. Adică ce arăta bracketul. FaZe a fost în upper bracket, iar W7M a bătut tot în lower bracket. 2-0, 2-0, 2. Aici a avut 2-1 cu SSG și în meciul cu Virtus, care a fost un match în overtime aici.
The one thing that I will caveat that with
La fel și G2.
Before any maps were banned. They were supposed to win that map, and it was a very brave pick from them. I think Oregon's always a danger to go with.
Plus că în grupa C, W7M nu a dus atât de bine.
Likes to play a bit slower behind the utility when they're defending it. They were fully ready for W7M.
Final thoughts, Anne?
Nici FaZe nu a fost on point. SSG a bătut tot ce a mișcat, G2 la fel. Sonic seara a fost un adversar foarte puternic pentru mare muște din echipe, dar au pierdut în fața celor de la FaZe și în fața celor de la W7M. Insane, aș putea spune. Și uite așa, chat, mai întoarcem o filă în istorie. Those two teams încă o dată mulțumim de lurk, mulțumim de tot. You are amazing people. Ce e super strong echipele astea și foarte important de ținut minte că premiul cel mare este $1.000.000 de dolari, whatever. Like, the big cash este $1.000.000. Până la... Adică toate echipele primesc cotă parte din pool. Poolul cel mare sunt $3.000.000, care se împarte de la locul 1 la locul 4. Ei sume relativ considerabile de mari. Ulterior, prize-ul și-a decrease. Avem playerii care au MVPs. Benjamin Stardar a fost eliminat, Hertz de la W7M și Handy de la FaZe Clan. S-a dat award-uri pentru cel mai bun coach al anului. A fost tipa de la Wolves, ilustratorul Fragment, care e super mișto tipul. Coachul de la Bleed Esports. Jana Solo, care a făcut design-ul și a gândit anti-cheat-ul pentru console, mouse trap-ul care nu-ți permite să mai folosești mouse și keyboard sau să dai input de mouse și keyboard pe console. Adică oamenii ăștia își merită cumva premiile și award-urile. Și pentru un joc de 10 ani, I think is insane. că am ajuns atât de departe. I mean, making history was never an easy job to do. Și cumva mă bucur foarte tare că am avut tot suportul de care am avut nevoie din partea celor de la Ubisoft, Team Blast și alți content creatori în acest journey pe care l-am pornit alături de voi și l-am pornit toți alături de Siege. I am grateful dacă aveți probleme, any issues related cu drop-urile, să mă anunțați ca să putem să anunțăm mai departe staff-ul și să se modifice. Dacă există issues. Expose shorts. Chat, suntem la un nou record. ESE 2024 are pic de 350.000 de oameni alături de voi, de toți co-streamerii, de toți colegii mei. We made history one more time.
She's got to be part of this too. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Melstomatic, your host. With me are my good friends Fresh, Fabian, and Anne. Let's have a chat before we get into map number 2 in our grand final, W7M versus FaZe. Now, Bank is this map preference. Do we want to talk details? And you have some numbers for us?
I definitely have some numbers. It is W7M's map pick, and it makes a lot of sense as to why they picked this map. They've won 8 out of 9 games on it in recent history, already beat Sonics on this map as well. And we talk a lot about attack so far in this tournament, right? FaZe, they have their second worst attack in win rate on this map, but they don't have to start with attack. They can wait it out. W7M gets to start on attack, but they actually have their second best attack in win rate on this map. 54% of the times that they play an attacking map, they actually win it.
There's one thing that we have to watch out for though. Even
I mean, statisticile astea sunt relative pentru că W7M a început prima hartă la defense și a pierdut 6 runde la defense, a pierdut împotriva celor de la FaZe. Like, probabil că staturile astea sunt reale și cele mai apropiate staturi cu realitatea, dar consider că FaZe Clan are potențial să mai câștige încă o hartă. I mean, 7-1, prima hartă, să fie atât de easy. Sunt ferm convins că picul de bank pentru W7M este un pocket pick și o să ia harta, dar there is a chance să vedem un 2-0 pentru FaZe Clan să aibă avantaj moral aici. Oricum ambele echipe sunt Brazilian-styled și joacă acasă. Și W7M și FaZe Clan, deci au publicul de partea lor, ambele echipe.
is simply that W7M is an experienced enough team the last year to just be able to let go of this loss and just push forward again.
Well, given recent history, we need to see a strong start from them now, especially on that second half, because we keep on talking how important it is, but they want to make sure they keep up to the numbers that they've been putting up previously.
Yes, no?
Yes, for W7M, history's going to repeat itself. G2 lost the first map last year, won it 3-1.
Thank you very much, my friends. Let's toss it back to our casters, please. Artrides, Gus, Xenox, and Pengu.
Yes, they certainly did. Fresh, well said. Couldn't have said it better myself. And so far, though, FaZe, they have set the challenge to W7M. That's really what we wanted from this grand final. We certainly didn't want this to be a one-sided affair. Many would have had W7M as the clear favorites. Perfect start for FaZe.
I think this was their intention, because JV told me the first day of this event, hey, we want to go lower bracket run and make that miracle victory. What better way than losing the first map?
I mean, W7M's ability to attack here on Bank is absolutely ruthless. I cannot wait to see if they can bounce back here.
Well, 50-50 once again. Damn. W7M, Nick, do they respond here?
Yes, I think they do. They got a map to work with, more roaming around, and of course they got the confidence and they love this map.
Well, our two-time major champions now need to respond on their very map pick of Bank. We'll see if they can do it.
It's time for showdown, chat. It's time for showdown. Harta 2. Are you ready? Are you fucking ready, people? I hope so.
What can they do to now respond to a FaZe clan that are clearly here to fight for the hammer?
So it's Monty off the board first, Ying as well. Ying is a very, very strong execute-centric operator that we frequently see banned out. And Monty, you think about Bank, so many opportunities for that shield to come into play, the likes of Basement, Top Square, Lobby Pushers, Banana. Defensively, we'll see the Solace taken out. Interesting, considering we did see it played on Oregon and arguably had quite an effect in the first half. To top things off, Kaid on a map, on a hatch-heavy map like Bank, that is an expected ban.
What I love to see from a high level of Siege, you see these kind of target arbor bans come into play. You don't see teams ban Monty unless you expect the opponent to play it at a very high level. The funny thing is, Vidiking, one of the best Monty players at this entire tournament, yet they find themselves in a position where they have to ban it out because what the enemy might do with it, because of him, they start in the attack inside.
So here we go, into Bank, second map of this grand final between FaZe and W7M. There's a large contingency of W7M fans inside of this arena. We haven't really been able to hear them at full peak so far. It's been FaZe. There's a rather large pocket of FaZe clan supporters down in the arena, and they have been going non-stop bananas here. To Bank we go, and for W7M, we look to them to now respond to the challenge set by FaZe clan.
And I mean, the best way to respond on attack, I mean, guys, you told me right before we went here, you love their attacks on Bank. So if I'm a W7M fan right now, what should I expect from them here?
Well, I mean, we had the opportunity to cast them, Jake, against the Sonics, and they are ruthless in their ability to get quick map control. They will find any pocket of space, they will immediately take it, and with the mechanics that W7M typically present, they often win out those opening engagements, then compound that space into what is then a really clean execute.
Okay, then I gotta say, we gotta watch Cyber handy in these rounds. They were very big in those opening engagements on Oregon, especially
Hai să vedem cine face primul kill. Aici. It's gonna be huge. Și FaZe clan e pe defense, though.
Clearly can tell they want to go for this top square take. Top down to the bottom, clear everything out. Maybe slow things down a little bit, and there's nothing wrong with that. No. The other thing is, we haven't really seen W7 attack that much in this series.
You can see KZ there, perfect example. Happy to drone himself forward and then takes the initiative to take that space himself. He's not relying on necessarily his teammates to aid as they're doing other things around the map at the same time.
Chat, nu uitați de TikTok, unde postăm aproape regulat content. O să vină săptămâna asta clipuri, o grămadă de clipuri SI related.
Just over 90 seconds left in the round, but again, it's more of a good start from FaZe than it is for W7M, and that's not ideal for the team needing to find the response on their map pick as Handy sits inside of elevators at the very bottom, waiting to see if someone from the side of W7M gets aggressive, pushes over. Philippox is up and around that area towards main stairs, but not going towards elevators, not just yet at the very least. Open area in control for W7M. They still got to go and get to work over towards square. They haven't even opened up at that hatch.
I mean, they dropped on the hatch open area. Okay, we're gonna come for those roamers, trade back those numbers from 4 versus 5 to a 4v4. But all of FaZe immediately when they got that kill, all the way back to side saying, we got them as advantage. Goyo canisters, Maestro cams, they got a C4 in pocket. They're right where they wanna be, so deny the plant, and they have one more gun available as well.
And good denial from the defense onto those shock drones. Will keep those Maestro cameras, those evil eyes alive for a little bit longer to feed more information to the 5 members standing of FaZe.
Handy with the next kill onto Nade, isn't that fitting? And then a second from KDS as well. So far it's just stalwart defense from FaZe. There's no chink in this armor.
Let's go. Și FaZe cu prima rundă din harta 2 din Bank.
Standing ovation from the crowd, and so far FaZe continue to set the tone.
WSM, they had to do what exactly? Had to get comfortable in the server, find some ground, and build some familiarity, and actually win. They played on Oregon when it's all about figuring out the mentality.
Să nu uităm că Bank este harta aleasă de cei de W7M și au cel mai mare potențial pe harta asta. Dar I don't see that. Not yet.
Making a lot of noise inside of this arena, but there's a large contingency of W7M fans that just look glum. They cannot believe what they are seeing before their very eyes. Yesterday felt like a fever dream, but right now for W7M it's turning into a nightmare here at the grand final for Six Invitational 2024. And again, it all started with that from KDS. Disgusting.
And then cleans it up at the end as well. I think W7M again on their attacks are quite reliant on the defense spreading all the way up to the top floor. That's probably one of their strengths in dismantling that setup, quickly forcing defenders back towards site. But as you can see there, those on the defense that were willing to take a risk, to stay in the likes of Elevator, were rewarded.
Speaking of the fact that WSM, they might want to go slow, given how
I mean, nu mereu un risky play o să să ducă succes sau să te pună pe tine în avantaj, dar risky plays always come with a reward. Faptul că cei de la FaZe fac risky plays le aduce un avantaj. Mă întreb dacă o să vedem un 6-0 și harta asta pentru cei de la FaZe Clan ulterior să mai se o rundă în atac. Un pic KD a fost acolo, din păcate, out of position. N-are cum... Dar explosiv economiu pentru cei de la W7M nu arată bine.
They find early on. We'll see if they can do it here with 90 seconds left.
I love how they're just slowing things down on the attack. They got those 2 picks, no risks being taken, no one's exposed themselves to a 1v1 engagement, no one's staying on soft ground for a C4, despite that we know there are no C4s in play. They're throwing things out, destroying the floor vertically, really setting themselves up for success here, and just playing this safe.
Safe, the key word, but also confident. W7M are not giving away anything for free, not giving any conditions for FaZe to get back into the round. FaZe eventually will probably be forced into making a play. And it won't be a calculated 1 in a 3 versus 5.
Băzitul ăla pe care o zis voi ocazional când apar explozii sau diferite sunete este un bug în audioul celor de la Siege. Nu apare în joc, este un bug de pe scenă, din main stage. Și JV îl găsește pe Vita King în out of position. Da, triple kill pentru JV.
a really good example of W7M being able to constrict the round. They get the early advantage. As you mentioned, Nick, they then were happy to slow down the pace. Now, slowing down the pace doesn't mean you do nothing. We saw the vertical play. We saw the defenders flushed out. We saw, of course, JV92 then able to sweep in as the defense tried to reclaim that ground whilst avoiding the vert from up above. So all around, really well played by W7M.
I agree with you. The thing that's different about like Oregon and Bang is that Oregon, pretty small map, very compartmentalized inside the building. Well, on Bang, you can play on the window repels, on the exterior, and it's such a big, wide open map. So you need to ensure that all your players are in the right positions, and that's what slowing down essentially means, is that you say, oh guys, let's wait for this fifth player so that he is ready for his job, and then we work together.
There were a lot of questions about what an all-Brazilian Grand Final would look like in Sao Paulo. The boys living up to all of the expectations set upon it. Sure, it's not Brazil versus the world, but the inter-region rivalry is clearly there. A large fan base for W7M starting to find their voice. FaZe finally has got their opponent for this last dance.
The big thing is, right, W7M defined all their success overseas when they are the villain. When the crowd is saying, we don't care if you win, but they're home. They are loved by the crowd. And I do think that the desk said they might be afraid of disappointing their fans that are here because there are so many jerseys from W7M. There are so many fans talking about them, saying they're so good right now, and they are, but that means there's pressure now on them.
Back-to-back majors, but imagine they lose 6 invitational back-to-back. How devastating would that be?
In Sao Paulo of all places, right?
Adică, there is a chance FaZe o să piardă, dar totodată nu cred că o să piardă, că sunt foarte confidenți și își doresc să câștige, adică ambele echipe își doresc să câștige, dar cred că FaZe are șanse mai mari să câștige. I mean, să nu dea wave-uri. That's the whole idea.
So again, now we see the attackers of W7M reading the pace of the map, figuring out their opponents.
And Herds is eager to double down, not allowing KDS to have any space over towards Stock Hallway. Some of that utility now dealt with. All the Roteros have been used by W7M.
Time is ticking. They are advancing slowly towards the slum side. B's going out, it's going to give intel. Hertz finds the kill to open things up.
Second round in a row, the W7M have got themselves a 2-man advantage. B's go out from the Hive launcher. Mirror, position, station, into airlock goes for Leapon.
Grim, unul dintre cei mai picked operators în SI 2024. Pentru că e foarte versatil, ai impact foarte mare cu și frumos un double kill acolo.
I mean, what a play from Herds. The star player for W7M. And many have said that perhaps one of the best players at the moment. If he pops off in this grand final, probably then enters the discussion of some of the best players of all time on full display there. Capturing those kills, capturing that control through top square.
Statistic vorbind, Herds este unul dintre cei mai buni playeri în momentul actual. A avut un an huge ca și player, a avut foarte multe achievement-uri so far și își merită MVP-ul. He deserves to be here, chat. He deserves the fame he got.
Crowd on their side. FaZe want to halt that momentum as early as possible. Mind you, Herds gets that kill because of that skylight pressure as well. Essentially a 2-on-1. But again, really good clearance from W7M, playing off that Grim. And they were able to use that numbers advantage really well towards site. 2-1 lead. We head to the basement here at Bank.
The big thing to look out for is that FaZe are very good at changing things around when it doesn't work. Not just for the attack, for rotating around the map, also defense, whether it's different bomb sites, different operators, or for example, Cyber not making that aggressive skydive flank early in the round. And if you're the coach, calling that timeout, you're probably not going to talk about, oh guys, you know, wait for the attacks, we're going to pop off. You're only down a single round. You're talking defense structure, you're talking mentality, you're talking the communication in the server. Or if you're a coach saying, guys, I noticed that we're trying to make plays around the map like an Oregon, but this is Bank. We don't need to be the ones to make the action happen. We do have other win conditions. Play to those win conditions.
Au mult mai multe win conditions decât să facă ei fazele, să mă rog, să caute kill-urile și de la FaZe Clan în condiții în care pe Bank ai foarte multe win conuri, poți să tragi de timp mult mai mult, poți să dai stall la abilități, să le dai waste la abilități la adversari, poți să joci vertical play, poți să ai impact cu un smoke, cu un capcan.
JB92 on the North, certainly going to be a big factor in this round if he does go through Garage. Try and sneak his way in, that's certainly a possibility.
Oh, the intel game here from both sides. Valkyrie fans, yes, drones on the attack, but you gotta act upon this intel. Now you know the roam is very much active from FaZe Clan, but what are you gonna do about it if you're double stealing him?
Herd's one square. Herds is pushing through. Can he make a play?
Herds in towards Archives, trying to clear out this position. Vidiking running around down below. Handy getting the F-9s ready. So far, though, Herds hasn't found anyone. Cyber. Ooh, JB92, has he slipped in? Cadis has got no idea. With the way that he positions and the way that he aims, the timing is everything, and he's still got that shot.
Ooh, the timing shot. Și KD a luat bătaie de la un timing prost. Acolo chat. The timing.
But I believe JB doesn't get away. No, Cyber catches him on the rotate. Nice kill back for FaZe, evens things up with just over 60 seconds remaining.
That's all about, you know, this depth.
Faptul că au luat Goyo în acest site, în această combinație, cumva îi ajută foarte mult pe cei de la FaZe Clan să dea waste la ability, să țină site-ul cât de mult se poate. Cocele Goyo Canisters au și dual C4, au double C4 în cazul în care își dă drop la hedge sau se încearcă un plant. Se încearcă un plant.
Anticipating nitro cells, but they're already expended inside of the smoke. He is skewered when it comes to the vision for FaZe, and that plant will be successful. Now the retake is on for FaZe Clan. They just went prone! What kind of madman goes prone inside of the smoke? Response from KZ. Handicap clutcher. W7M.
Huge. Din partea și de la Double 7M.
Dodges the canisters, then sidesteps a nitro, finds a kill, gets the pick, goes prone, finds another. What a phenomenal play.
We always talk about KC, Herds, their entries, they get the kills, they're like plus 50
Huge.
in the tournament. I do think that a team is only as good as the backbone, the anchors, the pillars, the supportive play, the network. They drone you in, they give you intel, they make the calls, they get the defuse down, and yes, the cover has to be there. Look at this from Nate. Perfectly reading the situation on when to advance and when to get the bomb down.
And it's not often someone who is tasked with getting that kit down when it comes to lockers and CCTV on Bank is going to go for that mega play.
No.
And he's moving around trying to dodge any potential nitro cells along with those gas pipes. Eventually then sits inside of the smoke, goes prone, anticipating that clear across over towards CCTV. Perfect game sense, and so far Nate has been so impressive.
I would say there are so many players in that scenario with the pressure so high, they would just hold F on keyboard and pray the bomb goes down because the enemy will miss the C4. But the best in the world, they don't pray for the right opportunity, they create the opportunity, they make the space, and they make the play.
Alrighty then, top floor we go. Round number 5, W7M rolling this momentum forward on attack and well and truly silencing the doubters after a disastrous map number 1. As mentioned, top floor, Mirror back in play. Castle as well. Azami barricades as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of utility once again for the attack to deal with, but they have the explosive tools to do so.
That's the thing though. We've seen FaZe now.
Nu cred că FaZe și-a smoked, dar s-ar putea ca harta asta să nu fie în favoarea lor. Adică ar putea să facă un 3 egal cei de la FaZe și să meargă în switching sides, să intre pe atac de la un 3-3, să facă de acolo un push pentru un 7-3.
But if they're not found, just like that, they can be deadly. So some really good drone work, again from Nade.
Oh boy, Hurts on the IQ, he's gonna find that camera most likely. Yeah, there it is, Sees one and sees the other. So they put one cannon a little bit more obviously, hit the second one, but this will be a dark air aftermath in 2 seconds.
90 seconds left in this 5th round so far. W7M have found the response that they absolutely required coming into the 2nd map of the grand final. FaZe just feels like momentarily on the ropes. Can they get a counter punch in? Can they find a way to get an opening kill? So far, the early engagements have been going the way of W7M very consistently here on Bank.
It's very evident that FaZe is sitting back right now, saying, guys, don't make the active play. Let them come in, then play together. No one's swinging, no one's taking risks, but they're giving them too much space in the attack. They're at the bomb site with a minute left in the 5v5.
1 minute left into top square they go, opening up these sight lines. There will be a contest though from FaZe. Stock hallway still in their favor. Keep it to plug the hole. Salt gets aggressive. How Nade hasn't got the clue to be aware of the position he's standing in. 4 versus 4. Great job from Hurts to at least get that quick little comeback kill. KZ onto Cyber. W7M retake the advantage with 30 seconds.
Și acele trade-uri, flash, aproape că l-a bătut pe KZ. Birds deja pe side. Insane. Cât de frumos joacă ei. Și W7M mai încă o rundă, se distanțează destul de repede de cei de la FaZe Clan.
And again, it's Hurts over towards that top square into stock hallway position. Now, perhaps W7M probably shouldn't have let that first pick go against them with that player on drone, but a very snappy trade. He pushes into sight, able to find even more pressure. He just thrives in that particular part of Bank.
That's the big thing about this being an even matchup. We're not seeing those usual multi-kills from W7M where they find 2, 3, 4 kills in quick succession. We're seeing trades mostly in the beginning. 1 for 1s or 1 for 0. But that round we just witnessed was the first time with W7M they get 3 kills very quickly because Hurts, he finds that opening, and it's all because of the IQ. Hurts finding the Valcams, all 3 I believe, walks into sight, doesn't plant, holds it down, waits for people. They know FaZe will go for those pushes because it did earlier. We saw Souls get the opening, but again, the trade was perfect as a response.
And Hurts there again electing not to go for the plant heading into this match. A 21 plant percentage for W7M. FaZe edged them out in that regard at 25. But there's always that moment for the attack to just set things up and make that decision. Do you go for the plant? Do you go for kills? And
I mean,
the positions in which the
W7M are deja 3 luni de avantaj față de cei de la FaZe. S-ar putea ca moralul de la FaZe să fie un pic mai jos decât ar trebui și să facă greșeli.
If a defender walks in there and is activated, they will get nearsighted instead. So this gives you intel and it takes away some from the enemy.
Final round of the half here for W7M's map pick. Looking to take a 5-1 advantage into the second half. A very significant advantage that would be. FaZe desperate now to find a second defensive round. It should be said, attacking on Bank is very prevalent. A second defensive round could be enough for FaZe to maybe allow them to have a comeback potential in that second half. Handy on the rotate, but caught by Hurts. Yeah, W7M have got good control of this map, have they not, so far in this first half?
And again, Hurts is commanding map control. He's warding the defense away, catching them off guard on rotations, and now W7M can lean into this significant advantage for the majority of this action phase.
This is the strongest round so far from W7M. Minute 45, opening kill. They got also shields, util, and now Cyber down to a single point of health. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, and those are the kind of fights as well. The battle on Orange
Să avem un
FaZe
avantaj
were
de
winning
5 la
time
1
again, but here on Bank, W7M have been able to get them to go into their
pentru
advantage again
W7M,
for what feels like
harta
the
lor.
third or fourth time. A two-player advantage now, though, in the final round of this half. Sols has got a big task. He's cut off. Hatch opened up, stuck over towards blue stairs.
He needs to hold this position. SMG now in hand. He has 2 gas canisters to clutch up for FaZe. Goyo canister as well will implode, and that just gives him a little bit of time to set himself up.
See the flank though, third tunnel on Souls, about to fight multiple angles here, has to make the right decisions with no intel, just game sense.
50 seconds remaining. Can FaZe get a clutch round to close this half? Keep themselves close on that scoreboard. W7M, though, they've been so good at overwhelming these side positions, winning these fights. But KDS, able to get one. Souls to fall, couldn't hold out towards blue stairs. Certainly couldn't take anyone with him. Trades go out, 2 versus 2. Suddenly FaZe have brought it back. With 30 seconds left in the round, it's a 2-stack on site. KZ and Hertz. Where's the kid, though? And they fall! Angle found from Vidiking.
2v1 să se întoarcă avantajul. Hertz cu triple kill și să ia ultimul kill al rundei.
Vidiking just has to hide. That's all he needs to do. Don't make a step. Don't make anything go wrong. He's getting closer.
Și Hertz nu ia quad kill-ul. Unfortunately. 2 la 4. Să avem minuni din partea celor de FaZe Clan sau să vedem încă să mai vedem Hertz în această seară? We're gonna find out.
Across the entire bomb side. We got Souls, server stairs, you have KDS involved, and that third player in the middle. They have basically a line with a middle link. No one had backup. No one could help one another, so they have to rely on individual gun skill to try and even back those numbers, and they do it successfully.
All right, let's go and have a listen in with Jesse on his thoughts from that opening half.
Hello, Guz, Xenox, and Pengu. I'm coming to you at the half point to tell you to keep an eye on Cyber for the second half. Despite the fact that he's had a pretty rocky map so far, the last time that FaZe Clan played on Bank was in the upper bracket against Los, and that happened to be Cyber's strongest map through the entire 6 Invitational so far. He had an EPS of 163, and most of Cyber's success in that last play on Bank came onto the attack. He loves to play Buck when they're attacking in on the basement or when they're attacking open area. He'll typically choose the Ash if they're attacking top floor or if they're going to Teller's Archives. Sometimes he will pull out that IQ if they want to go and deal with some Valkyrie cameras if that's causing them any problem. So I know it's been a rough game so far. I know Hertz has kind of been rolling over FaZe Clan, but watch out for Cyber because this is one of the maps where he does amazing things.
All right, Jesse, just for a quick one here, what do we have to watch for W7M in response?
For W7M, I want to see them getting aggressive to shut him down. If there's a buck over on your map, maybe below your bomb site, maybe above your bomb site, you got to get active. You got to take him down early. That needs to be the key for W7M.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you very much. So, 7th round to begin the second half, and a great start from Souls. Well, Jesse was mentioning aggressiveness on defense for W7M, but through stock, an opening kill for Souls, and that's the perfect start for FaZe.
And I really like what Jesse mentioned as well with Cyber as we get a look back at that replay. Cyber on Buck gets super quick map control, ridiculously quick, especially transitioning in towards that open area position. Nade is holding that currently. He is though on drone, and he'll look up above, taken low. Doesn't elect to drop the hatch straight away though.
Could be a very aggressive start here. FaZe has already got Nade in a very perilous position, stuck inside of open area, goes for the spray. Now expecting response from that stop hatch, but no drop to come through just yet. KZ loved his position though over towards main stairs. Close angle, shotgun, and he should be good from there. No! What? KDS? I mean, he did have a slight
Și pump shotgun ăla nu e ieșit. Și FaZe Clan pe FaZe Clan pe atac. KD cu double kill. Cum ziceam, FaZe la atac sunt unbeatable. Chiar dacă W7M sunt unpredictable, FaZe is unbeatable.
Numbers very much prove that it was indeed for a very long while a heavily defender-sided meta. But as more teams have gone home, as we've seen who the best teams in the world are in the current present time of Siege, that number doesn't matter anymore. Defense or attack, if you're a phenomenal team, which both of these two are, it doesn't matter what side you're on, it matters what you do in every single round.
Well, but what about that time of entry, though, for FaZe? We don't typically see that from them. Back on Oregon, it was this concise gameplay, worked, clearly played the map well. Now they come over to bank attack, and it's like, let's go fast. Off the fact that they got that opening pick through the barricading to stock, and they talk about an opening start from there. They just felt like, let's play off of that.
Yeah, I mean, confidence was really flowing from them. Nade then put under a lot of pressure inside of open area. That's why W7M tried to react and hold main stairs so that they could fortify that position. Didn't work out. They simply didn't win their engagements when they tried to transition. So some really, really good work there from FaZe. And I tell you what, this second half is going to be very, very spicy.
I do want to say, though, it was so quick because there were a couple of drones inside open air from the prep phase of things. And that's
Adică n-ai avut cheta cu cine să concurezi, deci de-aia să-mi dă punctele înapoi, dar...
and Solis. So now you're on defense. FaZe, they are an intel-reliant team. They don't know where those drones are from the attackers, and that's why the attack was so quick. They had drones in open area, drones in heaven, entries, run the building, block the floor open, and you just feel like you're under so much pressure from the get-go on defense, and you, W7M, they banned the Solis.
To top 4 we go then for round number 8. It's the double, in fact triple hard breach lineup here from FaZe. You have Habana, Ace, and Thermite. So you'll be able to open up Kanto wall. You'll be able to open up the main walls as well and apply pressure onto this defensive structure.
Yep, Pink's not even peek apart here. The big question mark now, the mirror windows. How much value can you get? There's no Ashe, there's no Kali, no real counterplay from FaZe in that regard. In fact, they don't have smoke grenades, so those mirror windows, that intel, will likely stay up the entire round.
I mean, I think it's just the ranged hard breach, right? You've got to combo Habana and or Ace to clear those positions without the likes of a Capitao as mentioned.
Yep, let's see. Hurts took the advance on the window, might go for a punch and a quick peek. With the right timing, he might find Cyber from behind.
Yeah, Cyber just outside Terrace, wanting to make his way in towards Hot Square. Has done it. No! Timing! A couple of seconds later, and Hurts may have missed that opportunity. Great opening kill for W7M. That's the kind of aggression that Jesse told us at halftime he's expecting, he desires from W7M. But one back from KDS. Really strong kill. Oh, Nitrocell from Hurts is even stronger, and it makes its impact known. Once again, a 4-on-3.
We know how important the repel game is, so a huge Nitro there. Can that potentially make things easier for W7M? They now have the man advantage. They have line of sight towards that plant position. It's up to FaZe to create a play.
Yeah, but they have no one inside, well, sorry, they have one inside of Janitors. That's the one play that can stop this plant. Because there's no C4s, if you clear out Janitors, they can maybe plant here.
50 seconds left and 4-on-3 for W7M. FaZe starting to go for that top square push, third in the round. Hurts. Oh, they got It's a quad kill from Hurts.
Ace din partea lui Hurts. Ace, s-a produs Ace. Hurts de la W7M a făcut Ace. Adică, reverse ce? Da, pe bank-ul oricum e harta celor de la W7M. Da, o să fie 1-1. 2 la 5. Nu, 3 la 5, iartă-mă pe mine. 3 la 5.
Hurts has just come alive on this second map. And look, it's hard to be critical of FaZe, Nick, because every team struggles to shut him down.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not gonna go and say, oh, you know, FaZe, they missed this or they missed that. No, that's just Hurts.
Wow.
Probably the best player in the world right now, not for like the last year, basically. So, you know what? This is why they say my name as one of the strongest current players. 15-5.
Yeah, 15-5 is a statement. And I was going to say Philippox as well, not to put a dampener on things. Yeah, 1-6, but playing very difficult positions like Azami on site. You can feel that pressure. You've got to deal with Repel. You've got to deal with top square looking to open up sight lines into sight. You don't have a lot of help. You're kind of stuck on an island. He's been playing those kind of roles now on the Warden. The only thing I would ask of him is, can he survive a little longer in the round? He needs to have that impact on the Warden.
So the Capital has now been brought out. Direct counterplay to the mirror, looking to dislodge those positions. We've seen in the past, the mirror from W7M, well, I mean, obviously the last round, it can be very challenging for the attack to deal with.
Purge is hiding inside of open area. He's gone mid-drone so far. And based on the counter Capital,
Cred că o să fie unul, adică harta asta e... Mă rog, W7M are cel mai mare win rate pe harta asta. Te-a prins, văd că și pe tine competiția.
No, I certainly think this heavily favors defense. Melusi died, not needed for the plant deny, not needed for side. It's a gun for hire, and the gun, well, you got 1.5 kills.
Well, you're exactly right. 3 gas space still available for KZ, double
Adevărat.
nitro as well. I'm presuming that the mirror windows are still standing. I don't think we've seen those necessarily dislodged by the shock drones from Vidiking. So W7M arguably still in a very good position.
I agree. I mean, time as well, right? There's still a minute and 10. Hatch is getting opened up, and this time around, the big difference is server is free for the taking.
Yeah, it certainly is.
The minute will last for a very long time.
Yeah, no blue stairs hold either, so it does mean at least for W7M, they will have those gas babes. KZ will be the one to watch in that regard. Couple of nitro cells as well. 2, in fact, JB92 and Philippox. They've still got garage control. That's where Nade is going to be holding. Red from Philippox, so important. Souls to open up with secondary hard breach. 40 seconds left in a 4-on-4 as W7M are seeking that map point.
Again, 3 gas canisters, 2 nitro cells, a default plant here.
30
seconds should be a challenge.
There's not a lot of time. It makes it a very difficult task now for FaZe Clan. One that they need to overcome from a very difficult position. One final gas bait thrown by KZ to deny further. Incendiary from Souls. It is KDS that finds a kill. Suddenly they've got Elevator. They've got the back of the site opened up. W7M could get pinched here. Nade gets a very crucial kill.
Hai chat, 3v3, suntem 3v3. Și Philippox C4 este un 1v3. W7M încă o rundă.
Honestly, what do you make of this?
I mean, it's just insane. What an insane round there. Great response, and the crowd is rallying behind W7M. Now on match point here on Bank. Map point on Bank, more specifically, 6-3 lead, and it doesn't look like they'll be taken down from here.
It looked like W7M and Oregon, they had no solutions at all. And on Bank, it's all they have. In so many different ways as well. It looked like the attack might go sideways. C4 comes flying out as well, just denying it.
I don't know. I don't think it did get to it. I think he got that kill, but still, regardless, plan couldn't go down. You saw that at that very last moment, Souls tried to stick it, ran out of time. But in these clutch moments, Nick, this has been a massive turnaround, a shapeshift from W7M here on this map of Bank compared to what we saw on Oregon, where they struggled immensely. They couldn't get involved. FaZe were so dominant. They were able to get very significant early advantages. That has changed clearly here on Bank. 3 map points looking to respond to that earlier map of Oregon in style from our back-to-back major champions, looking to now claim a map for themselves here for the grand final, and the crowd is getting right behind them.
I like to believe that W7M's talent is to pacify their opponents. If they have a star player, they'll shut him down. If a team tends to play super overly aggressive, they'll shut that down.
Da, următoarea hartă steleasă de FaZe Clan se numește Skyscraper. Da, hărțile deja picked. Se banează 5 hărți. Să aleg 5. Plus că stafful, coach-ul, toți
That's going to be a challenge for the attack to clear, but the
BO5. Da, best of 5. Da, best of 5, da.
prepare, wait for the call. Will this work for FaZe?
Only one on site. That's JV. 1v5 basically.
We saw them go fast earlier on. There's the Amaru grapple hook up through the hatch. Cyber got that opening kill. That opens down. Oh, the pressure left. Shut down though by Cyber through Staff. Makes it a 3-on-3. Handy though also re-establishes that lead for FaZe. Down to Nade and Herds to bring this back in the round.
At 3 we dive.
Cyber, so it's essentially a 2 versus 2. Still with 90 seconds left, but FaZe have got themselves side control. Kit though out of hand, still outside.
And Nade had to run outside, so Herds, the sole member on site, he's now being flushed out. Can FaZe constrict site and try and get that plant down?
Herds with Beeper's control, playing off of the info. Cyber trying to get as he crawls forward. Do they go for the revive? Yes, they do. Herds is down to Beeper.
Și prins într-un ofengal acolo.
1 versus 3. Comes in from behind. Couple of low members for FaZe, but he can't connect the shot to FaZe. They withstand 1 of 3 map points.
FaZe did not have the diffuser in hand towards the end there. So a huge couple of kills. Again with Nade jumping outside, they had a read in the 3 versus 1. Nade a huge clutch player though, so they've done a clinical job in shutting out that round and extending bank at least a little while longer.
It's so important there for FaZe that all the members acted together. There was only JV on side from W7M, but we saw quickly Herds KC dropping down hatches, trying to help him out. But the fact that FaZe was so close together, the response was instant. You see here, outside the side window, Cyber in double door. The moment they get the kill, WSM, they drop with reinforcements, and KC almost made the hero play, almost getting a 3K.
I mean, I think he did in some ways. He did his job. He got 2. He was able to kind of just at least bring the round back for W7M so that they had a chance. A chance, though, that, of course, still was squandered. For FaZe, yeah, that's 1. 2 more to go, though, when it comes to these map points that W7M have still got acquired in their back pocket. 4-6 is the scoreline. FaZe withstand 1 of these defensive rounds of W7M. They've got to keep attacking, and I like the pace that they are also bringing here on bank. Again, when you think about the time on entry for FaZe, typically on the slower side, we haven't seen that from them. If they feel they've got an opportunity to go fast, hit site, they're doing it.
And as we edge closer and closer to a potential overtime, a timely reminder that at the 6th Invitational Grand Final, we have infinite overtime in play. I'm just saying.
Mindset! Don't teach me like that, Gus, because I want to see it. I really do. Take us all the way. It can be map 2, I don't care. But we got to go there at some point. Oh, man. FaZe went for a quick side rush last round. Of course, not going to happen again. They're going to slow it down here. Got the Grimbees as one of the big win conditions. We saw Hertz last time on CEO playing aggressive between the windows.
That's the only Nitro Cell they've got. So we think about that Repel game last time out, very strong in trying to deny that from W7M. Well, this is the only Nitro Cell to really try and deal with that.
Will it work? KDS precariously close, but it doesn't. I believe it has been exploded. In fact, it has been used. Herds, though, will hold the position at least temporarily.
And mind saying, there's no Capital, there's no next in the meta. You can just chill in the corner if you're Hertz. He cannot be cleared unless they go downstairs below. So he can just relax.
Oh, Mirror's broken. Handy gets a kill on the Herds. Lo and behold, that means quite a lot for FaZe now as they can start to push into the map from other avenues. Say stock, say top square. Don't have to put everything into this Repel game.
Interesting. The ankle there, once been lovely repelled, finding that kill from Handy on Kanto. Yeah, long line to side. Now there's him on the back foot. No C4, no plant deny, but they have Janitors control with that mirror window, or that position at least. That might get them somewhere.
KZ senses that this is an important part of the map to hold, but it's JV92, as is often the case, to step up this time around. KZ eventually produces results, and it's now a 4 versus 3 in favor of W7M.
Yeah, it becomes a big issue now for FaZe. They don't have the numbers in terms of hitting site quickly. They're still very much outside of the map. 3, all of them are outside, still on these repels as well. Trying to maybe get lucky, find one through Kanto, the wall near the elevators. KDS, and it's a double no, it's just the one swinging in towards airlock. He has been able to get in successfully with the kit in hand as well. Red Pig trying to clear front desk, needs to, does, barely stays alive, and Handy as well finds his second in the round, but Janitor strong in the defense, and KZ, 3! And 1 versus 2 now, Vidaking, can he keep FaZe alive? Still has
Și W7M în avantaj. Oare iau bank-ul? Sau avem un clutch din partea celor de la FaZe Clan?
absolutely make no movement, no noise, no sound, and JV has
Să avem un clutch.
Into red time. KZ can play the time. He doesn't have to do anything. Just allow him to plant and then swing at the last second. Vidiking cannot get off of this now. He sticks. He sticks it all the way. Pros do not fake. Not at this level. KZ.
Pros never fake. Și Vita King cu clutch-ul. Vita King cu clutch-ul, chat. Pros never fake plant.
Vidiking might be a support player. He might plant down the diffuser. He might dabble in Munch on occasions. But in the 1v1, down on match point, he will find the kill and he will take FaZe further into bank.
I mean, there's a reason I picked him for my fantasy team. The rest of my team might have been pretty ordinary, but I tell you what, this man is absolutely key to the success for FaZe. Now one round away from potential OT.
I mean, let's replay that round, just the ending at least. Rappel in, unlock, that double window position never goes well.
Yeah.
But the keeper barriers, arguably, working in favor of the attackers. They had a little bit of cover. And also, yeah, we see the angle that Handy found. So the Rappel on in, we see the keeper right there on the screen, the H chassis, it gets them in the building.
But does he need to pick that? Does JV need to make that presence known? He had obviously the kit in front of him. That then loses that position. You then lose the kit. You then allow that 1v1 because of the post-plant scenario that happened because he got that plant. JV probably is better off dying and getting swung on from his teammate. Unfortunately, these little moments, though, at this level, will get punished, and we saw that from Vidiking.
That's the thing. When the stakes are this high, when the crowd is getting so loud, you probably can't hear all that much as a player. And those small micro decisions, you will make a misstep at some point. It was a small mistake, but it did have an effect on the outcome of that round.
Well, the neutrals now begin to pray for overtime, sensing that this match deserves it.
Come on.
Vidiking, diffuser in hand off the back of a huge clutch to keep his team's chances alive here on bank.
Now, mind you, FaZe in this map, you're up 2-0 in the grand final. Definitely then, you find yourself on that map away, winning. It works so much on WCM. Even then, all coupled with the fact that you had a 6-0 lead, the fact that you had 3 chances close to your map, this is a massive round for WCM. FaZe need 3 points, they get a chance to send us to that infinite overtime.
Yeah, good thing though, I would say, WCM, they are on defense. They will set up the structure, the problems of FaZe they have to solve. And I would say, when the pressure is like this, that's where you want to be. You make the enemy make the first move. You make them feel the pressure, because the story right now is also FaZe. They might just lose this map.
Now that was a half-hearted swing, didn't want to overcommit.
Exactly.
And to be fair, nothing wrong with that. It's more of a close angle check, I think, more than anything. 90 seconds left in the round. How quickly the time can dissipate for FaZe. That's okay. They've still got 5 players up, but for WCM, they've given up that map.
Chat insane. Și o să fie insane toată seara asta. Finala. I mean, look at them.
In terms of the plan, 1 Nitrocell, that's for Leapox, the 3 gas paves of Nade, and that's basically it. They don't have much else on the defense to deny a server push.
And we're back to classic FaZe. It's the calm before the storm, a 5 versus 5, a ton of utility still available for both teams as we close into the last 60 seconds. Will we go to overtime?
So, 50 seconds left and still
Șanse de overtime să avem 6-6. There is still a chance.
could have such devastating ramifications. Cyber through blue. And a mute Chamber for good measure as he gets rid of that keeper barrier. Time the biggest factor. It's an ally now for WCM. Still 2 gas babes. Needs to be dealt with. How do you do that? You probably push through the rotate in deep towards site. Planted the bomb chassis. Could even drop hacks if need be. But Souls is not there with the kit. Now running up blue.
FaZe Defender side hărțile. Faptul că FaZe le bagă mortul în casă. Și se va planta, se încearcă un plant. Este un 4v2, un 4v1 și... și WCM ia bank cu 7-5.
And that's how you respond. Deadly from W7M, they're not going to overtime. They're going to lock it out 7-5.
They're here to play. They want it. And now the crowd reacting this way. They also know they have to support despite that like sloppy start.
Bă, pe defense, pentru cele W7M a fost chiar lux. Pentru că hărțile defender side, faptul că aia de la Face Clan, când a fost pe defense, nu a putut să țină site-ul și a pierdut runde, acolo a fost problema.
W7M bring it back.
Yeah, W7M, of course, we talked about they had to start on attack on this map, and they had an amazing start to this map. And I think that mainly came down to the fact that they had the information on these roamers, they had the right utility to deal with the setup that FaZe was bringing out as well. They had the Twitch to make sure that they could deal with the Goyo canisters. They had the IQ to make sure that they could deal with the information that was coming out from FaZe. They were bringing the right things, and their players were stepping up too.
The players were stepping up massively. They were just playing a lot better than what they were on the first map, and it clearly shows.
And I think there's a reason for that. I think the reason for that is the fact that they are so familiar and comfortable with the map of Bank. They've obviously just been spanked on Oregon. They get onto Bank and they're thinking, right, what can we do? We're on a familiar map. We've got good information. Cool. That's allowed their players to settle down and settle into that process. I said on Oregon we didn't see the multi-kills coming out of JV, out of KZ. That's what we saw on this map. We saw all three of their frontline fraggers bringing in big multi-kills, one after the other, and that's because of all of those factors coming together.
And Herds was incredible, Fabian. Let's highlight our player and talk about him.
I mean, Herds just stepped up massively, especially in the first half. He went absolutely insane. And you talked about the multi-kills, Jack.
Yeah.
He just killed everybody. Anything that came into his scope was dead the second they stepped into it. And if you have a game like this, there's nothing that's gonna stop you. Like, he just hits everything. On top of this, I think that we need to highlight, not maybe on a graphic, but Casey's map as well was incredible. It's just, when you have players that step up in the comfortable zone, where they feel like, okay, we're at home in this map, you add on top of that gun skill, what's to stop them?
Getting an ace in the round and the highlight that we see, that signifies a lot of comfort. Is that the case for this entire team here at W7M Fresh?
Yeah, I think so. I think, like you say, you get them on the map picked, you get comfortable, and once you get over that line, they didn't really play Oregon at all, let's be honest.
They didn't.
Once they get over that line, each individual player had a big moment in that game on that front line. The win condition for W7M is the gun skill. It's the fact they get these rounds over the line by playing the man advantages, stringing these kills together, and that's what happened on Bank. Each player had a moment. JV had a 4K, Hertz had an ace, KZ had consistent 3Ks on top of 3Ks. Once they've got that hoodoo off their backs, they look so much more comfortable.
Especially on that first map, they had a bit of a slower one, really dying on those entry engagements, but maybe in this case, they were more like those diesel engines that need a little bit of time, like you said, more so comfort on that second map as well, to make sure they really could step up for the team.
I think, now we've seen the first two maps, we have seen both the maps that the team wanted for themselves.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, if we look at it still a little bit objectively, FaZe absolutely demolished W7M on the map that they wanted. Now we had it to what FaZe or what W7M wanted themselves.
Chat, faptul că fiecare echipă și ale sărțile o să fie o finală cu ups and downs, pentru că o să vedem pe cei de la FaZe Clan evoluând și dând perform pe o hartă pe care o stăpânesc 100%. Să vedem pe cei de la W7M care dau perform pe o hartă pe care o stăpânesc 100%.
Fabian Fresh, thank you very much. That is our post map for map number 2. Alpha Mado is standing up for a telestration section. Explain.
Take a look now at how W7M is able to roam clear on Bank. Now, we're taking a look at the defense from FaZe on open space, but extending here on the top floor. Now, how do you do that? You need two entries. That's W7M pressuring the roamers here by preventing them to go into CEO and meeting. At the same time, now you've got two cutoffs. The first one from main is preventing main retake, and at the same time, punishing any rotation from meeting to the staircase. The fourth cutoff is very powerful. Through a long angle, through meeting stock and stock walls, is pressuring meeting. Now, Basically, 1 and 2, they create pressure. 3 and 4, they punish pressure. That's exactly what it's gonna look like when we take a look at the round. KZ, Felipox pressuring from the entries, and this is Hertz holding a long angle onto meeting. He will get a first pick of movement created by the entries, and the second cutoff here on main will punish via the long angle the roamer onto the staircase. Really clean, roam clear from W7M, but it's not finished. They need to finish the round here. It's a 5v3. How do you execute? Your rappel on main needs to go through main and pressure the elevator hallway. At the same time, the rest of the team, the core here, is preparing the execute with the 2 hatches, and especially the Grim that will send the swarm bees onto the bomb site, and Hertz will come back through open space window. We let the round play out. Here, JV pressuring from main gets the first pick on the anchor, and at the same time, the pick on his trade. At this point, it's a 5v1. It's going at the same time with the execute. The swarmings are preventing anyone from being in the defense on the site. Easy collapse from W7M, really strong roam clear, really strong execute. That's W7M in attack for you on bank. If you want to see more from W7M versus FaZe, map 3 is coming after a short break.
back, everybody, to Six Invitational 2024. Map number 3 is upon us, and that is Skyscraper. I'll be honest, I think all the way up at that building, they can hear the crowd here. Hundreds of stories all the way in South Korea. They can still hear 10,000 fans in Brazil.
And we are back, chat, cu harta numărul 3 cu Skyscraper. Harta aleasă de cei de la FaZe Clan.
So many of them here at SI, and we have some more to break through. Ceilings, they don't exist in Rainbow Six. Welcome back. Map number 3 about to begin. I'm also Medic, your host. With me are Fresh, Fabian, and Anne, and let's get it started immediately. These teams, Skyscraper, what's their record looking like?
Well, something else is going to get broken here for sure, because both these teams have been unbeaten on this map since September. For one team, of course, that is going to change here. This is FaZe's map pick, the opportunity for them to bring it back into the lead, and they almost brought it to overtime last time on the bank, though, and something that they were doing very well was sometimes on the defense of W7M when they were cheeking for these opportunities, or they were trying to sneak past the attacking line. FaZe was able to punish them for that very well.
Fabian, play style on Skyscraper, how does it look like?
So I think that the map in itself plays out a little bit different, because I think there are more hard corners and hard covers in defense that they can be utilized. We've seen a very attacker-favored maps so far. Both maps have been very much dominated by, I would say it, very good attacks. But I think it's harder on Skyscraper. More crossfires available. It's harder to enter the building to begin with. So I think we're going to see more defense wins on this map.
And this is where we will see the playstyle differences between the two teams. This map layers it perfectly. As Fabian said, defenses are layered. Now the biggest thing for that is W7M tend to just go through the layers. With that be good skill or utility. FaZe, they might look to go around those layers.
Closing thoughts, Anne?
Something I'm looking forward to is seeing Cyber on the buck. I mean, Jesse mentioned it during the call-in of that second map as well. He can really shine on that on the entry with the shotgun, with the close range, long range engagements. That's something I want to see from FaZe on their attacking half.
Well, friends, thank you so very much, Anne, Fresh, and Fabian. Who takes it here? Will we have extra maps? How is it gonna go? Are we feeling W7M or FaZe?
W7M.
Yo.
I think FaZe will take it. That's what in my books, because I just think the map fits their playstyle better, more crossfires, and I think they're a more technical team. W7M are more gun heavy, and I don't think the map fits that well into that.
FaZe up. It's an easy one to go for. Actually, since you say this, we actually got an extra couple minutes to talk about things. So we thank production for that. Jack, I'm sorry I cut you off.
Milosh, I'll be honest, can't hear you. Cannot hear you whatsoever. This crowd just got so loud. Would you mind repeating?
Well, you had a point on Skyscraper. I had to cut you off, unfortunately, but please go ahead.
So, W7M never picked Skyscraper. It's not, by preference, it's not a high preference map. However, they always leave it open. They're always happy to go there. And the reason, there's two things for that. One, the map actually suits the way that they attack with the split attacks, because of the way that you can cut off between the terrace window and the shrine window, and then you can segment the map. And two, as Fabian said, it should be a defender-sided map, because those who can't attack in that style struggle with the sweeps from across. So W7M actually love to play the map. It's just not a high preference for them. G2 yesterday picked it into W7M, and they found out why.
Well, Anne, you talked about Buck specifically here, but Fabian, what do you think we can see operator-wise on this map, and who is the player to watch for those specific ops?
I mean, what we've seen a lot of from W7M is Clash and Monty. This is a map where Monty plays in really well, so FaZe might want to get rid of that. I'm also a little bit worried for Ying. Ying is such a good operator to clear out all these hard corner obstacles or hard to enter positions where you just Ying inside and you get past all of that cover because, well, they can't see you coming in.
Who do you have to watch on the other side of FaZe, and?
I mean, I mentioned Cyber. You're definitely going to have to watch him. Souls has been amazing on those entries as well. Something I just remembered, though, during a Jönköping major, W7M actually beat Liquid, another team from Brazil, 7-0 on this map. So they're definitely going to feel comfortable on this one.
All right, my friends, we are ready for our third map. Fresh, Fabian, and...
Yes, I have a third team. I think Jinx is going to win this game.
Oh, God, here he is.
No, okay.
Here he is. Thank you very much for that, friends. Let's toss it back to our casters. Map number 3.
Yeah, and clearly a very defensive-sided map, Skyscraper. Very much the most defensive-sided map that we have at the tournament thus far. But so far, these two teams have been attacking really, really well. So I'm curious to see what's going to prevail, attack or defense.
I mean, W7M have awoken from their little slumber on map number 1. Herds as well, out of hibernation. And this third map is going to be absolutely wild.
I really think the opening duels, that first kill will define so many of these rounds, and it's going to be on the attack to the side. The better attacking team, they will likely take this map.
As we head into the third map, by the end of it, one team will find themselves one map away from winning this 6th Invitational. As we head into Skyscraper, FaZe Clan and W7M go toe-to-toe once again. So far, 1-2-1, taking their own respective map picks. Again, though, now for FaZe, they go to a comfort map. They go to Skyscraper. But they begin on the attack in what is the most defender-sided map we have.
So I really want to talk about the operator bans. Fabian kind of briefly touched over it. Ying, Monty, very crucial. Could definitely be the operators to be banned out. No, Ying, Grim actually, still 2 meta operators. I will say this though. We spoke about Clash in Oregon. It was not played. It was not shown on Bank. It can be played on Skyscraper. Of course, FaZe would not ban it themselves. But again, work around the intel and the counter intel. W7M, the final ban in the call, it's going to be a defender.
W7M have been quite
Chat, get the hype ready.
this event.
Bring the popcorn.
It's Kaid, interestingly enough, this time around. So Bandit Mute will now be priority for wall denial. But as you alluded to as well, the Clash has snuck through.
So we're seeing a lot of the same kind of bans throughout this tournament, Nick, where the Grim Ying got banned out on Oregon, again here on Skyscraper, the Ying as well back on Bank that we just had, and also the same defensive operator bans too, the Solars and the Kaid. So clearly, at least for these teams, they're quite comfortable with these bans. I think they will be very prevalent for the remainder of this grand final.
Yeah, I was going to say no new bans from either of these 2 teams, but one thing to note here is that W7M, they have played 27 maps so far. Before this grand final started, they have banned 18 different operators. However, FaZe have played 19 maps. They've banned 16. My point is that both of these 2 teams, throughout the entirety of SI24, have been banning very different operators based on their opponent. But this is a best of 5 against the same team. So of course, it's not a big surprise. We're going to see the same kind of operators being banned out because that's what the enemy team would like to play.
So away we go, third map of the grand final. FaZe and W7M so far giving us a spectacle that is very much befitting of SI24 in Sao Paulo, Brazil, with 10,000 strong watching inside of the arena, with viewership records being broken around the world. 1-1, but by the end of this one of these 2 teams will find themselves one map away from writing their names in the history books.
Over to T Karaoke we go then for round 1. As mentioned, Kaid banned out, so it's the Mute then for Waldenar here on top of drones as well for W7M. Perhaps a preset play brewing here though from FaZe. Keep in mind, Valkyrie in play, so info the name of the game, Cyber. Able to time KZ, but unable to find the kill.
Damage matters though. No Dog being played, no Thunderbird either. Not really present in the current meta game. So KC, who's a very offensive player, will be, playing a bit further back, go to side, kill things up, reach default caps, etc. Because when you have half health, 1 or 2 bullets is enough to take you down. So W7M, not the greatest start for them. They got fallback options. They got 1C4. They got those Val cameras.
And I'm looking at this attacking structure from FaZe. Handy is the only player lurking on the other side of the map currently. So it might be a more forceful take here through Geisha. A little bit more direct from FaZe as opposed to taking full map control.
Yeah, and FaZe, of course, have been quite direct in their approach and their attack so far throughout the first 2 maps that we've seen. We saw how dominant they were on Oregon, clearly as well on Bank. And I'm maybe expecting that as well in Skyscraper. There's 2 ways you can go, Nick. Direct or that sweep across. Right now, a lot of pressure on that Geisha position. They can still go for a rotate later on. The good thing about Skyscraper, I think at least for FaZe, it plays into their strengths. Slow approach, concise, and then eventually hit site fast.
I agree with you. I do think this favors their play style. It's all about that middle round. Early, you should only find kills on the attack if defenders are running at you taking those fights. It's all about that last minute. We're entering that territory right now. Handy up a staircase, looking for what could be a great flank.
He's been lurking for some time as the kills will light up that feed. 60 seconds on the clock for Leapox. Can he hold this position? Ooh. A little bit of timing there. Vidiking might have an opening, but FaZe playing from behind.
Yeah, looks away momentarily, slips in towards the mezzanine. Vidiking still on that balcony. 45 seconds, KDS up towards Black Stairs. IQ as well to get rid of this information that is still prevalent because of that Valkyrie. The counter, of course, is the IQ. 2 Nitro cells available. In the back pockets of W7M, very much will be required here, despite the 4-on-3. There's one. blown somewhere along the map, but clearly to no real avail. KDS now trying to push up through Sushi, and now taking that fight. Can't get into Geisha. The defense is perfect from W7M thus far to begin on Skyscraper. It's a very defender-sided map. KDS not expecting a very forward position from Herd.
Let's go, Chatter, let's go.
And this is why it's so hard to attack on Skyscraper. You go find people one side, you have no split pressure. You spread across, lose a couple of gunfights, and you fall apart. FaZe, the cat didn't have a leg to stand on there. Very early on, it just went sideways for them.
I mean, again, right, it was pretty classic FaZe. They initiated the attack direct, good pressure through Geisha, as you mentioned. They did try and lurk their way on the other side of the map. Handy was down below for quite some time. Cyber then came across late to try and aid, but then the transition at that midway point of the map, where we so often see the attack break down, that was exactly what happened. Fantastic kills, lighting up that feed from W7M, and they've kicked it off nicely here.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't get to see a classic round of Skyscraper where attackers get stuck somewhere trying to like utility clear and break that middle ground. Instead, it was FaZe, like you said, kind of across the map, trying to find openings, but W7M actually recognizing, hey, we don't gotta make a play here, we can relax.
Yeah, and on this map as well, this is where we probably don't get too excited in terms of the first half. I think the expectations might just shift a little bit as we continue on in this grand final. Skyscraper, very much the most defender-sided map that we have at this tournament. So there are massive expectations for W7M to do well in this first half. Them doing so, yes, is great, relieves the pressure for them going into the second half, knowing that they've done that job. If they fail in this first half and FaZe start getting a massive amount of attacking rounds, then we will change our tune. But as of right now, largely, W7M should be looking for quite literally 4 to 5 rounds, Nick.
I agree with you. There is one thing, though, that I want to see from the attackers, especially FaZe. I want to see more of those spicy operators, that flexibility. I want to see them on T, see an Osa, see some smokes being used, maybe a glass, because so far, FaZe, they've been very vanilla throughout this series, and while they're not like the craziest rush team per se, we know they can play those style of operators, and it's not been the case so far. First round, they lose the opening, second round as well. It's JV taking down Handy.
JV92 continues to be that guy in this tournament. Single wall opened up. W7M with the man advantage on such a defender-sided map. They're living up to expectation.
Life being a little difficult right now for FaZe, stuck out on the balcony, unable to really get a good foothold. Oh, Nate, very aggressive, doesn't have the angle though. And honestly, a vault over there would have been super aggressive. Rightfully doesn't go for it, wants to still maintain good position close to the site. 5 versus 4, and right now W7M playing this the right way. Make these entries difficult. Force them to stay on that balcony. Force them to really think about taking a step inside of the map. Well, that's exactly what KDS has done. Through that single wall in towards VIP, maybe anticipating the push up through the stairs. KZ had no idea. A response from KDS is so swift along with Souls. They've compounded in towards VIP. Strong map position now for FaZe and suddenly very prevalent on the attack in the 3 versus 3. And KDS will fall though. Response from Philippox is perfectly timed. And a fast round now here in the second round of Offers and Exhibition. But again, trades coming through. Down to just Vidiking. Gets shot in the back, comes his way back over the goal line. Has to be taken out. As soon as he stepped on that goo, his life was forfeited.
That's tough. Fight back, Gooman takes you out. Take out the Gooman, somebody will swing you regardless. There's no way out in that round. Now, we can talk about defense being one-sided. You know, defenders should go up 4-2, 5-1, whatever. That's one side of the story. The other one is confidence. The issue with picking Skyscraper is that you'll start an attack, and your opponent will feel really strong about themselves and their ability. So when the side swap comes through, I would not be surprised if W7M could be more aggressive than that on FaZe right now.
And you can hear the crowd, the W7M fans getting very, very chirpy, perhaps outnumbering their FaZe counterparts both in number and now in sound. As we look back at that round, JV92, very nice kill through that vertical. Philippox to double down, perhaps sound cue on that karaoke rappel. Then they compounded nicely, and Vidiking, unfortunately, trapped in that goo mine.
Now, 2 things here as well. Early on, firstly, again, we don't want to get too overexcited. It's defense here on Skyscraper. Let's again remind everyone. But more importantly, this is FaZe's map pick.
Yeah.
And obviously, for W7M, you win bank. If you steal this, you're 1 map away. It's not only 1 map away, it's then your map. and that momentum you would then be taking into said map would be having won 2 maps in a row. So while this is not do or die for FaZe, it's certainly a very pivotal moment in this grand final that they can take their map of Skyscraper, giving them the edge, then going into Border.
It certainly has a snowball effect, and it's also why when FaZe wants to pick Skyscraper, they know they start attack. I expect more flexibility. Show me those operators. Show me you can do it. KDS on Thatcher, he's the intro player, walking through a breach. That was the only success that FaZe found in that previous round, and it came off an individual player with a little bit of help behind him, of course. We've yet to see FaZe being activated as a team, playing closely together. They're playing so spread apart, but right now, that style isn't working.
So a little bit more split here from FaZe, right? The Habana of Vidiking investing Util for the map sweep. Souls on the other hard breach role will now work Geisha handy as well. We'll have Summers, and they could be necessary as well later on. Keeping in mind that this is a kitchen defense. For Leapox, he's posted up above, holding this for as long as he possibly can, installing out this attack.
Yeah, again for FaZe as well. This time they're kind of combining. Yeah, they got a bit of that Geisha pressure. You want to take that, get that vert advantage, but also sweeping across that we've seen them really clear out offers and exhibition as well. Mind you, Skyscraper's the kind of map, regardless of the side, you can play just about anywhere and defend just about in any way, shape, or form. 90 seconds left in this round already, though, and again, the time for FaZe in terms of their pacing is still quite slow. That doesn't necessarily mean bad, but clearly finding it difficult to get inside the map, get good map control.
I do agree it's slow, but the important note is that they're slowly making progress. They're not standing still waiting for things, they're just very slow at getting through it. But they're alive, they're upright. This is 5v5, this is where FaZe excel.
Who will step up to the mark? What? It's KZ! No trade in sight for FaZe, and he holds down the line. The flashbang's now to come through.
Oh,
and he gets I think he was seeing white. But I tell you what, FaZe might be seeing the grey.
Well, there's still time, 60 seconds, 3 versus 4, and the chance again, but on the entry to the night. Oh, Leaping from Geisha! Drives that stake through the heart of FaZe. They just cannot find a way safely into this map, safely into this game. And Cyber now in a 1 versus 4 in such a difficult scenario. But you never count these players out, not at this level. 1 down, 3 to go. Default shot out and drum control, but the kit is not really close. And being watched on the other side of the mezzanine, it's Nade. The flash from Cyber's decent, and it forces back a couple of players, but he loses that battle. And once again, FaZe lose another round. Stalwart defense from W7M on the map pick of FaZe. Strong start halfway through this opening round.
This is so unlike FaZe. I said they excel in these 5v5 scenarios. What happens next? Well, they just walk in, and they don't do together. Handy on the ace, walks in first, dies. Vidiking on the Ibana in the other room of Terrace, swings way later. The disconnect, I guess, essentially from FaZe, so unlike them. And them calling a tactical timeout, I think this proves the point. Something's not going right.
So the FaZe tactical almost coming now to an end. They sense that these attacking rounds are key. W7M looking very difficult to take down at the moment.
Yeah, certainly are. I think FaZe are more than capable of replicating this though, Nick. I certainly feel like this is not a case of W7M are in such a massive advantageous position. To be fair though, they're playing really good Siege. And they are making these rounds quite convincing. That's the only real startling fact for FaZe. And yeah, indeed, KZ was seeing white, completely blinded by the light, but still was able to manage to find that kill. Philippox, again, these key positions, they're just struggling. When you kind of look at these POVs, it's balcony versus play inside. The play inside is constantly winning. 3-0 start. Timeout called by FaZe, done. Dissipated. Into the 4th round we go. And we return. Tea room and karaoke. FaZe don't need that many rounds. It can change so quickly in the blink of an eye. While the W7M fans are starting to make their noise absolutely heard inside of the arena. All it takes, 1 to 2 rounds for FaZe, and suddenly they're back in a good position.
That's exactly it. 1 is the bare minimum. 2 is a great outcome, I would say, or a good one at least. And FaZe, they will finally, on the 4th round, after a tactical timeout, bring out the things we know they can do, like the Montero, extended shield, Vidiking, The reason why this is so strong for him, he's the IGL, the in-game leader, the captain for his team. When you play the Monty, you can extend that shield. You can't really die. You can walk around while consciously think, oh, my teammate should be here. Cover this angle. Hey, drone this area. And it gives so much freedom mentally for the leader. Vidiking will call the shots. He'll lead the charge for his team through him clear.
And he'll push now over towards this map clear. We'll see if FaZe can find some success in the early portions of round number 4. It's KZ to hold down the line. 2 keepers in the pocket. Is he going to commit? He does have Herds alongside, and we know how deadly these two are. However, they're more than happy to back off and give that space to FaZe.
Yeah, really smart there for W7M. I think they're really good at so far being able to say, okay, we don't really need to challenge too over-aggressive in nature. We'll pick our fights. So far, they've done a great job of that through the opening 3 rounds. My question, though, here, Nick, is very much Vidiking on that Montang. Can he allow them to win these chokehold battles towards Drum, at the mezzanine, and then eventually in towards T-Room Karaoke? He could be a real big win condition now for FaZe.
I think so. I do think that they're playing into their strength now as a team. The one thing we gotta see, those guns, they gotta come alive. Handy was huge on Oregon. He was there on Bank. Right now he's 0-3. Whoever's following behind Vidiking on the Monty has to hit their shots.
Well, the smoke canisters now come into play from Nade. Stalling things out a little bit in combination with the Fender. It's the double pick from the defense, and Herds will find the first. The Monte can't protect from that, and now Vidiking under fire.
Yeah, I mean, this is not exactly what FaZe wanted, to lose that initial battle on the offset. You want to play behind that shield, get kills from peeking behind it, but it went back the other way. Nicely done, and KZ's just going to reinforce that off. Now forces Vidiking through the doorway. Fortunately, of course, that Montang pretty good at doing just that. Still a Nitro Cell as well, available for W7M in the hands of JV92, and Vidiking is very low.
Also, mind you, because Henry died, he was a harbinger of FaZe. Because we enforced that wall, that's one less way in, one less angle for pressure. This favors defense.
Vidiking so low, JV92 still with the Nitro. That could be huge for the defense.
Final 30 seconds of this 4th round, a crucial one for FaZe. Certainly winnable, but not going to be easy. Still need to dislodge JV92 inside of Geisha. Souls won't go for it, not just yet. Again, down to 20 seconds on the rappel, outside of Karaoke. T-Room, stack, double defense. Felipox, good angle, gets rid of the Montang. They're just struggling to find a foothold in towards the site. Kick down.
Da, vi pot să înțeleg că mă joc la step-up. Hai, țin și tu. Hai, țin și tu. Adică, man, suntem 6 oameni, 7 oameni constant. I'm humble, I'm grateful. We're enjoying this. Păi, no, vezi, de ce să nu le mă? It's a good game.
We're back to prime W7M where we think, where are the gaps? Where are the weaknesses? What should the enemy do? Because when you look at
W7M îi bate pe ăștia de la FaZe. După prima hartă n-au mai mișcat. Nu mai mișcat de la FaZe Clan, nimic.
This is just one team playing better Siege than the other, and of course, defense being a lot easier. We see JV seizing that moment after getting out 2K. Many players, they dream of this opportunity, and they're living in it right now.
I think the main issue there for FaZe was that their split pressure, or whatever you want to call it in this current meta, didn't quite work out. It was KDS on the Karaoke rappel. He gets timed, he gets slain. There's no counter pressure there from the attack to make JV92 feel like he's under the pump. He's just able to sit there, play around the reinforcement, has perfect view of that push, and he doesn't miss his shots. He closes it out.
But you see, this is the issue. FaZe the first 3 rounds, they were playing that split pressure where they're coming from many different directions. That didn't work. They played the Monty. They come mostly from the same side. Also doesn't work. So guys, yeah, that's the problem. But what they did before, which was the solution, also did not work. And it leaves you...
Predicție? Crezi că o să facă W7M un 3-1? Să ia 3 Hertz? I mean, it could be.
The third map of what's turned into a very tantalizing grand final here to close out a campaign of Siege that has seen it reach new heights. The Montang again, brought by Vidiking. Again into a...
Nu știu ce să zic about that.
Secondary EMPs also available to try and open up this vault. Will do so successfully, and an entry point can be established now for FaZe.
And assuming FaZe are able to get map control, which, to be fair, is being contested by Philippox, it is, again, likely going to come down to the contest through Drum. But perhaps that map control will be a little bit easier now. FaZe can lean into the man advantage as Handy will find the first kill. Keep an eye on KZ, though. This mirror window will make or break the defense.
But this is better for FaZe. They got Monty horizontally, Bok down below vertically, and they're actually making pressure from multiple floors now for the first time. They get the opening as well. The pacing, 1 minute 30 is excellent. Monty, full HP. This is the best round for FaZe so far.
Shots towards the Montang of Vidaking, trying to make his way in. Still a long way to go. Stuck over towards the hallway of Team Room and Karaoke. Of course, it's off in the exhibition. Lot of forward presence here. W7M completely unaware FaZe that they were being watched. Heard for the swing into Fail. Souls was able to get the kill. Brings it back to a 3 versus 3 with 60 seconds left in the round, but we've been in this position before. FaZe have found themselves with a chance late in the round where it looks like it's an even man advantage, and every single time W7M have been able to get over the line.
Cyber now to sneak forward. A phenomenal play from KZ who sensed the moment, and he finds a third! 40 seconds on the clock, can FaZe respond? KZ continues to power the ace is denied!
1 versus 2 for Souls, denies the ace!
Bă, nu știu ce nu cred că se trezește, în realitate.
1 versus 1. With a massive round, an attacking round would be so crucial for FaZe. They need it, they desire it. He's gonna will his way against Nade. No! What kind of support player clutches up a 1 versus 1? It's only Nade.
Se trezește FaZe, ai zis, Vipon.
What a round! It flipped so many times. A huge clutch, but tracking back. What a play from KZ. Yeah. The attack, Vidaking had full eyes on that push, yet he timed it to perfection. Got his team back into the round, retreated to the shield, almost got the ace. Did it, but it didn't matter in the end.
They needed that round, FaZe. In that moment, 1 versus 1, even a 3 versus 3 with under a minute left, that was one of the better opportunities that they have had so far in this half. They get the opening kill, you start to think they can get map control. Unfortunately, KZ changes that route. The complexion of it, with those footholds, with those angles, falls back towards Dragon, gets a quad. I mean, what a sensational round from KZ, and with that, it came down to Nade to finish off his good work. W7M up 5-0.
Bă, Viponțile, oricum o dai, oricum o iei, W7M, oricum merită să câștige și eu să... și gen... N-ai ce să zici, merită.
It's not like Casey and Hertz are just the good players that pops off around again. No, every player, all 5 are so capable. We've seen it here so far. Philippox, he's now 7-2. Nade winning in 1 versus 1. That's a round in your pocket in a single kills effort, basically. FaZe, yeah, shut down the star player. Well, how about you gotta shut down all 5? It's an impossible task.
Well, we'll see now. Can FaZe make the impossible possible? To keep this map alive, they must win a round. It's possible for them to make the comeback on defense, but it's going to be...
Adică oricât de mult nu ne-ar plăcea să câștige un hometown team din Brazilia, man, bă, ăștia merită să câștige. Chiar merită să câștige. Adică Hertz este unul dintre cei mai buni, dacă nu cel mai bun player acum.
A good defensive win rate, I believe, but the issue is it's hard to attack against it because you don't have a lot of experience. It's that 4 bumps that you rarely see in practice. We see now WSM, they're changing the strat, going for a fake reinforcement.
De cum au făcut Ace pe bank, le-au dat la aia cu harta în cap. Le-au dat la FaZe cu harta de cap.
Trying to just get some shots onto Vidaking as he demolishes said Kiba barrier. 90 seconds left in this round. FaZe absolutely need to find his Nade aggressive though, and on the repel on the vault in from Souls, he is successful. Finds the opening kill again for FaZe, but they've been in this position before. Hertz taken out of the picture, and suddenly FaZe have got a chance, but KZ becomes ever present again. Traded though immediately after he found 1 kill in a 3-on-2. Philippox brings it back. FaZe, are they crumbling again? They very well might. A chance for Philippox though, falls back down below. 60 seconds left in a 2 versus 2.
They've taken a gamble on this site, W7M. Will it pay off? They've chipped back at the disadvantage. A 2 versus 2. Information should be available. KDS, that could be the drone that wins FaZe this round.
Gotta play together, try and get that 2v1 scenario, because right now plant is not possible. They're gonna drop for a hatch, walk down the staircase together.
One flush available, but Warden on the board. Available for W7M. With 30 seconds left, it's the final logic bomb from Handy. Looking to seek down and track these final members. The drop, it's successful, but regardless, KDS lost his life. Handy got the knock down. JV to one-on-one against Philippox. Left side corner. Yes, Handy's done it! Finally! At the death for FaZe. An attacking round has been found in the final round of this half. 1-5. And Nick, that could be enough, but they've got so much work to do in the second half.
This is where you really gotta show up your face. You gotta prove that you are the team right now in the finals. They get the 1v1 because Philippox looked the wrong way, not having that full information. Oh man.
Oh, I mean, what a sensational half. Let's go to Jesse and see what his thoughts are from that opening half of Skyscraper.
Hello, Xenox. You just said that one attacking round for FaZe Clan may be enough, and I have some stats to think that it just might be. FaZe Clan are playing on Skyscraper now, and they move to defense for this next round. And Skyscraper just happens to be FaZe Clan's
Și este harta lor că eu ales Skyscraper aici.
the entire pool. They have an 80% defensive win
Și
rate
pierd pe harta
on
lor.
Skyscraper throughout this event. They are flawless defending Exhibition Office. They are flawless defending Barbecue Kitchen. They are flawless defending Master Bedroom and Bathroom, and they've only lost Tea Room and Karaoke a single time through this event. For me, a big reason for their defensive success has been KDS. He loves roaming on the bottom floor. He loves playing these C4 operators like Capcan, like Mozzie, whatever he can get his hands on. That's going to be the player to watch out for my mind. And although this looks like a tough match for them, watch out and don't count out FaZe Clan yet.
Thank you, Jesse.
Okay.
He's gone.
I mean, a very good point. Very elongated point. But at least he backed me up, which is really nice from him. We head to the second half now, guys. And this is where, again, reiterating, for FaZe, this is very doable. But they can't make any mistakes. And the earlier a mistake that may happen, and suddenly then it's a lot of map points that need to be overcome. So for W7M, pressure off momentarily here. They've got a couple of rounds, they get a free punch. For FaZe, though, they have to be perfect.
You gotta be perfect. You're right. I mean, they can make one mistake, but that's, you know, as close as it gets here. Well, right? Perfect. How about the first opening kill?
If you want to lift the hammer, you have to be resilient. There are going to be times in the grand final where you need to fight from behind. Yeah. I mean, the stats are one thing, but if you're a player in the server, you look up and you see that you are down 1-5, that's when you need to step up.
Can't be looking at that scoreboard. Hurts trying to find that kill. Is it down onto net? No, he's still alive. That's just a drop down. A little bit of a prone moment here. Hurts can't find this kill. No one can. A lot of low health members inside of the server as Souls compounds here. Cyber was able to stay alive by the barest of margins. Inside of Exhibition, and Philippox is down. Suddenly the round falling apart for W7M. Very early on in the piece, still with 90 seconds. JV falls. Talk about an opening statement. To begin this second half for FaZe Clan, it's Hurts outside on the rappel in a 1 versus 5.
Xenox, I think you called this one very early on in round number 2. Defense is king. That's one kill for Hurts. The health bar not looking so
The
good.
defense is king și s-ar putea ca cei de la FaZe Clan să pierdă la 1, să nu facă absolut nimic împotriva celor de la W7M. Cumva, nu știu că era de așteptat, dar, again, insane.
Special here on defense.
Yeah, I think typically I'd agree with you there, Nick. I think you, in that moment, probably want to take a bit of a technical timeout, as you said, where you could kind of just sit outside. You got a minute 20. You're not going to win at 1 versus 5. Very unlikely. But it's an SI Grand Final. You've got to go for it in that moment. He gets 2 kills, creates a 1 versus 3. You never know what could happen. That could be such a differentiating round for the ages. He goes for it. Obviously doesn't work out. Nevertheless, he at least tried. 2-5. FaZe answers strongly to begin their defense. And it really does sort of highlight. They have already emulated what we saw from W7M. Aggressive, looking to deny the entries at these windows, at these entry points, and making it annoying for the attacking team to even try and get into the building.
Yeah. I mean, it just comes down to confidence, right? If you hold on to those strong positions, again, keeping the attackers outside of the building, we see it from both teams now. They're the same, similar style. And I want to highlight Souls here. We might think support player, SMG11, Heartbreach, whatever. This man is putting up a clinic. He is fighting on the injuries, denying them, finding kill after kill. Not your typical support player, but the guy that you need.
And it might be some recency bias from my perspective, but I would probably go as far as to say that was the most comprehensive defense we have seen so far. A complete rejection of any map control. And that's exactly the game plan on a map like Skyscraper. So very positive signs from FaZe.
I mean, they understand the map, right? They picked it. They wanted to go here. They knew if they can just survive for long enough on attack, get that 1 or 2 rounds, that's all they need. They almost got 2. Only managed to get the 1. And now we see that flexibility. Frost, Arun, Leash, Mute, all of a sudden FaZe, they're throwing everything at the wall right now, and it's probably all gonna work.
Very trap heavy, very, very trap heavy. So W7M will need to proceed with caution and ensure that they have a time buffer late in the round as well.
So we head into this 8th round. Good start from FaZe. What can they bring in terms of another chance over towards Office and Exhibition? Need to keep this momentum going for as long as possible to deny W7M any kind of chance of map point for as long as possible. Philippe Box with the exothermic charge. And suddenly FaZe, if they win a couple of rounds, yes, defend decided, but also then momentum could swim back into their favor. Right now, though, for W7M, certainly no real pressure. All it takes is a couple of maybe lucky shots. Clear out a good position, get the opening 2 kills, and then look to overwhelm that defense.
I was gonna say, I wanna look at Hertz here in KC, see if they can find those openings, find those gaps. Nate takes some Guma damage here, but that's not really a big problem. Big question is the drone until there? Oh! The shotdown from Vidic on the staircase, that's huge!
Yeah, and the live drone as well doesn't help out. There's a second one. Despite the droning from W7M, they cannot clear these positions. Oh, they're getting slaughtered. FaZe, right in their faces. Despite the fact it's Office an Exhibition, it's Geisha, it's Team Karaoke, and it's a very strong FaZe defense to begin this second half. The numbers have so far backed up the story of this very map. It is so excruciatingly difficult to attack. Flawless from FaZe, and very much sets the tone. This is not going to be easy for W7M to finish off the work that they started in that first half.
FaZe are cooking on defense. And despite W7M getting marginally more map control, if you even want to call it that, they were immediately shut down. Now perhaps the live drone there, the timing was a little bit off before they confirmed the position on that 0.5 main stairs. However, the execution from FaZe was phenomenal. They are looking rock solid on defense. And I tell you what, Nick, if they win this tertiary site, it really does look like FaZe are going to bring this one back.
You get that perfect rotation right now. I think there's a fair argument to be made that both teams on attack are trying to play a normal, fair, standard round of Siege. There might come a point where you guys say, you know what? This ain't working. Let's just do something crazy. Go for a rush. You know, we're talking blitz, we're talking live, we're talking in-your-face gameplay. Ying is banned out, so those flashbangs won't go out there and enable you on the entries, but there are other operators available, like I mentioned. Neither team wants to go on that crazy kind of attacking style, but also neither team finding any success really on the attack so far.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
So 9th round. From a 5-0 start for W7M, it's FaZe that have won the last 3, and suddenly the shape of this map changes with every single passing round. The pressure probably still with FaZe momentarily, but that will change the more defensive rounds that they continue to find. For W7M, do they change up the approach? Do they look to maybe go for slower or long outside of the map entries to at least just get a foothold? Because right now, going towards site, going towards these more conventional entry points has proven to be difficult for both teams.
I will say they have 4 grenades in this round to lock out those player positions, so I could see those being utilized here. Gonna try and keep track of it, because there are those positions in Geisha, for example, where you're only safe behind the box where Handy's playing right now. If a gets tucked in, uncooked, it'll force him to move out of that position. You can act upon that. And if you see the nades on KC, the gridlock, it's there. Nade with a follow-up, wall gets open, they clearly want Geisha control.
Eyes on Handy. He's looking to lock down Geisha, a Nitro in hand. This is a key position for him to lock down. Eyes as well on Hertz. He's now lurking around the map, and he is a danger man in this role.
Oh, he is, but can he find it? Oh my god, the pre-fire from KDS shuts it down immediately. And that right there, getting the attack, when this happens, you're thinking, oh no, that might just be the round because you really need those openings.
Double logic bomb from Philippe Box. He loses his life immediately after that as well. Vidic King continues the good times for FaZe on the defense here, trying to get through the Soyake. Broken down. KZ, where's he been? A little bit more quiet in this half. But a couple of kills at least now for W7M. Opens up sight in a 3 versus 2. Yes, they're down a player, but they can start to at least get some work done up above for KZ and JV92 as the duo. This is the best chance they've had thus far, despite it still not being easy.
Valkyrie cameras still up. FaZe have a read on where these attackers are currently positioned, and for W7M, only one drone available, and neither player alive has theirs. So they're going to have to play reactive, play off one another. This is going to be a tall task for the attack.
But it's JV and KC. If a duo could do it, yeah, sure, maybe hurts, but this is like a live JV round. They could still win it.
So, 40 seconds, 2 versus 3, an opportunity to get a couple of map points here on Skyscraper, the map pick of FaZe. KZ makes his way in. Still with a bit of vert. JV will eventually have to drop and go for the plant, and time, the biggest factor. Needs to, of course, get that plant down within the remaining time. But FaZe have got themselves so many good positions, so many cross sites, and they immediately deny entry through delivery. JV's by himself. What can he realistically expect to do? Straight into the goo mine. It's a 3-on-1 with 10 seconds and a goo that needs to be taken out. He does do so with a kit in hand. This is one of the more difficult positions you can find yourself in. He gets collapsed upon. Run out of time.
Un pic strâns meciul ăsta. Să vedem overtime-ul. Simt așa comeback-ul și de la FaZe. FaZe cu comeback-ul.
FaZe doing such a good job here and making the problem so advanced. It's hard to get in the building. It's hard to take map control. But then you get to bomb site, there's Valcam spotting you. Bulletproof cameras. Defenders can rotate around. The drone intel from the attack absolutely shut down. No drones to work with whatsoever. I mean, we can see the operators. You guys can't just yet. I was gonna say, what is the answer gonna be? Well, Bellybox right now is hovering Monty. Of course it can change. The replay's right here. Great shots.
We saw that as well from FaZe. They opted to send Vidiking onto the Montague, bring the shield in, try and get these entries, because again, that's been the biggest differentiating factor between the two teams on their attacking side. Guys, I don't think it did that much, but Vidiking and FaZe, they were eventually able to at least get one round, and that's really all W7M actually need. Just the one round, and then at least guarantees them OT.
Yeah, can W7M throw something at their opposition? A little bit startled at the moment, and understandably so. A perfect defensive rotation from FaZe. So daunting for any attacking team to recover from.
Yeah, I like it though, right? Because like, change is good here. If it ain't working, don't keep forcing the problem.
Yep.
Double frost on the staircase, okay?
Well, you've got to be careful on the Monty.
You do. I mean, the shield change isn't in just yet. You can't peek to your left and your right. So Philippox really got to make sure that he clears out all those corners and those staircases. Vidiking, when he played the Monty, he wasn't really in your face kind of style. He's playing pretty far back, then his teammates do the work. That clearly did not find them any success. So I want to see Philippox be more aggressive and try and gain map control for his team and not sit back, because you got that shield. You cannot die to bullets. Use that to your advantage.
So then, can Souls and Cyber combine on this little roam that FaZe are cooking up? It's an early nitro from Souls, who's found 10 kills so far. That won't connect, and Philippox in a moment's time should be in his face.
Yeah, Philippox now makes his presence known. Outside of office, the exterior blown open. Breach available, there's the peek. Oh, and Jamie loose. No! So strong from Souls, despite the fact they've got the human drone behind the shield to provide that information. And then on the rappel, a big tag into Herds. It's a big win here from Souls. Denying entry again, but also getting some kills. Oh no! Philippox! Caught unaware, shot from behind, and FaZe are about to tie it all up.
Souls is unreal. Support player, no, I don't think so.
Chat. The pressure is real. FaZe aproape că egalează. FaZe 4-5. Egalează. Aproape că egalează.
W7M cook something up here. It's the two best players on the team, but a very tall task ahead.
Pressure mounting. Not really in this round because it's a 2-on-5, now 1. But pressure mounting in the map itself as FaZe are about to make it 5 rounds in a row. In response to the opening 5 rounds, W7M claimed for themselves on the defense. Herd peak, swung, another flawless round.
We're back at the same point as like 5 or 6 rounds ago. What do? Both teams, same struggle, unable to find the solution to the problems, and now it's 5-5. It's literally just like a best of 3 in rounds, basically.
But
it's a good old time.
The difference is, FaZe did find a solution in that final round of the half. As we said, how pivotal that could be. Well, here is the answer. FaZe have been able to replicate and emulate what we saw from W7M in those opening 5 rounds of defense. W7M are into a tactical timeout. At 5-5, it's essentially break point. Who can now go on and secure map point?
Most likely, this tactical timeout is all about a single round, the upcoming. You want to guarantee at the very least overtime, so I wouldn't be surprised if the approach here is, guys, they're going to go this side or that side. My statistics say this one. These operators are strong. Go for this strat, go for this issue. You know what to do, but you need to implement it. You get a full minute to strategize and try and nail this upcoming round.
I totally agree. Pushing this map to overtime can keep your head above water.
Exactly, that's the goal.
Infinite overtime. You don't have to worry about starting out on attack in OT. It's not a concern. So for W7M, all of their focus, all of their energy, all of their brain power going into this next round.
5-5. Scores tied at 1-1 in the 3rd map of this best of 5 grand final, and so far this epic finale living up to the very much setting that we had put on it. That this could very well be one of the best of all time, and so far, Nick, it is living up to that very expectation.
I have to agree. Both teams showing very high level understanding strategically of the game, but also individually, the plays that are being made, the reading. We see KC always finding a double or 3K when they look behind. We see Soul shutting down every single injury imaginable, and they're just fighting back and forth across the entire map on both bomb sides.
Away from the Montang, guys. Didn't work, and it didn't really work all that much for FaZe either. So honestly, I think they made the right choice.
Brava brought into play, so we'll see if KZ on these clutch drones can have an impact. Default camera dealt with, bottom house stairs. Other pieces of util though, still standing like the Fenrir mines. Unfortunately though, the first clutch is taken down by FaZe.
And these rounds are pivotal. Why? Because you've just called a tactical timeout. Statistically, and we have the data, you do have a higher chance of winning a round off the back of a tactical timeout. So whatever was said for W7M, this really does kind of feel like a almost last chance. You lose this round, FaZe have then got map point. It becomes so much more difficult, so much more pressure.
The issue is, and Gus said it, when you win your 3 full bomb site rotation, it's perfect for defense, right? You'll go through it feeling good, feeling confident. JV down below, finding a lot of intel here, shutting some of it down. Nate uncooked has to land on that shelf perfectly. I believe it does. Takes down the blue roof camera. So again, intel being denied. FaZe, they need this intel, so good priority system here from W7M.
It's a triple repel from W7M focused around this breach. And it's Cyber to contest.
Oh, he's peeking.
How aggressive will he get? Nade has the perfect read, but will reposition, bolt now in hand.
But it's also just perceived pressure, right? It kind of slows naturally down W7M. There's the swing, you've got to be ready. That's kind of the issue, and that's what Cyber's really doing. It's not so much about finding a kill, as more so keeping W7M on their toes.
That is it. Every second matters right now, and smokes to be utilized to get the breach opened up. Impact on Cyber went out. It was not successful. Wall is open, but it costs so much utility. The one big saving grace though, Hurts is on Bog, JV on the IQ. They can do damage from below. And Nade, of course, you see him. He's gonna lead the charge here. When we see the fire, when we see the smoke, that's gonna be the attack going for their play.
Can W7M pull off this set play? Nade, he has the key pieces of utility. Hurts the key position down below. Contested by King, who wins it out.
Again on the front foot for FaZe, constantly moving around the map, ready to swing, ready to take that contact, and they get themselves the opening kill. With 50 seconds left into the round, it becomes a little bit more difficult and testing now for W7M off the back of that tactical timeout. KZ entry, gets rid of the prop map, and it's Guman, and he's just getting lit up as well. Player in the doorway, hits a headshot, but unfortunately he's losing teammates elsewhere. What a shot from Nade! So pivotal. The F not mine, obscuring the vision momentarily, but now dissipates, and Nade can get the plant. The smoke is out, Souls is low, but he can't find the information. Oh, it's a double kill! They get rid of themselves.
Ooh, insane.
Outside of the balcony, he can play the rappel. He's got the plant down.
He can play it from down below. No! It's a double jump out, but it's a success for FaZe.
Now we're talking about.
One of the scrappier rounds that we've seen. So much clinical siege has been played, but in that moment it just comes down to who can clutch up. FaZe map point.
The chaos was there for the attack. I think chaos is needed. Keep facing like the blind spot, not knowing what's going on exactly, but also great shots throughout that round for all the way through both bomb sites.
We got a bathroom and bedroom again.
Oh,
what is going on?
All right.
I mean, after that double jump out, who blames Spain?
Exactly.
The confidence is absolutely flowing for these guys at the moment.
6-5 map point for FaZe. You win this round, you are one map away from taking home the hammer. And it started there with the swing from King. That's what we've seen from FaZe. So successful. Not really even just in Skyscraper, but really the series. And I love the play, the double swing. There was only one win condition there for FaZe. They had to go together, shoulder to shoulder. And boy, did they make it a successful save.
Yeah, I mean, the impressive part isn't even...
They can't look! They can't look!
Oh, no.
I think there was some prayers made in this map point round. Infinite overtime could very well beckon. It took until the final round of the opening half of FaZe to get their one and only round, I should say. The W7M now need to emulate that.
I know you've already seen it, Nick, but look to the right-hand side of screen. The blitz is being brought out there as a Hail Mary play for W7M, trying to extend this all the way.
This shows confidence and belief in your team and your system, saying, hey, we're down on match point, we're gonna gamble it all by going on this aggressive, chaotic play, and it almost worked last round. I like this adaptation. I think it might even work, but again, the early engagements, the opening kill will define so much in this round.
Well, it's Cyber again in Lounge. He'll play a key and pivotal role in denying breach. The clutch drones, perhaps now a little bit more effective for W7M. Good response to the Maestro. These evil eyes can now feed information to the attack.
That's huge. A great start. But mind you, they're not going to send it straight to the bomb site just yet. They still want to set up and gain a bit of map control, keep the defenders guessing. A run out here gets punished for the ad jab, but nothing happens from that.
Able to survive. KZ now to push forward, and it's W7M on the attack. They finally get a hit, and Nade is deep.
Is it decide? Pulls out a pistol. No. KDS in response, able to rip off his head. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. Suddenly, it's all even and tied up. 90 seconds left. KDS, no, JB again. The smoke goes out, skewers the vision, and JB's down. The trades are coming through. FaZe standing strong. In a 2 versus 2, looking to take this third
Să vedem un full attack de la 2v2, 2v2 chat, 2v2. Match point pentru FaZe. Să fie asta match point pentru FaZe, să avem un 2-1 sau să intrăm într-un overtime. Și FaZe hrănea a doua hartă, let's go! Perfect defense. Testul final. Încă n-am ajuns la testul final, chat. Încă nu am ajuns. Nu am ajuns la testul final, dar suntem aproape să vedem o victorie pentru cei la FaZe Clan. Sau o hartă decisivă. Insane. One map away from glory, for the eternal glory. Pentru a ridica ciocanul, the hammer, lift the fucking hammer, chat.
Skyscraper could have gone to OT, but again, so close. These two teams are neck and neck, and I cannot wait to get to the next piece, but we still have to break down Skyscraper. Welcome back to the analyst desk. I'm Milos with me, our fresh Fabian and Ann. First of all, Fabian, looks like the defense was quite favored on here.
You know, sometimes a 3-time world champion can be correct too when it comes to predicting how the gameplay will play out. However, it's not as... I didn't expect it to be this defender favored. I think both sides, they were actually very smart. They both swapped after 3 failed attacks to Monty. That didn't pay off. I think King mispositioned himself for FaZe a little bit, and he just didn't want to play off at all for W7M. But other than that, I think the map kind of played out to mostly what I was expecting.
Something that FaZe did very well, in my opinion, was really delaying that push on W7M. There were so many times where 1 minute left. W7M was still outside the building. I think a person that played a huge factor in that was Souls, playing some of these trap operators as well, really shining on that part. He's been very consistent as well over these last 3 maps, getting active on that entry, but also just making sure he puts up that performance consistently for his team.
And actually, let's follow up with that Souls player highlight. Fresh, walk us through him.
Yeah, I think he's just such a confident player inside of this system. You know, you might know him as a support player. He's very far from a support player because he'll get aggressive exactly when needed. He isn't afraid of going in and taking those gunfights.
What he does mostly is he doesn't make mistakes. When he moves in defense especially, what I see from him is super intelligent movement, and it's small moving, like changing small position, not like you move out to a different room, but how he positions himself inside the area that he's responsible for holding. He rarely makes any mistakes in his positioning, and that's super important.
And that was making it really difficult for W7M, because if you have these players that continuously move around and continuously pressure you when you're trying to attack the building, makes it really difficult.
And finally, Handy. Fresh, there was a clutch. Please take it away.
There is. The one attacking round one inside of the map was obviously FaZe Clan. They got it done 7-5, and it's just a 2v2, and I think Handy is the guy that has stepped up and made those plays for FaZe, especially in those clutch moments. That's what you want in a grand final. That's ultimately what wins you a map in a grand final. Now, to add on to Fabian's point earlier where he said about the defender sided, we talked in the pre-match about how FaZe might go around it and how W7M could go through it. Well, FaZe couldn't go around it. W7M couldn't go through it in terms of the utility on the defense. And it came down to a 2v2, a 1 versus 2 for Handy to be the man to step up and just make the play happen. He did that, and that's what won the round.
You know, I've fallen so much in love with this FaZe team just because of how flexible they are. And I just love to see that they always have the solution. Sure, now maybe the packs didn't go perfectly, but just that we have players like Handy, Souls, KDS. I mean, even Vita King stepped up massively, I think, especially on the defending side. I just love watching them play because they are all so good players. They might not be able to back up W7M's gun skill, but they are just so intelligent and they are so coordinated and just play so well off each other.
It also means that FaZe remain unbeaten on this map ever since September. They've now got 5-game win streak on this map, whereas W7M won 2, but lost 1 today.
Do you know what? If we'd have gone to overtime, we might have been playing till next September because nobody was winning an attack. So in a way, I'm kind of glad we got it done 7-5 there, because unlimited OT, with the way these two teams were defending on that map, it'd have been a long time.
It would be a happy day if we get one map just to go to unlimited OT. It's very difficult to get to overtime when teams are so close like this. Getting to a point where you're just trading blows one after the other, you need like the perfect map, the perfect situation for all of it to follow up. But that was our 3rd map in the series, Skyscraper. Other than that, when we talked to defense, kind of expected any big surprises before we close this map out, Fabian?
No, as I said, I think the map played out kind of like expected. And with the Ying ban, it's very hard to be able to pick apart these entry points. And that's what we saw. They maybe got into the first room or into the first hallway, but very rarely did there be an effective attack where we got with manpower advantage to the next step. And that's kind of what you need sometimes. You need a manpower advantage because the onion that I call every layer of the defense, it's so impenetrable on Skyscraper.
Thank you, Shrek.
I'm not Shrek, donkey. Get out of my swamp.
Fair enough.
It's like when you don't have that Ying, you can't go for these fast explosive takes that we've been seeing so much in this tournament so far, and what's been really standing out. Because we talked about it in the pre-game, or the pre-disc, how, you know, planting is really nice. It can be a really big win factor, but if you have these explosive takes, it can be a way bigger win factor.
In a map like this where they're so equally matched, right, these two teams, the strategy, the map, everything, it's just about moments where players step up. Handy got it in that map, and it's just been incredible.
Well, there's over 370,000 of you that are watching this, plus the 10K here, and also a wonderful bunch of people in Montreal. The development team sat down and watched and had all of the predictions. Let's see what they did. They love this game just as much as you do.
Hey everyone. Unfortunately this year, not all of the days were able to make it to Sao Paulo. However, we are still watching the games here in Montreal with you. Thank you every single one of you for making this game so incredible. We are one big team. Vai Brazil!
Hi everyone, my name is Renal and here's my prediction for Sonics against W7M. I would say W7M 2-1. Let's go Brazil!
W7M is gonna win.
W7M will win.
Go Sonics!
I think it's gonna be W7M.
The 2-time major champions, W7M.
W7M crushed Sonics. GG to them.
I would
wrong. Again, you should probably bet against me if you hear me make a prediction. I was right.
GG.
FaZe Clan versus Virtus Pro match. My prediction is a FaZe Clan win.
I think FaZe Clan will win 2-0.
FaZe is gonna crush them all.
I think FaZe is gonna win 2-0.
I really want to see a great Brazilian vibe, so let's go FaZe.
Let's go FaZe. I was right. FaZe won the game, but congrats to both teams.
Yes, I was right again.
It was tough, it was really, really tough, but they managed to do it. GG. Easy. Easy.
I will be rooting for them in the final.
Let's go Brazil!
Ultimele 10 minute chat până începe probabil că și ultima hartă, deci s-ar putea să nu fie ultima hartă și să continuăm și în harta decisivă. Stay tuned. This is gonna be an insane final game. Chat, we're going insane.
Welcome back, everybody, to Six Invitational 2024. We have broken more records. 400,000 people are watching Rainbow Six right now. Has broken so much, and we hope that you'll stick around for the rest of it, because you, right now, are part of history. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm your host, Medic. With me are Fresh, Fabian, and Anne. My friends, and map number 3 is done. That is FaZe Clan with the advantage. What can we do on our third map, Border? That's the next piece of conversation. But first, an update on what has gone down between the two brothers. Handy versus Nade. Jackers, please.
Yeah, so this is the big one that you all want to know about. It's not the grand final, it's not the talk of potential destiny, it's which brother is getting the better of the other brother in direct gun kills. This is across the first 3 maps. They've been in 7 engagements. Handy has been winning in them out 5-2.
That's the only important duel in this game, right?
Absolutely. You start with a big hug at the start of the game, right? Big hug, brotherly hug, a bit of trash talk, but you know what? There's a lot of love in between them. In the server, love even between brothers has to be put aside. And now on to map number 4. Border, anybody with an advantage here numbers-wise, Anne?
Well, I mean, if we talk about FaZe on this map, it's not been a great map for them historically. The last time they played it was picked against them by G2, but they actually won that map. Now for W7M, they played this map yesterday, and that match had everything. The full-on OT against Pro, the comeback, the crowd buff. It's definitely a map that they'll feel way more confident on.
Yeah, it's definitely a map they're going to feel comfortable on, and it's very different of a map than Skyscraper, because this one we're going back to that attack.
Chat, dă unul FaZe Clan. Ne mutăm pe Border. Border, mă. Bobber curva e... Chat, voi nu l-au zis pe Daica, dar el face Bobber? Bobber? Bobber?
The curious thing for me is how W7M are going to back up going up against Virtus Pro on this map yesterday. Kind of slow, much more methodical team, and then going back against FaZe today, who are obviously going to be faster, a little bit more aggression and in the face, which is what W7 will be used to, but obviously they had to change things around for that Border yesterday. And I think one of the big things is that realistically, the big win condition for me is, can W7 get over the line on those individual multi-kills, or can FaZe work as a coherent unit, as all 5 together at once?
It's the map in itself, it plays out like kind of like Bank in a certain extent, you know, because we only have the first room to defend, and then there's going to be the bomb site, and that's pretty much every single bomb site in the entire map. So we're going to see so much contesting from W7M. As soon as FaZe gets close to the walls outside, the windows, the doors, there's going to be a W7M player waiting right inside of it.
You would hope that W7M can bring it back, though, because this is their last dance with their org, something we haven't really spoken about all too much here, but, you know, they're facing a potential match point against them, map point against them, rather, so they really want to make sure they push it all the way to that final so they can enjoy this last dance for as long as they possibly can.
Absolutely, and actually, since we're talking about playstyle on Bank, and on Border, you likened it to Bank. Vertical play is incredibly important on board and has been forever, Jack. What can we expect?
Oh, I mean, well, it's Cyber. He's become synonymous with the book in terms of the operator. He's absolutely loving it. I think, you know, the way that both teams will play it is they will utilize both the horizontal aspect and the vertical aspect together at once when they're attacking it. But obviously that creates gaps in where people are and refrag situations. So it's all about reading them when you're inside the map.
There's one thing I want to put my finger at.
Davi Ponsule. They are going into the House of Madness aici. Madness and badness. Faptul că se bazează foarte mult pe individual performance. S-ar putea ca pe cei de la FaZe Clan să îi pună în frunte.
The nerves started kicking in because it was the elimination match and it relies on individuals. We saw like 3 or 4 big whiffs from their players, so it's important they don't force that today because FaZe might well punish it.
Something I want to see, though, one of the most creative things we've seen so far this tournament is those plays with Capitao and the bullet holes. We've seen that before in CSTV to force Cyber out of his position behind that banana desk. So that's something I would really want to see, that kind of creativity as well.
There's one thing with Border that is not going to work so well for either of these teams. We saw Skyscraper after 3 attacks, both of the teams, when they had done 3 attacks, they all failed miserably. both teams decided to go for a Monty pick. Can we unlock our opponents by forcing them out with pressure from Monty? Border is not that map at all. You can't really do it. We did see it from W7M, but I don't think that Monty is great on this map.
Will we get an extra map or not? Our game's ready.
Yes, every team's won their map. Pick me, Losh, no different.
Fabian?
No, FaZe is gonna end this out with 3-1 here.
Yes, I want it for the final dance, the last dance of W7M.
Fair enough. Then hopefully we get to see a map number 5. Thank you very much, my friends. It is time to toss it back to our casters. Way up there, Gazenak Spengu, take it away.
Yeah, all year long, it has been the story of W7M. 2 majors have been won, and 2 hurdles have been collapsed, unfortunately, for FaZe in both of those majors. That final hurdle, once again, ever present in front of them this time around. Can they get over it?
7 rounds in a row to close out that previous map. They look indomitable at the moment, but Border, W7M will thrive on this map, so I can't help but feel that a 5th map is brewing.
But what happens when you put an animal up against the corner, locked in? They're gonna lash out, they're gonna go for those picks. Fabian said it, Border is the map for aggression. W7M, they are that team. I still think they have an edge.
Are we going to map 5?
I think we are.
Give it to me, all 5.
I would love nothing more than to go all 5 maps. FaZe, though, would love nothing more than to claim the hammer for themselves. Well, is this last dance about to have itself a nightmare finish for W7M? Now on the brink of succumbing. Talks of dynasties and legacies forged and created here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, only to be denied by the team that has been in their shadow all year long. Semi-final after semi-final, loss after loss for FaZe Clan, but now find themselves 1 map away from the ultimate glory.
1 map away. 1 team feeling the hammer getting so much closer, and 1 team feeling like it's slipping away. We spoke earlier about target bans. We didn't see a whole lot of them so far, but now things, as this best of 5 is progressing, are getting a bit spicy. The first Twitch ban from W7M, the first glass ban from FaZe, now these target styles are coming through. Border is not like most of the maps. Typically, you can play your normal pace where you go through the round at the expected, speed. On most maps, you can then slow things down, play cautiously, very nice and safe. Typically on Border, you will go faster, if anything else. That's where the glass ban comes into play. You cannot play Blitz, Glass, Ying, and go absolutely nuclear. There are a bit more limitations now if you want to go for that chaotic play style.
Totally agree. Valkyrie ban as well in play. We have seen a ton of Valkyrie in this series, and you think about the amount of information that she's typically allowed to feed on a map like Border, where vertical play can sometimes be supreme. So the stage now has been set. Let's jump into round number 1.
Well, FaZe Clan, job done. They've won their own map picks twice now. For W7M, an opportunity to do the same here on Border and send us to a decisive 5th and final map of Nighthaven Labs. They must win this map of Border. If they are to begin a dynasty, they need to now fight from the brink of elimination.
The biggest task for this year's biggest team, and dare I say, one of the biggest teams for a very, very long time. This kind of dominance is rare to see and rare to come by. FaZe start on defense, set things up. We see them here, the castle barricades, the unfortunately missed keeper barrier by Cyber, but W7M, we see their lineup. It has aggression, it has soft destruction, but still also JV on the Nomad, wanting to limit how much aggression FaZe can apply on defense by playing Nomad.
Questions though posed. How did W7M get into the map? So often it's a challenge here on Border, but Philippox is already probing down below. With the skeleton key, he flushes out handy, and that's at least a small win for the attack.
Now remember as well for W7M, they're a very fast-paced team when it comes to entry. Border does... Oh, I thought that for a second was maybe hurt, but it was JV. Nevertheless, the same result. Still, and the peaks do continue to come through for FaZe. We saw a lot of this aggressive defense from FaZe on other maps. It's a bit more difficult on board though. More opportunities are there for the attacking teams. It's Vidiking over towards Death, trying to take this very early contact fight again. Cyber, top middle, lost his fight as well. W7M are not here to mess around on Border. souls in a 1 versus 3. Does almost get the kill onto hers, but more coming, and more surrounding his location. Oh, talk about a statement to begin the 4th map.
And the round streak put to rest. Phenomenal from W7M. We posed the question, right? How do they get in the map? How do they apply pressure? How do they get that entry kill? An almost immediate response compounds into a round win.
I mean, it's been said already on this broadcast. W7M certainly have got more fans in this arena. Yeah. But even more so now, the neutrals are probably wanting to see them complete the comeback from this position down to 1. Simply for the fact that we want more Siege. We want a map 5. We want to create history.
That's the thing. You can be a fan of either team, but no matter which one you support, we will all be a fan of Siege. There's a big break we had there between Skyscraper and now here in Border. You're thinking, okay, maybe teams will gotta get back into it, warm back up. No. Off the rip, less than 60 seconds in, kills are happening, but it's so one-sided. If you watch W7M take on Virtus Pro on Border, you know that this is exactly how that series ended in max overtime, with W7M storming through the building without a care in the world. They have what it takes to just take Border by storm every single attacking round if they want to.
You've teased me, lads. I was going to save this fun fact for a little bit later. But with the introduction of Decider maps, it has been a long wait for all 5 maps to be played at a 6th Invitational Grand Final. The last time it happened, the infamous event of 2018. We all know how that one ended. Perhaps there's another coming.
I mean, if we're breaking records, let's break some more, right? Let's make it happen again. W7M, again, very quick to the punch, 30 seconds. EMP, Selma charges, opening up that mirror window, shutting down Face's structure, where what they care about, that's been taken away from them. Oh, okay.
So just over 2 minutes on the clock then, and Herds will continue his march forward, always looking dangerous, but it's elsewhere. Vidiking.
Cred că o să fie un 2-2 și să vedem o hartă 5 pentru preferații noștri.
KDS wanting to get aggressive over towards that desk position and locked in on the backside of that particular area is handy.
Or maybe, there is a maybe. FaZe Clan să facă o minune. A miracle.
KZ's on 6-0 to begin in the opening 2 rounds. Hurts though, slow on the approach through the doorway. Did not account for Handy. Did not account for the fact he was tucked in towards the back of Armory. And from above as well, KDS! Oh, he can't hit all of the shots, only half health. Damage onto Nade confirmed. Over a minute remaining in the 3 versus 3.
Such a good right, KDS there. He knows Aguila's gonna be there. Let's go on, can't get flashed up. And Casey, he's inside now.
Oh, can't. Shouldn't happen. Should never have happened. But he makes it happen. And these pivotal moments can be so decisive. What? Doesn't see Leapop gets the kill. The plant will go down. W7M will find his second round. Unless Handy gets one of the bigger
Insane.
we've had in this grand final.
Cum de la maybe lost game la încă o rundă luată pentru W7M.
20 seconds of which is all that remains. Spotted down the corridor. The first shots and then the final shot from Leapop. Nade didn't even have to get involved. The perfect start for W7M in this 4th map. 2-0.
It is incredible to watch what kind of team performance W7M can put up when they're on a map that they're familiar with, that they love, that they thrive on. When they first came to the Tier 1 space, they revolutionized how every single team they played Chalet. The style we see today in Chalet, W7M, they started it. Now here in Border, the way they're playing, I could imagine long term, that is how other teams would approach it. FaZe, they feel the pressure. Only 2 rounds played, yet a tactical timeout.
What do you think about that? Is it too early?
No, I am the biggest fanboy of early timeouts. Get ahead of the problem. Yeah, sure, attacker favored. We're expecting W7M to win maybe 4 or 5 attacking rounds, but that doesn't mean that they should. It doesn't mean you should allow them. And also mentally, if you're a coach and you feel, guys, we're playing a little bit passive here, scared of losing that hammer, right? Because you're one map away.
Yeah, I mean, you say attack aside, but it's not really. It's technically still in favor of the defense. It just leans itself to be a little bit more favorable for the attackers in comparison to, say, a Skyscraper that we just saw. In terms of what we expect, really, W7M, 2 attacking rounds already early on is so far already quite significant and puts the pressure on FaZe. Nighthaven Labs would be the final map if we get there. For now, though, our focus still remains on border, but for the fans, there is so much hope in their hearts that W7M can go the distance and force us to that 5th and final map. There has been 5 maps played at an SI since 2018, but the default nature of those opening rounds meant that we haven't had all 5 maps played logistically since 2018.
Piulo flashbacks. Da, da, da.
When W7M played VP on this exact map,
Adevărat, mă, tăi.
max overtime, 8-7 in favor of W7M. It was a tied half, 3-3.
E insane cum nu știu. Bă, sunt efectiv speechless.
But it means that both defense and attack are equally positioned, at least with
Stau cu sfârtul în gură.
It comes down to execution.
Will FaZe be able to shut down KZ? He's been so damn dangerous so far.
I can't hear anything.
Hurt hasn't even gotten a kill. Hurt has not even gotten a single kill in the first 2 rounds, and W7M look difficult to beat.
And I said it before as well, this crowd's going to get behind W7M. The comeback, they want to see that 5th map. More importantly, it's the local team between the two, and you can hear how loud they are already getting behind that team. Zyper, in break, looking top east stairs, and JV92 keeps his life intact because Zyper falls off. But he holds a different angle, and I like that little angle that has been opened up. So far, pressure though from W7M coming from that top east stairs position on the map.
Big thing here, I think, if you can shut down Casey's confidence, that'll be key for FaZe. Right now, he is in a World Championship Casey form. He's breaking records in terms of kills. 7 kills in 2 rounds. He is feeling himself. He's going to go for every engagement possible.
Ooh, Nitro over the top, doesn't land. Meanwhile, JV92, although Salma's really effective, creates lines of sight, able to do it with the castle barricades, opening up opportunities for the attack.
I will say though, they haven't really got a lot of map control right now. Still around that balcony business. Only just now.
Păi da, man, pentru că ei... și l-au prins acolo. În offside. Mai aici nu mai e dacă aș lua pic, aici ți-ai luat pic, ai murit. Mai contează aici...
They cut off the bomb site because they got breakthrough control. Now to him, you gotta pick a side. Archive. JV.
Oh, Fragment as well gets away. Are you kidding? FaZe have turned the round on its head, seemingly out of nowhere.
Nade now. A 1 versus 3. He has clutch potential. It is doable. 2 players low for FaZe, but this would be a very monumental moment if Nade is able to pull off the impossible.
40 seconds, 1 close right, tucked in, prone. Does he clear it? Nade, full white on his own flash. No response initially from Souls. Now he gets up. Position known from Nade. Goes prone. The vault over. It's clean. That was a very low HP. Souls, and so is Vidiking. Still time. Kit in hand as well. It's something. The Goo Mine stepped off momentarily, dislodges his position. 2 impacts from Vidiking. And look who's still alive on the other side. His brother, Andy. I mean, that's why you kind of look at the situation, Nick. 2 players low and help. Yeah. He had that information, he had time, he had the kit. You go for it, and boy, was he clean. Never rushed it.
That's the thing. The question asked, are W7M feeling that pressure? Oh, let's just listen for a second. That's the big thing for us, right? Coming into this, losing Skyscraper the way they did, do they feel the pressure? Are they gonna be more slow, less aggressive? No, Nade, he didn't slow down at all. That W key on the keyboard held down the entire time. Shift sometimes as well. Going forward, isolating kills, and again, the perfect read on every engagement.
Look at the passion of these fans. 10,000 of them strong in this arena. 10,000 of them, it feels like, now chanting for W7M.
And as we look down at that stage, you can see the hammer front and center. But I tell you what, after a round like that, it feels like it's just slowly gravitating back towards W7M.
But we've already seen momentum swing so far in this.
Am atenit de la mine, este un bug pe care l-au ei la stream-ul lor cu sunetul, unfortunately.
That here on border, attack is prevalent. So FaZe will still have opportunity and chances, but it needs to begin now. The longer this continues, it's not going to be the same as Skyscraper. 4 or 5 attacking rounds here could be lethal for FaZe.
That's exactly it.
Gen, orice bărăit, văjit, este un bug de la main stage despre care s-a vorbit, dar nu pot să-l repare, unfortunately.
With Fitterking inside of Fountain, Fitterking exposing his elbow, keys to hold down the line with the LFT. Who missed it out? He finds 2 on the entry!
Double-digit kills for KZ, and suddenly FaZe are capitulating! Cyber and Souls in a 2 versus 5. Oh, they're just falling apart at the seams. Souls in customs. That's one, but no more. We know what this script has got written into it, and it's only 5 maps, and that's what W7M are bringing to the table at this grand final.
I want overtime, but we're not getting it right now. There's no way. I don't want to count that FaZe by any means, but this looks like an unbeatable attack inside from W7M. The aggression, the confidence, the coordination, they go in,
the clutches,
Candelas, everything. You see, I mean, this is a 2v1. Does he take damage? No! They're everywhere. Double up, drop down, double up. Not a single 1v1 here.
This feels like their map. The way they are controlling the pacing, the way they are moving around. 4-0. And yeah, not much that FaZe can do right now. Oh, there you go. Switch it up, why don't you? Because you know what, at the end of the day, Brazil is lifting that hammer. It's still yet though a question as to which of these 2 teams will be the one to do so.
You know, there was always that big question in grand finals for Brazil on home turf. They would fall to European teams every single time. What better way to ensure the hammer than a double Brazil matchup, right? The fans will be happy either way.
The other thing to remember as well for W7M, they played yesterday.
They did.
In a grueling best-of-3 where it went all the way. And obviously now still have enough reserves left in the tank to try and send this one, the best one and the biggest one, all the way. 3 more rounds required to send us to a 5th map.
They were knocked out in round 1 of the upper bracket. This
Pe de-asta ne borzează, mă,
a remarkable response.
They're going in a direction, sau mă rog, au făcut greșeli și cumva asta îi costă pe ei tot.
Still just a 1-player advantage for FaZe.
You walk straight to the keep out, right in the timing, so they thought there's no way he's going to be there. But again, the trade is there from FaZe. Cyber might be dead, but he's been so good at denying those early engagements on defense so far. It's a worthy trade-off though. Fellerbox hurts in the grave. Thatcher, Flores, and Ace, they don't have all that much strong utility to win this round for their team.
Right now though, still alive for W7M. That's the key fragger in KZ, 10 and 2, and also the clutch god himself in Nade, 5 and 1. With JV there for support. Still over 90 seconds left. KDS holding a very pivotal position over towards security. He could get overwhelmed. The numbers for W7M momentarily could be in their favor, but overall, it is still with FaZe. Shot through the window. Flash goes out. KDS feeling the pressure, the pinch. Despite the fact there's still so much time for White, but no shots to come through successfully, only from Handy. And again, we continue this trade game. Down to Nade in a 1 versus 3, and I've seen this story before. With a kit in hand, he gets one. This script has already been written, wrote, and seen. Do we see it again?
No way. Nade should not be
FaZe
able to break
încă s-o obosiți, sunt mega obosiți.
this round. You are not coming back.
Nade, with belief in his heart, he spots one on the shoulder pick. There's the one swing, handy. What a cheeky brother. What a cheeky moment, and what a round for FaZe, needed it desperately.
That they did. It comes down to Cyber. I really think he was a hero in that round. Just his early aggression, not giving up, saying, okay, we're down 0-4. Obviously, they're putting on a heated performance for W7M. I'm not going to stop swinging. I'm not going to stop taking that map control. I'm not going to stop fighting for the ground that should be ours for a little bit longer. He finds Philippox early, and he gets traded inside our security as well. And that put his team in the favorable position.
Well, FaZe now, they've finally been able to mount something on that scoreboard, which has looked dire for quite some time. Their fans now will rise from their seats to cheer their team forward onto a second defensive round. We look back at the replay package, and you can see there from FaZe, formidable, not backing down without a fight.
Striking similarities a little to Skyscraper here, slowly maybe forming with that round win for FaZe. You think back to Skyscraper, 5-0 start, W7M, and then a very crucial final round in that half. Well, it does have a sense of deja vu that for FaZe, that becomes a very crucial round. Can they double down, find a second, and suddenly the script starts to flip back a little bit. Massive round coming up for W7M.
I mean, a massive decision here by FaZe. We're going to customs for their final defense.
Oh my! This is a bomb site that even way back in the day, if we play once in a blue moon, usually it'll be a troll pick. There's no one that's legit, but this is a grand finals. No one's trolling here.
It's only been played so far 9 times this 6 Invitational. It actually has the best attacking win rate. Cyber, though, gets the opener kill on a JV92. Takes out one of the 2 hard breaches that W7M have brought to the round. Great start FaZe, and clearly understanding what they need to do in this round.
There it is. Again, Cyber, world-class player, right? Always putting up that fight, never backing down. And again, W7M slowing things down. Lost one half breacher, still got another hurts though.
Mă tem, noi pierdem pe border că nu ne coordonăm și că nu avem o strategie bine gândită, adică chiar am avut faze pe border, le-am dat la ea C4, am bătut 3 cu un C4 și ne-am tot, mă rog, a fost match la limită, dar still some things need to be changed.
4 versus 5, and it's Cyber to lock down that position for a second.
Oh, there's more. Expecting that though from Philippox, smart. And oh, what have I just seen? Nade's walked in front of Philippox. How crucial of a moment could that be in this grand final? Momentary mistake, and now up to FaZe to punish it.
All you can do there is say sorry, apologize. That was not intentional. Going for the pre-fire, thinking there was a player
Team
there.
kill.
But unfortunately, Nate walks
Frumos.
Philippox, shotgun in hand, making a rotate. Hurts. There's a player in security. He has no idea.
KDS just has to hold this angle and wins it out. That's going to be the round for FaZe. 2 in a row. Sorry for Philippox, but the dream is not going to come through. FaZe have responded to close that half when it looked, for all intents and purposes, to be W7M's moment. And suddenly, just suddenly, that grip on the hammer for FaZe starts to tighten.
Super clean defensively there, particularly on entry from FaZe. They aggressed, they mixed it up.
Let's go and have a listen to Jesse and his thoughts here on the first half of Border.
With some fun facts for the Blackbeard mains in chat, because we are watching Border right now, and in fact we're watching Cyber play Border. He's been heating up the last couple of rounds.
S-a produs un throw acolo din partea celor de la FaZe. Din partea celor de la W7M, pardon.
He's played on Border through the 6 Invitational. He loves to play it around the security window to try to get players out of that tough spot. He'll play it front door sometimes. He really enjoys this operator. So if you're one of the 12 Blackbeard,
What's gonna happen next?
To the second half. Although Cyber's been doing better, I expect W7M to close this out and to push it to a map 5. But there's at least something if you're looking for some neat new operators.
Well, Jesse, I have a very simple question for you. Do you believe that Cyber is right now one of the best players to do it?
I absolutely believe it. He's here for a reason, and he's going to lead his team to a close game 4. But ultimately, again, I think this is going 5.
Thank you very much, Jesse. We'll see you off here as we get into the second half. 3 rounds away for W7M to send us to the 5th and final map, which would be Nighthaven Labs. FaZe now on the attack themselves to see if they can break down this W7M defense and look to claim the hammer for themselves.
We take a breath. Yeah. Just relax a little bit. We don't want to run out of steam too early if it goes to a 5th map. But FaZe are charging back.
Speaking of breaths, it's been a very long event in lower bracket for W7M. They have played 27 maps going into this grand finals compared to FaZe on 19. An 8-map difference between them speaks to the energy required and spent by one team, yet they're still here fighting map number 4, trying to get there to that 5th map to have an even best of 1 for the hammer.
The entire crowd is lit up. You guys can't see it at home. Maybe you can actually through the player cams, as the wonderful 10,000 strong crowd shows their appreciation for this epic finale to this very epic tournament. W7M are on the defense, more than capable here on border. Armory and Archives, a very strong site. Can they find a way to maybe put a dent into this ever-present momentum that FaZe is slowly building?
Cyber was the main guy for FaZe on the defensive side, finding those openings and shutting things down. I also think here, because he plays the buck, he has to be the initiator for a lot of these opening duels and pushes. Open soft walls, do vertical play, but the gun skill, of course, that's where he really matches W7M 1-to-1.
Importantly for FaZe, this setup hasn't been disrupted a lot by W7M. You think back to the last 2 rounds, where FaZe aggressed, they get the opening pick, the attack fell apart. So for FaZe at the moment, they're doing a good job, and Handy has aggressed very deep.
He's in. No! Through the doorway! Nade again! It's like it's written in the stars. Stops that little push that Handy was trying to create in towards Archives, and it keeps that position held strong. Now, for the side of W7M, Cyber though, gets the kill on the KZ, trades continue to come through, over towards 90, and it's for W7M. Slowly still the advantage in their favor. KDS, top waiting, tries to find a long angle.
And Herd still has a hold in security, so he should be good here to shut this down.
Herds to try and stop the last 2 players. Oh, the head was there. It could have been taken. Instead, though, it wasn't, and now Herds repays the favor by shutting down KDS, and they now know where Souls is located in break. It's a long spray. It is. As he goes down, he brings himself back up. Only 20 seconds, though.
And not much health. Can Souls pull off another miraculous clutch in this map?
Well, there's no time. There's no time. 10 seconds left. He picks up the kit. They're both holding sight. They have the angles. No way in which he should be able to win this. Not from this position. W7M to find a 5th round. They will get it. We will get it. And this crowd is getting exactly what they want.
Ever so closer to a map 5 we go.
Chat, intensitatea la care joc oamenii ăștia, faptul că nobody's giving up yet.
Looking for the right moment, but Philipok swings out first. He sees it. The bigger shutdown though is the opening engagement. Handy found himself on the bottom side out of nowhere. Somehow, someway, nade. He has a tingling feeling. Something is not quite right. Turns around and finds that kill.
And don't forget, FaZe, they took that time out very early on. I think after 3 rounds, so they don't have that. That's not in the back pocket anymore. And now you find yourself 3 rounds down, 5-2. Moments were certainly there for FaZe, but ultimately better in the later portion of that round. And now, just 2 rounds away.
And you can see the passion from the fans. I mean, it is absolutely insane as the Bulls continue their rage forward. Round number 8 looming. Can FaZe find a response? We'll wait and see. There was a 0 initially teased on the attacker repick. I thought, hey, we might get some 0 play. A lot of opportunities to employ him on border, but it won't be the case.
You know, I came into this tournament thinking, how many fans would a team like W7M actually have in Brazil? They're such a new organization, a new name to the seed space in Tier 1, but they've done really well. We got the likes of FaZe, Liquid, Lowe's, etc. that's been at this for more time than them. And then you're thinking, okay, what's it gonna be like? FaZe, W7M, who do you think has more fans cheering for them? It's the new boys. W7M, they have been trend-setting so many different ways. for 2 years straight, and the fans have been loving it every step of the way.
It's the local team, the team that also has already shown so far over the last 12 months that they should be regarded as the best. But everyone keeps saying they still need that hammer to fill out that trophy cabinet, which is stocked with 2 major trophies, back-to-back major trophies.
Bring the trophy home, chat. Jet2 și-a pierdut trofeul. It's time for them to shine. It's time for other to shine.
He gets by, momentarily still alive. Again, the second round in a row, he goes for the lurk push, and the second round in a row, he is denied.
I think FaZe there wanting to maybe give up on the push top east stairs, instead finding another avenue into the map to try and unlock it. Clearly though, W7M read into it, they respond and they hit their shots.
I really think that if Handy had done that play and gotten that kill, WSM will respond by fighting back. That'll lead the horizontal push into bomb side of FaZe. Because Handy dies, the entire push has been destroyed. You need to flip it now, figure out a new avenue, a new pathway, because the plan is done for.
Who's going to stand up for FaZe? Down 3 rounds. Who can make their moment known? Minute and 15 seconds. Time so far has been a real influence on border. Teams not really able to get plans. Vidaking, massive kill onto JV, but Nader responds pretty much immediately. Again, that slow lurk from Cyber through Armory. Takes a couple of shots, but again, it's Hurts that's now down. 3 versus 3 with 60 seconds left. FaZe are slowly making a round formulate before their eyes. Really solid work, and now through Workshop for Vidaking.
Diffuser in hand, 45 seconds inside of Workshop. Souls alongside, 2 nades in the pocket. Can these 2 combine and unlock the objective?
W7M still have got vert control, something to consider for the long portion of this round. With 30 seconds left, KC gets a very critical kill. W7M now advantageous. Vidaking through lobby, back and forth they go. He finds the kill, opens up sight. He's got Kit, and now on sight itself, it's Nade. He's been so good in the clutch. This is no support player. He's the clutch king at the moment. Cyber with a pistol. Oh, Nade's done it. Fleetbox has done it.
O să vedem și harta 5. Chat, I'm gonna see map 5.
From sending us to the 5th and final map.
Meanwhile,
there was a yellow ping on that position the entire time, and FaZe throwing
my journey in last epoch is insane.
Now left scratching their heads.
If you feel like the only thing you can do to contribute to a round of Siege, watch that back, please. Nade barely moved the entire round, yet they found 3 kills around him. The hatch play, both in Archives and in Bathroom, with Handy being that pillar in the middle of his team, working around together. Handy being shut down 2 rounds in a row in the exact same spot.
I love this match. I love this game. I love this crowd. And boy, are we just so fortunate. 6-2, 4 map points for W7M. Nighthaven Labs on the other side for what could be one of the most epic conclusions that we've seen in such a long, long time.
Nu pentru FaZe, dar și-au bătaie pe harta asta. Și o să fie 2-2 și avem harta 5.
Against FaZe essentially today in the last 2.5/3 years combined.
Wow.
This is them putting up a performance against a team that usually takes them down.
It was said on the main stage at the start of the day, yes, FaZe is strong locally, but it's the grand stage that W7M shine. And they are shining ever bright here with a 4-round lead. Now on the verge of creating and cementing history. That 5th map is beckoning. But FaZe are not counted out.
How are FaZe going to get into the map? Last time Top East was occupied, this time KDS will fill that space. Contested over towards 90, it's KZ on Solus, and he gets caught off guard. Cyber's found himself bot metal.
Fight opened up as well. And a very sneaky push from Cyber because he obviously had to run past the site itself to go up towards top metal stairs, something that W7M would not have been anticipating.
That's an off-pace play. He's not supposed to be there in that moment. Casey, of course, thinks it's clear. The beat boop here gives away Handy. The 3rd time in Archive, surely he won't go for it because the last 2 times he was shut down. He'll back off. back away, stay alive. You got the kill you wanted that you needed. Slow things down for FaZe Clan. Take a breath. Stop doing your droning. Reach open those hard destructible walls, and then advance towards that top floor above the bomb site.
2 nitro cells available for W7. Hey, what a shot from Souls! Massive from Break. And starting to break his defense as well. Shots back though from Nade. He's been so clutch. Can he continue to do so here? At the closing stages of this 4th map. So low, wanted to go for the drop, couldn't find it. Now in a 1 versus 3. For JV92. Player close left. Tag onto Cyber. Does come in. Vidaking going for the plant. Through the window. Does get the peek. JV92. Now in a 1 versus 1 with red ping information.
But he's so low on HP. Vidaking can sit outside and play the post.
He's got time, but not a lot of it. On the outside, Vidaking low. Davey can't win the clutch. No, Vidaking wins out defensively. Sound in the post plant. Outside of the building, low on health. He holds strong for FaZe, and that map point is held off momentarily.
You can tell how much both teams and both players in the 1-1 they want that moment.
Hey, welcome guys. Mulțu de lărcănuț, mulțu de lărc. We're still gonna be here till the end. We are here. Eu vă mulțumesc la voi că s-a lărg.
Well, it was successful for Handy that time around. He did a good job getting inside of our guys. That has been his arch nemesis throughout this map so far. The overpeak there punished by JV92. The trade from Handy not landing enough damage, but Vidaking able to sit outside. He had 3 flashbangs available as well. Played it very, very well.
So, 3 more map points though still for FaZe. Keep that in the back of the mind. It's a very, very torturously long journey that they still need to overcome 3 more map points.
Oh boy, we're slowly starting to see this change up from FaZe. You guys will see it in a second. I won't spoil it just now, but their attack are repick onto different operators for the first time here on Border, and I'm not sure how I feel about it because when Vidaking played Monty on Skyscraper all the way back on the second map, it really did not play out the way that anybody expected.
So still 3 more map points for W7M. Vidaking now on the Montang, as you pointed out, Nick. But it's really strong at being able to get positions like top east stairs. KDS though shot through the window of top waiting and taken very low but didn't lose his life. Of course, Vidaking does also need to be careful of these backwards angles as he does push forward.
This has been the issue though. Vidaking, while he's very safe because of extended shield, whoever's behind him takes a lot of damage. Skyscraper, the 3rd map, sorry, that's what happened there as well. Vidaking is not establishing enough presence to allow people behind him to succeed.
A 43% win rate for Monty at this event. Not an outlier. Very solid, but you must find value. You must play around it correctly. Vidaking is, again, playing it at range. We saw that from Skyscraper. He's not getting in the face of the opposition, at least not yet.
He's got to get in there. Toe-to-toe, basically melee confrontation. You know, basically price that hip fire on melee from the Monty shield. That's the strength. W7M, the holding security but hurts. He got 90 in control.
Cum ziceam, o să avem și harta numărul 5 dintre W7M și FaZe. I mean, FaZe are deja un operator destul de low, la fel și W7M.
There's a man with a shield making his way in towards security. Herds is calming this. Herds. KZ trying to get into an angle. Almost found the back foot of that Montang in Vidaking. Now down towards top east on the other side of this corridor. The swings are coming through. Souls clean into security. The trade eventually. Person's outside of the map, on the balcony. What is he doing? He's playing from outside the map. How can he get away with this? No! Drop shot from KDS.
Și FaZe le dă punisher de W7M la map point.
There's 1, 3 to go for Nade. I mean, at this point, let's back him in with the way he's been playing with Montang in his way. That becomes the biggest factor in all. Oh, it's clutch almost for a moment. The guard break is strong. Couldn't get the knife. He couldn't get the kill. And FaZe have done it again. 2 more to go for them.
What the hell was that jump out from the Azami? I was looking flicking it across at our overhead. He got flamed out from that position, didn't have anywhere else to go, hops out the window, able to flank from behind outside. Pure chaos over towards security, but it's FaZe ultimately who win out.
And a timeout has been now utilized by W7M, starting to maybe think that a momentum circuit breaker is required. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe Clan. They want to talk things over for the next 2 opportunities to close this map out.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You don't want to risk anything here, although I would love an overtime on my hands.
I want about 5, Nick.
Okay, I mean, yeah, right, all the way. But if you're W7M, again, we got to talk about the energy. Very long tournament in lower bracket. JV said they won. We want the lower bracket magic. And while that sounds like such a cool statement, and then actually you're doing it right here live in the arena, it also means it takes a massive toll on you long term.
Pravi bonțule, lasă acum că nu vreau să joace cu tine. Las, că e bine și așa, man. Azi nu a fost o zi pentru Siege bună. Nu a fost o zi de Siege. Lasă așa. Could be better. Nu vreau să fie, man. Nu vreau să fie o zi bună.
When you understand how far behind it seemed and how difficult of a task that they had found themselves in, down 6-2, and you think, okay, this one's done. No, they fight back 2 rounds in a row, and suddenly, you've done it once, you do it again, and it's OT.
And that's the thing. It's been so close, even in, like, throughout the entire series, you're always thinking one player can just completely change the outcome of a round. So even as 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2, you're thinking there is still always a chance. And I mean, the scoreboard we can't see right now, but
Să weekendul ăsta. Man, nu știu ce meciuri ai câștigat tu, că eu numai de aia de 3 KD prindeam.
Well, adaptation is the name of the game for FaZe. We expected that heading into this event.
Deci nu știu ce meciuri ai prins tu. Mâine doar pe seară jucăm. Cel puțin din povul meu doar pe seară o să jucăm. Sau mă rog, nu pe seară, după ora 6.
They were able to talk, Nick. So they were able to formulate a plan. Now they can all kind of just sit, stew, and think over it during this tag pause. And I also think the extended break again.
Man, mie îmi pică numai de aia 3 KD, am jucat și cu Eco azi și numai animale am prins.
Sit for yourself and think, okay, what are the issues? What could the solutions be? Anything we got up our sleeves? One thing we've not seen that much of in this entire best of 5 so far are those one-off pocket strats. We saw on Bank, FaZe flying up the hatch with the Amaru on open area attack. But besides like 1 or 2 rounds perhaps, it's in pretty stable Siege. Things that we can expect, of course, explosive aggression, big surprises and big clutches, but both teams respecting the style of Siege, saying, we're not going to go too crazy.
Man, eu prind doar demoni. Nu știu ce meciuri prins tu.
The energy inside of this arena is the best we have ever seen in Rainbow Six.
Yeah, and honestly, coming into this grand final, once it was confirmed that we had 2 Brazilian teams, there were some questions. How is the support going to be? Clearly, there's no hero/villain storyline that is outlaid. But in that, there is still massive support for W7M. There is still a large of support for FaZe Clan. The crowd is obviously divisive. They've got their favorites, and they are giving us so much energy as we head into another map point round for W7M. Off the back of a tactical timeout into then a technical pause, we are finally back underway.
You see the upper line, of course, defense. The mirror, big talking point. Asami being brought pretty much every single round to kind of restructure the bomber side. And of course, more importantly, that security hold. Hurts always playing there. FaZe, they have the questions. What should we do? What's our way in? And the answer right now, Gus, they're hovering the bounty again. It worked last round, but it is risky.
A volatile strategy in a very volatile round. The Brava as well in play, so counterplay is available couple of those clutch drones onto the mute jammers, for instance.
And in terms of individuals, I feel like Souls has maybe gone a little bit unnoticed. A couple of really good entry kills from him so far in this game on that Finker, not just providing those adrenal surges, but also able to get some really good headshot kills on the entries into, say, positions like security, which are not always easy to enter into. He's been big. Arguably, all of these players have had a moment or two or three in this grand final. No one is lagging behind.
That's the thing, when you have a player like Souls who normally plays Heartbreach, but he's having a good game, put him on something else. He's playing Finker, right? Getting those opening kills and doing it consistently. So, Vidiking, Monty, it's been the main target focus, right? But look at this, Vidiking is mostly alone, bit of a bait and switch here, expecting, okay, where Monty goes, that's the main focus point. That's not the case. They're gonna try and bait them by moving Monty in the wrong position, so to speak.
Ace in play as well. So we'll see those additional lines of sight established in through break, exposing these defenders from that mezzanine position. Just makes it a little bit more challenging. Also puts the focus back on Herds. We've highlighted him playing the Azami. Those key barriers inside of security are pivotal in holding that corner of the map. He holds that. Big win condition for W7M.
Slow and steady from behind that Montaigne, but KDS on the flank down below through main lobby, now makes his way over towards east stairs. They've got themselves a good amount of pressure here that they can play behind Vidiking. This is where, though, you need to be perfect. No mistakes, because they will get punished for both teams.
So a big change here. They're gonna go buck vertically in customs, also security. But Vidiking down Joe said, guys, that's not gonna work. Change it right now. Sprint through the map. They go office instead. Big off change.
Still into office as they go, but Mirror is in their way. Vision there for W7M. Nitro Cells are also there for W7M. Two, in fact, through Philippe Pox and JV92. Bouncing control still established, trying to deny this office push.
Those mirror windows are going to be key in locking down this office position. Double from
Crazy! 3 kills! Response from Vidiking. He has to pull the pistol out at that point, and maybe again, but the knife shut down. We are going a distance.
Și avem un 2-2. It's a 2-2.
We have not played all 5 maps since 2018. The viewing record was held before now in 2018. History is being made tonight.
Legacies are being created. Dreams, though, may also then be shattered in a 5th and final map to come. One of these two will get over that final hurdle, Gus.
I don't care who you support in Rainbow Six. If this does not excite you, nothing will.
Nothing will. Okay, we are going all the way. And for now, to the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a map number 4 we have had. And this is going all the way. 10,000 fans have surrounded us here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and we cannot wait for that 5th one to begin. Hello, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Milch Dometic. With me, our fresh Fabian and Anne. We're going to lock things in for our map. We've got a lot to cover before we get into map number 5. Let us be very clear. Nade was a hell of a player in this game. Might have been that one clutch that we saw from him what pushed W7M into map number 5.
We see the scoreline here, 7-4 offensive for W7M. Would Nade have not had that clutch, it would have been so very close to a potential first overtime in the series. So we're seeing the clutch here. I call him winnable when we were watching this in the talent room, and eventually it was winnable for him. But that is the main thing that we were expecting coming into this map. We needed those individual players on the side of W7M to step up and to immediately carry these rounds away.
Yeah, we needed that, and if we look at the overall map in itself, I think W7M's attack, they just kind of bulldozed straight over FaZe. There was nothing stopping them. The individual performance, I mean, even if we go back to the defense super quickly, like that last clutch, who hits those shots?
Absolutely.
There's one player in the world that does, and well, he stepped up for it. But overall, it's just, yeah, they bulldozed them. And then I think that the reaction FaZe had for, well, we see the replay here, that was fast. Well, it's just 3 shots that he's gonna hit, and it's just incredible. Headshot after headshot, like, I mean, look at that.
This is what I was talking about earlier on in W7M in the very first map were not stringing those multi-kills together. This is what KZ is synonymous for. This is W7M's main win condition. And when you need that, that steps up in map 4. That takes us all the way through to map 5.
I mean, he doesn't even see the guys he kills. He just shoots.
Free fires, bang, bang, bang.
And that, especially with that first skill, there is nothing you can do against that. That must be super demotivating for FaZe, but if that momentum for W7M continues on the 5th map, it might look great for them.
Yeah, and if I keep building on the point I was making before, W7M's attack, they bulldozed them. And then what we saw as a reaction from FaZe when they headed over into their attacks was individual decision making that kind of felt rushed. Handy tried twice to go into archives as a surprise because they can't rely on their gun skill against W7M, and that's not the way you play the game. When you're stressed, you need to calm down and keep playing your style, and I didn't feel like FaZe did that on this map.
And that is the time to calm down to get into map number 5, but before that, Alphama is waiting with Talustration.
Milosh, and I want you guys to take a look at how W7M is so strong in defense. We're on Skyscraper right now, tier 1 bomb site, and they have this really clear goal right now to burn time on these 2 door frames using utility. You take a look at Nade right now, he's on smoke on an Azami barrier with gas grenades to burn more time, and then you have Azami and Wamai to burn even more time on Dragon and Statue. Now we take a look at FaZe, they're struggling, they're down 0-3, so they bring the Monty to help them gain that control. And they will eventually gain that control, but they will lose the hard reach, the ace in that process, and that's a really big blow because then KZ understands that, and in defense he adapts, he reinforces the wall because they have no hard reach, making the site even stronger. Now we're just a few seconds away from the end of round, and let's take a look at just how strong the setup from W7M is. Felipox all the way from Karaoke has a line of sight on the hallway. JV can react to that with a line of sight on his own, on Geisha. And Vita King, he doesn't know it, he's able to walk into a crossfire. Now he gets injured, but the job is not finished. You still have 3 attackers to remove. And JV is in such strong position here in Geisha.
Și suntem la harta 5 care o să înceapă curând, which is going to be huge. The fact that we managed to be here.
On the hallway with a line of sight on the solo wall on Geisha. What he needs to do right now is play that position perfectly. He throws the gadget here, the C4 to burn time, isolates the pick on the Karaoke window, and then uses the reinforcement to isolate the pick on the Buck rushing him, and finally get the last pick on the last player. Incredible gun skill. But most importantly, from anyone at home right now that's playing in strong position, you want to isolate this 1v1s, and that's what he did right. W7M is up 2 maps, FaZe is up 2 maps. The final map that will decide who's the world champion is coming very soon. Let's talk about it on the desk.
Thank you very much, Alphama, and we are ready for map number 5. Let's just drop it like it is. Nighthaven. W7M, they won the map. Are they prepped for it? Have they saved it for the right time? Can they do it today?
That is a big question, but that is what makes me most excited about this final map as well, because it was the only map that W7M did not play up until this tournament, brought it out against G2. Now the main question is, was that a fluke? Did they win it? Or have they prepped it in such a way that it is championship winning material?
I don't think it was a fluke, especially not against the G2. However, it could be a fluke long term, because if it is a map that they're used to banning a lot, they might not have the strategical depth to go even further now against FaZe. It could be that W7M just don't have more theory on it, so what FaZe saw yesterday is what they will see today, and therefore they know every single counter, every single strat. And that's where we have to see it. W7M is a good enough team to have that depth. Question is, do they?
But that's the main question. Was this all that we've seen from W7M, or have they prepped it to that depth? They have these different strategies that they haven't even shown before.
I think W7M have got big depth in strategy. It's the same across every single map. I expect Nighthaven to be no different at all. The one big thing for me, though, is the final map of a best of 5.
Oh, yeah.
It's a best of 1 for the World Championship, right? The pressure's on the line here. And when that happens, a lot of things go out the window, right? It's just about the big moments in the game. Who's going to be the person to step up? Who's going to be the one that's going to make that play to drag their team to a world championship?
Remember the Handy and Nade brother-off that we're having here in this game. It's a big piece of story. It's never happened before, but also it has never happened before that Brazil has lifted a trophy on home soil. Never in esports has it ever happened, and we get to do it here in Rainbow Six.
It's going to be interesting, to be honest. O să vedem.
I think W7 I'm taking W.
I'm not a gang member, so I don't do the signs. However, I
think huge.
W7M.
There you go. You got it. Now I have to be impartial. I guess that is how it goes.
Plays o să fie, nu că o să fie huge, bă. Totul o să fie skyrocket la cum o să joci băieții ăștia acum. Avem două clipuri făcute de voi, which means we're gonna need to check them out. I like what I see, people. I like what I see. I have all the support from you guys. Chat, this is the last map. The final dance, the final showdown between those two teams. Who's gonna win? We don't know yet. Dar e prima dată când avem cupa în Brazilia și luată de o echipă din Brazilia. Du-te, mă, culcă-te, măcar, lasă-mă pe larg măcar, știi? Să mai ai dropuri, să mai ai chestii. Știi ce zic? Știi tu ce zic? Mă, man. Te-am văzut în chat, îți dai seama. Mă bucur că ai rămas aici, Andreule. Dankeschön for being here. I really appreciate it.
Boa noite, Brazil!
Brazil. Let's go,
Welcome
chat.
back to the Rainbow Six Siege Invitational 2024, a record-breaking event, and we are getting the grand final that you could only dream of, Leo.
É isso, estamos aqui, nossa, desde muito cedo. Horas e horas de transmissão e eu tô cheio de energia, porque a festa está maravilhosa. Estamos a um mapa dessa marreta ser levantada, ou por W7M ou por FaZe Clan.
Just one map separates potentially FaZe Clan, potentially W7M from raising this hammer high in the air in front of their home fans. But before we get rowdy, before we get loud, can we just make a little bit of magic here in this amazing arena? Can we bring the lights down for a moment?
É isso.
I want these amazing Brazilian fans to light this arena up for us.
Wow.
And create a beautiful scene in the Ginásio do Ibirapuera here in São Paulo.
I think this is a moment for a
33 minutos, hora de
Kickstarter.
Brasília. Guarde esse momento, ginásio do Ibirapuera. Guarde esse momento, Brasil. Vamos fazer uma festa bonita, porque esta festa vai ficar na história dos esportes. Vocês são lindos. Estão nos propiciando um momento maravilhoso. Daqui 5, 10 anos, essa imagem vai girar o mundo. Vamos curtir. Vocês são o motivo de nós estarmos aqui hoje.
This is a moment that nobody in this arena will ever forget. All 9,000 of you have made this event the most special R6 esports event of all time.
O arenă plin de
And we
9.000 de
love you
oameni.
for it. Te amo, Brazil!
Can you listen? We're singing, we are Brazilian.
9.000 de oameni sunt în arenă, e booked. Da.
Let's bring the lights back up. Let's switch gears and get noisy. Let's get noisy, shall we? What do you think?
I think it's time for some noise. Eu acho que agora é hora de fazer barulho. A gente já encantou o mundo. Agora vamos chacoalhar o ginásio do Ibirapuera.
Who will raise the hammer?
Quem vai levantar o martelo?
W7M!
Ou será que a FaZe Clan vai desbancar?
Hold on. W7M! Let's go again.
Vamos lá, eu quero ouvir a galera da FaZe Clan.
W7M!
FaZe Clan.
Let's get them singing.
Again, let's go.
As we get into the final map, we got 30 seconds. Let's get them singing.
Vamos lá, antes de começar, vamos todo mundo junto, afinal de contas somos brasileiros, então eu quero de novo. Eu sou brasileiro, com muito orgulho, com muito
The
amor.
time has come. Our final map awaits. Will it be FaZe Clan or W7M? Let's find out.
So the stage is set. With 10,000 Brazilians on their feet, they rise as one. As this epic finale comes to a grandstand conclusion. FaZe Clan, W7M, both desire the hammer. Only one can grasp it.
And I don't know if there is historically a better map to do this on. Nighthaven Lab has been W7M's permanent ban ever since introduced to Tier 1 play of Siege. They've been hiding it for a good old time. They brought it out against G2 on the main stage. They won 7-1 in that matchup. And now Not with backs against the wall, even 2-2 here, anyone's map. They have to play it, and they have to win it if they want the hammer.
Now we can talk about the band in just a moment. Of course, Rainbow Six, very much a team game, but an opportunity now to highlight one huge individual performance at this event. Herds has smashed Benja's record of most kills at a 6 invitational, and there's still one map to go. He's on 327. We'll see how high he can climb. KZ as well, edging closer towards the record for a best of 5, but we'll track that a little bit later.
It's not often that we get to say these words. Map 5 of the SI Grand Final is now upon us. Nighthaven Labs will be our final battleground for this epic war that has concluded very shortly between these two teams, FaZe and W7M. What a performance. What a final dance that we have had.
Every single player dreams of qualifying for the 6 invitationals. Much fewer will make it to the grand finals. Almost nobody will get to play on a stage like this with the crowd that we have, going all the way to map 5 with no one being the clear favor of who's gonna take it.
Even fewer win it.
And even fewer win it.
And none of these guys have before. What a moment it will be, whoever the victor ends up being. Fingers crossed, it's a close 5th and final map.
All right, let's get underway. Opening round. W7M on the attack to begin, FaZe on the defense. Nate looking to open up main bridge. In towards IT they can go. KZ on the IQ can get very handy information. So far though, so good for W7M to get this main bridge opened up.
Good pace here. Of course, 2-bro ban for W7M means that they cannot stall out here on the defensive side of FaZe. If the wall wants to get opened up, it most likely will. Default camps actually not being shot there from the attack inside, but it won't matter. Veldefox jumps back outside, makes the rotate happen, keeping FaZe guessing as to where he might be coming from.
Cyber down below, lurking on the Solace. Planting our potential if he's able to roam around and can give a read to the other defenders on the side of FaZe as to where those drones are coming from. Elsewhere, Philippos getting to work. So a big focus down below from the attack, and Hertz gets caught in a frost.
Oh, no! And also punished as well quickly by Souls. Perfect start to FaZe.
Și FaZe cu primul punish. FaZe double kill. Încep să dă punish.
5 versus 3. And W7M not the start they would have been hoping for.
FaZe gonna play tighter together. Don't expose yourselves. Set up those crossfires. Hold the angles together and force the 2v1.
Nade thrown out from KZ. Does get the knock onto Souls. Finished off as well. A couple of kills. Makes it a 3 versus 2. KZ's still very low. Needs to make his way through that doorway. In his lost JV92. He's down. Out for the count. And a 1 versus 3. Now backhand smash shot down quickly. KDS with the last 2. FaZe with the opening statement in this 5th and final map.
Și FaZe cu prima rundă luată
Phenomenal counterplay there from the defense.
din a doua hartă.
With a focus down below. We saw Herds try and sneak his way up to Garro's rafters. Unfortunately got caught off guard by that frost mat. Philippox as well, trying to get to work on Buck. Was eventually countered by that Solace that we mentioned prior. So phenomenal work there from FaZe. W7M off to a slow start on attack.
Usually for W7M, we see them excel maps that of course they know really well. We don't know how much they've played Nighthaven Lab in scrims, you know, in practice off the camera, but in Tier 1 play only a single time. So there comes a point here where they are forced in this map in the decider. They are quote-unquote comfortable playing it, but of course it's not their main priority. So I think it's beautiful for W7M to prove that they indeed are world champion worthy by winning this map if they can do it.
And I know at this point in the grand final, statistics probably don't mean a whole lot, but when it does come to this map of Nighthaven Labs, 49% attacker win rate. And so it is essentially 50-50. It's the only map that's even remotely close to that.
Damn. Okay, well I guess no excuses, right guys? If you suck on attack, you suck on attack.
I'm pretty sure you just said this game is going to go to overtime, right?
Those might be the words that were uttered, but in a different phrase. 1-0 to FaZe. W7M, now the onus is on you to respond. We go to basement. Tank and assembly here for the second round.
Yep, so those mid jammers being out from Handy to stop the wall advancement. So Felipox will, of course, go on the Thatcher for those EMPs. But that's not the main goal. You can't just open up a wall and go straight towards the bomb site. You gotta go for that roam clear. It's why the IQ is there. Scan for cameras, scan for gadgets. Valkyrie's in play. They got 2 C4s below. They need to be careful on the attack when they get to that first primary floor.
And the defensive phase will want to try and lock this down. It's KZ to play entry.
Oh, he falls off. Maybe sensed something he didn't like. Handy still holds that doorway.
What?
Oh, no! There! Another team kill! First time in this map. And W7M are down to play it earlier. Turd's gone.
Disaster struck.
I mean, who said you can't get nade kills anymore?
Come on, guys. It's on the wrong player. Man.
Can he make up for it though? Nade. He does. He wasn't the one that got that team cage, but he's able to make up for KZ's mistake. Just over 90 seconds left, and at least it's now even again. For W7M's attack, it's slow, but slowly making their way through the map. And positions of which FaZe have got themselves still up above, that can be cleared.
There's a player in long desk.
Yeah, Cyber. He's holding by his angle. The read is there, maybe. He's coming back up the staircase. He might know something's up.
I mean, surely he hasn't been droned, right?
No logic bombs available from JB92 to ring out and maybe get a warning. Cyber goes for an aggressive play here up above over towards long desk and now makes his move. Now makes his mark. Oh! Timing from JB92! Immaculate! And now the cameras are also hacked.
And Valkyrie's on the board, so a lot of information now available.
This is gonna be huge chat. Holy shit.
Bring it to a 3v3.
Souls with a massive kill.
3v3. Sper că FaZe o să câștige. Da. I can do rooting for FaZe Clan aici.
Cyber's given away his life, and he's given away information. Can W7M capitalize upon it? 30 seconds.
All 3 players for FaZe, certainly on site now, no one up above. No real vert play either, really, in this round. It's all horizontal. The cast barricade to get broken down by Felipox. With the kit in hand, and on the other side, he's still got barbed wire. 15 seconds, guys. Time is so urgent now for W7M. Handy. At this point, FaZe, they can start to swing if they want. We're into red time, and the barbed wire will stop. That's kicked down. Handy, though, is also down. They need the kills. Gas pipe thrown out. It won't be enough. KZ needs to go massive here. 1 second out of time. It's a dream start for FaZe in this 5th map.
I mean, forget the gas canisters, the gas babes in the pocket. Just pull out your gun, win your ones. What a way to lock it out from FaZe.
The small things, right? You drop that hatch down to the basement bomb site, the window and the door are both castle barricaded. You got 27 seconds, you got no breaching charges, you gotta punch the barricade 9 times. It gives so much intel that there's a player in there. You know it's just one because you can count the punches, every single one. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9. It's so predictable, it's readable, FaZe to shut it down.
Oh, through the drone hole.
Oh, no.
As well, Cyber caught on that flank. Obviously,
yeah, exactly.
Guys then gives away the tablet, it gets hacked. And that information, I think, really did aid W7M temporarily, but unfortunately, with time bleeding, they couldn't capitalize upon it.
So far this series, this grand final, has been about swings and momentum.
Yeah.
So far, a great start for FaZe, but we know at some point W7M will make a comeback. We know that they will be able to have a bit of momentum themselves, so it's very important for FaZe, I guess, to extend this lead. They cannot allow W7M to get back into this early on. 2-0 start. More importantly, no tactical timeout has been taken. We've seen that quite a lot in this grand final. 2 rounds, 3 rounds in, where a lot of these tactical timeouts have been taken early by the team losing early.
No, you're right. And the thing for me is that, and this is like easy to say, right? There's not much merit, but like we haven't seen the key players of WCM to like fire up right now. KC 1 and 2, Hurt 0-2. These are your typical entry players on the attacking side. If they're not getting anything done, that usually is the reason why things are not going well for them.
Well, the Ying has made it through the ban phase. So we'll see if W7M and KZ specifically is able to get value from that execute operator. Hers as well with Jackal, and he's found information down below.
Hers is getting aggressive pop, of his own iron scanner for KDS1 at the most perfect time. 4 and 1, what a start for KDS. Felipox, shoulder peek. Oh, the great headshot from Felipox, needed that on the right side as well.
Let's go, FaZe.
Wins that battle for the quick trade, despite the fact that he got that
Ziceam rooting for FaZe.
Now top blue for KZ. A little double stack through the doorway, but a drone. At least information. Shot now through the wall from KZ, which KZ! Oh, they needed that one, W7M. A slow and stagnant start to Nighthaven, but now an opportunity. And JB can pound on that said opportunity. Down to just Cyber on a 1-on-3.
Cyber can go for the revive. Elects to go for the Nitro. I don't think he's going to pull this one. If he does it, W7M respond.
Speak of them, and they might just show up out of nowhere. Yes, the Ying is in play. It survived the upper ban phase, but I can tell us that's not the key story. It's the gun in the right hands. Someone like Hertz, someone like KC, they can find the magic in any attack around. And in that one particular, that 2K really opened things up quickly for them.
The stage has just well and truly continued to erupt. KZ's had some really important moments in this grand final on almost every single map. So no surprise to see him have yet another important moment here in this one. Brazil is making its presence known in this stage that is now heard worldwide. But how amazing this crowd has been, this grand final has matched it.
Left before insertion.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
That's all I can say is yeah. It's phenomenal. It's
Attackers are moving.
everyone in Rainbow Six Siege right now is living the dream. This is what we want for the game. The game that we love.
I mean,
for many years we've been going.
We are watching history be created before our very eyes.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. This is the kind of series that will be watched back time and time again.
Well, into round 4 then. Let's see if W7M can double down. Or can FaZe play spoils? Top floor we go. Maverick in play for Hardbridge.
The thing is, W7 they ban out the Monty, and so far just Vidiking is playing it, but it means neither side on attack can bring it out if they want that comfortability. But of course, still playing is not what you want right now. It's Hardbreach. Maverick, like I mentioned, being played in case of a bandit trick. It's gonna guarantee this will be opened up, but it is not the quickest gadget. It'll take some time. Impact was out, does a bit of damage with JV. I think he's missed a spot, and that could be difficult to figure out here because the feet holes, they're there.
For Leapox to play cover. JV92, can he open up the wall? He will. So some good work there from the Mav.
IT opened up, breach available now, and into the map goes Herds. Jackal, Inox again, and the red ping to follow off of. Has struggled a little bit, 0-3. But you cannot keep a champion down for very long. KZ's come to the table, JV92, so has Nade. Now it's up to Herds to start to make his presence known inside of Nighthaven Labs. 90 seconds left. Cyber wants to get aggressive at main breach. Obviously has a lot of information here on the Souls. By the way, there's not many drones remaining. 2, in fact, are still up, and that's all. Now 1.
Oh, that's a big fight! It's a 4 versus 4 now. Handy to lock down Electrical.
Frag grenade as well. Throne moved away. KDS doubles down, gets rid of Nade.
Full lockdown electric. Să vedem cum o să joace băieții.
Kit momentarily down. There goes KDS, he falls.
Un 3v3.
Proving to be quite 50-50. These rounds are being quite 50-50. 3 versus 3 with, well, 50 seconds to go.
They've been so close. The rotate here from W7M. They think, okay, we got the flank kills inside of garage. Now rotate around inside the connector. Get our Q, get the scanner up. But the issue is Handy has a shotgun right by the breach that could stop the entire push. They don't have the intel. They don't have any drones.
Can they play off of each other? W7M for double swings, to use the numbers, to overload certain positions here inside a server. Handy up close, shotgun in hand. Doesn't go for the initial swing, just wants to try and time this perfectly. Souls gets 1, 2 now remain for W7M, and yes, up close, that shotgun is so deadly. KZ in a 1v3. With little time remaining, the shoulder peak is nice from the right-hand side. He cannot get these shots to land because at that point, FaZe don't even need a peek. There's a third for FaZe.
And that's the kind of defense where you can sometimes crumble under the pressure. Sometimes you can give away free picks. Not the case that time around.
FaZe's playstyle so far in these rounds is the reason why they're so good in them. the discipline to know when to just stay alive. Handy didn't swing unnecessarily. He was waiting for the right moment. His teammate covered his back. They knew the cover was there. They had the trust in one another. And now on the final map, W7M, the face cams, signs of frustration. Yeah, we can talk about how it's like 50-50 in these rounds and you can win attacks or defenses, but when you want that hammer, it's been your story for a whole year, and these rounds are so close. One gunfight could change the outcome. It's the most frustrating feeling in the world.
I mean, you win 2 majors. The expectation is to then follow up with the hammer from 6 Invitational. But right now, FaZe are far closer.
Chat, we're so close to lift the hammer.
That hammer standing right behind them on the main stage. 3-1 lead for FaZe. 2 rounds to go in the first half of this 5th and final map. It's a grandstand finish, but right now FaZe are leading the race.
You need to understand, as a player right now, one of the biggest things you have to deal with right now is suppressing your emotions, because you're 1 second away from crying probably at this point. I was when I was in their seat, because this is what you want so badly. The stress in their minds, every decision they make can alter the outcome of the round. Suppress emotions, play like a robot, and put on your best performance possible.
And I like the fact that you bring up overthinking every moment, because it's been
We are
small moments,
minutes
small
away,
mistakes
chat.
that have made this game what it is.
Sniper's been a big name in
Până
this
cineva
entire series.
va lua
Always looking for a kill, always roaming around the
șocanul.
map. He's had a quiet start so far, but something about he's getting active. W7M, they're playing very far back in the attacking lineup so far.
Need to get Hurt involved. It's so paramount, I think, for W7M. 0-4, playing the Finca, needs to be good on the entry. He's one of their best players when it comes to the player ratings.
Sure is. A phenomenal player. Easy falls.
Surely not.
It just feels like it's starting. No! Finds his way. Doubles down. Triples down. Nitrocell as well. Can't get shot. Like the Nitrocell, W7M are imploding. FaZe are exploding.
You gotta call it for the timeout. You have to pull the brakes here. The players, they have to just feel for a second here, talk to each other like a brotherhood. Guys, we're not out of it yet. We're down 1-4. There it is, sure enough. W7M, they have just called their tactical timeout.
But this is where magical moments are made. You're down 4-1 in the final map of arguably now one of the greatest grand finals we have ever seen in this game. For W7M, talk about cementing a legacy to start a dynasty. It needs to now begin from this moment, from this timeout. This final round of the opening half arguably needs to go their way.
There is only one issue here. By being basically unbeatable for a full year, you have not dealt with loss. You have not been behind in the 5th map. You have not suffered the consequences of not being good enough in the grand finals, because W7M have always been good enough this entire last year. Now they're down 1-4. Can they mentally be there for each other and take it 1 round at a time?
And perhaps in the back of the mind, they're thinking, not again.
Yeah.
We don't want to miss out on the hammer like last time. Again, we said 49% attacker win rate here on Nighthaven Labs. So it's almost paramount. If W7M are to find their way back, this next round is a must-win.
Their journey started 365 days ago, essentially. Give or take a few days. But back at 6 Invitational 2023, it was G2 that won 3-1 over W7M, shattering them. And how they responded was so paramount. They won back-to-back majors to make the statement that they should be regarded as the best team that we have in the game right now. But that dynasty does not begin unless they lift that hammer. Down 4-1, FaZe are looking to now create their own legacy, to now cement their own history.
I feel like everyone's played so well in this series that we've never been like, oh, this guy is just not showing up.
Am chat, you're fucking amazing. 11 oameni constant, 13 ocazional. You're insane. You are insane, people. You're here with me for 6 hours already.
I think this goes back to Skyscraper. If W7 can get the 4-2 half, buy a little bit of leeway when the Cypher comes around, I think they'll be okay.
kickoff and top floor main breach being worked by the Ace Thatcher combo. Pretty easy to deal with that. Vidiking though close by on Solus. So he has a pretty good read as to how many players are now outside the breach. And he can relay that information to the rest of the team. Does he look to aggress? Does he look for the jump out?
Not yet, but he preps it, ready for it. Something that could obviously come to fruition here for FaZe to maybe catch W7 off guard. And there's the opening kill for Handy on a KZ. And JV to fall through that Nitrocell. It really is down to Herds now to get involved. Nade the push through, can't hit the headshot. It felt like he was hitting those time and time again earlier in the grand final for Leapox though. Can he make this his moment to salvage the round for W7M? When it felt like maybe all hope would be lost in this 6th round. Handy from a distance. Herds can just not get involved. For Leapox needs the ace. Minute and a half. Well, there's another 3, 2 to go. This is where moments are born.
Să avem încă un ace. Încă un ace. S-ar putea să avem un ace. Partea lui Felipox.
With 60 seconds to do so. They're flanking, and Felipox does not have a read. I think he might now, though. He senses that it's clear.
Keep pushing, and you might be able to win this one for W7. It feels so pivotal, so vital. The battle towards Block Blue can't be won, though, Cyber. It's a 5-1 lead for FaZe Clan.
Unfortunately, Felipox nu își face ace-ul.
From history.
This moment right now is when time is standing still for W7M. This is when you take and look at the crowd and you appreciate where you are, to be fortunate enough, to be good enough to play here today. You might be 2 rounds away from this being over and you being the loser. Win or lose, the biggest, most important thing to take away from this is to live in the moment and absorb this experience.
Soak it in.
Yeah.
That's all I can say. We may never see anything like this again. 10,000 strong inside of this arena for Brazil, cheering on a Brazilian team. So rare. The FaZe have looked so dominant on Nighthaven Labs. They've clearly been the better side thus far.
Yeah, I gotta say, heartbreak. There's been some individual rounds here beside of FaZe where Handy single-handedly wins around for his team. Souls does the same thing. The score is 5-1. In reality, this could have easily been 3-3.5.
Do we see another comeback on defense? Is it possible?
I want to believe. I want it so bad. I think the question mark, very simple. If Hertz wakes up on defense, I think there's a chance. If he does not, I do not see a world where they make a comeback.
It's not just down to Hertz. Of course, obviously he is the focus here. He's so strong, so talented. But as a collective unit, as a team, they go to war together. The W7M right now, they need that togetherness at the very final moments. Their last dance, maybe not shaping up the way they would have liked. FaZe, 2 more rounds. And arguably, you win this round, oh, it becomes so difficult for W7M.
It does. It's like that, basically the final nail in the coffin at that point. One mistake and it's over. FaZe opens up the first wall. Nade is there with the counter. Bandit trick successful on this thermal charge rather. Selma was down though. A small hole in the wall, but no real good entry point.
No vertical play from FaZe. I mean, typically you see a player down below, pressure in that position, making it difficult for the Bandit. Not that time around. So it is a win in the column for the defenses. W7M, I mean, trying to mount an insurmountable comeback.
Certainly doable, and if they can just start to get a couple of rounds, we've already seen in this grand final those comebacks like you mentioned, Pengu, so 90 seconds left, 5 versus 5, these early contact fights though, in the dire stage is so important. W7M need to start finding these opening kills so they don't get overloaded on site.
But how close the Finns are playing, once the happening starts, very fast.
Rafters control. Yeah, Souls are still low, but still alive and can throw out those Candelas, allowing entry for Cyber. Felipox can't win his battle. It just has that feeling that it's all falling apart for W7M once again. That this final hurdle for FaZe might just finally be overcome. Red pings, KZ, it's not happening, is it? But it is happening for FaZe! One round away cementing themselves as world champions.
Take a look at player camps. In one camp, big smiles in the face of FaZe Clan because they're doing the unthinkable. What many people wouldn't even consider possible just a few days ago. And WCM,
It is gonna happen. FaZe, the new world champion.
Frustrated, struggling like I am right now. They're down.
Mick, our first map of this grand final was 7-1 to FaZe. Yeah. There is every chance that despite a valiant effort from W7M, it may end up in a similar fashion.
6-1, pardon, pentru FaZe.
Surely, now, at this moment, with 5 opportunities, FaZe will finally taste the ultimate glory that they've been so close to. Back-to-back major wins for W7M, but it was back-to-back semi-final losses for FaZe. Forever in that shadow, but now looking to step out of it.
Let's see, can W7M respond? Backed well and truly pinned to that wall. Can they break free? Basement, we go. I don't know. I mean,
6-1, 2-2. FaZe. O rundă distanță între World Championship. O rundă.
On the flip side, WCM, they're playing very isolated, fragmented. They're not playing like a full-on team. We've seen documentaries about these characters, these players, that they say, guys, communication's not there. We need to talk to each other and go together. But now you gotta fix it in the middle of the grand finals.
It's an extension up above once more for W7M. And that means that Herds is going to be under so much pressure. 1 kill in 7 rounds, and this one, the biggest of his career.
I know how difficult this is for W7M, that they cannot go into their shells, despite the circumstances that they find themselves in. These kind of angles is what could get them back into this game. Aggressive, holding key position. You fall back to sight because you're fearful of what could happen, you will then lose.
Had to play to win, seek the opportunities, not be afraid. You don't let him back down. JV, he gets the opening.
That's a good start. More to come. FaZe, though, the pressure valve released, of course, with 5 map match grand final points. Cyber wanting to push in towards Rafters. He lost his life. Another key position still held firmly by W7M, and Handy again onto Herd, shuts him down. 3 versus 3. Handy's low, but a good position nevertheless. With 90 seconds left in this round, FaZe feels like they're just moments away from glory. In fact, with JV down and now confirmed, they have the advantage.
FaZe are this close to capturing the hammer. Can they convert it from here? They've done all the hard work. Nade and KZ, the only 2 players standing in their way.
Souls, he can't win it! KZ keeps hope alive for W7M. Drops back down, now they can play sight in a 2-on-2.
Imagine your face, every single blink, you see the hammer behind your eyes, you see the moment that you will lift that trophy. You had the 3v2, now it's slowly crumbling away, but it's a tie 2v2 with the health bars even.
The crowd getting behind W7M, they want more action, they do not want this to end. Information for Handy, 9-3, 30 seconds left. Is this where FaZe claim their crown? In a blaze of glory, Vidiking and Handy, side by side, brother in arms, and now the drop from
Are
Handy,
we gonna see?
expecting one to be behind the tank, but not to be, and now he
Cred că să vedem
questions
FaZe
where
în
they very well
continuare
may
chat.
be. On the site itself, Vidiking as well. Well, there he is, KZ, you wanted to find him, and he found you! Stay.
Very close.
That bell's not ringing. W7M not backing down without a fight. They're going to have to keep throwing punches, though.
But every moment, every kill that they get is important to them, right? Get that confidence going, start feeling it again in the server. It's been so many rounds in a row won by FaZe. The confidence course will slip up. It's got to start somewhere, and that round to start.
It's, look, 6-2. We're not at that point. It's really difficult to mention the C word. Just come back, of course. But that is exactly what is required. And a great start, KZ ever towards command. Again, showing aggression on those entries. They have to. Especially on basement, you can't just 5-stack on site because you're so fearful. They didn't. Really good credit to W7M.
This is why I'm so impressed by KC. Even when this is a scenario, when you're down 1-2, against 6. He's opening up duels. He's seeking engagements. In that 3 versus 3, he's actively walking around looking for a player that he could take a fight against. He has no fear. He's fighting. He has had so many phenomenal individual games this tournament. He's just missing his duo in Hurts, who's still sitting on a single kill.
So we go to command and server. One grand final point has now been averted by W7M. 4 more though. 4 more rounds required without mistake, without putting a foot wrong. Guys, they have to be perfect.
They have to be. Rightly so. I think if you want to be the best team in Siege and lift that hammer, you need to play near perfect. So let's jump into it then. Round number 9, as you mentioned, top floor we go. And Herds is still struggling, 1-8. Again, in an important position to try and play for a bit of time over towards long desk, but he makes his way back now towards electrical. He can lock that down and use goo mines to fortify his position.
You know, I love the fact that Souls right now is being activated to its fullest. He's on the Ying, handy on support, he's get open the walls, and Souls, a player who had his start of his career playing Hibana, playing Thermite, playing Ace, now it's in SI Grand Finals, he's playing the Ying. He might be the entry to finish the job right now. EMP goes out, Cell makes a Thermite charge to deny any sort of bandit tricking, but we know there is no bandit. WMP denies the Kai Claw, breach is successful.
Yep, Claw doesn't land, so some really good work there from FaZe. And that's now a position that the defense must watch. They must keep a keen eye on that entry and not allow anybody in a powerful position to cut that cross into the objective.
Entry should be strong for FaZe. They've got 4 Candelas in the hands of Souls. Something to keep an eye on as we continue forward by the end of this round. There's no Warden in play. So that Yang is extremely powerful. If FaZe lose Souls, suddenly W7M look in a much better position. Philippox down below, and we have a lurk. A potential 1v1, but Philippox falls off of that position momentarily. Through storage goes Cypher, and the timing could not be ever present. The swing comes through, and the opening kill goes the way of Cypher, the way of FaZe, and those Candelas now to be thrown out.
Looking to dislodge that mirror window position. It's Nade holding it currently. He's been the clutch master for this defensive unit, but JV92, he's the one to step up.
Still a Nitrocell available for Nade. We know how good he's been in the clutch in this grand final. Candela thrown, 1 more available in the back pocket for Souls. 40 seconds remaining in the round. Handy, close. Tries to bank off of that.
Nu cred că e over.
The flash,
Not yet.
Souls will fall. No more Candelas. Nicely done from Bird, starting to get involved. But it is FaZe. They bring it back to a 3-on-3, and Cyber as well. And he can get almost another one. That can cement it. No. 2 versus 2. Nade still has a Nitrocell, and they get that through her. Here he comes. He makes it.
But it's not over. Not yet.
Counted out, and neither can W7M.
Cyber has been regarded as the best player in the world in the past, putting up stellar performances. Hurts and KC right now are fighting for that title, in my own eyes at least. And now, when the moment needs it the most, they both show up to shut down Cyber on the interior garage.
And that round going right down to the wire. You think about top floor. There's not many safe places to sit, especially with that Azami ban. And that's why we saw such aggressive trading from both teams. Is that the spark now for W7M? Is that belief now coming back a little bit?
I'll tell you what, 1 more round, and suddenly FaZe might just start to feel like it could be slipping away.
Smažat će deșoară și pisică următoarele 2-3 runde și probabil că FaZe o să câștige. Which is good.
Now to 6-3.
You see there, the player cams with WSM, like this, the sigh of relief, their bodies, their lungs filled with air going, oh, we're still in it. 1 more round to go, and then again, and again, and a third, and then you're in overtime. It's infinite, by the way. We could be here for a while. But the issue really comes down to the fact that, again, you have to be flawless
But
every
it
single
ain't
time.
over yet, my friends.
FaZe catching up, but they almost just
Not
did,
yet.
and it's done for.
This grand final's been epic.
Not yet. I'm gonna play like this.
But arguably we're 3 rounds away from the greatest grand final I think we've ever seen. And that is not an easy statement to make.
It is not.
Tertiary site. It's now being teased by W7M. This is the tester round, the tertiary site.
Yep.
This is big.
where most teams on defense, they go to die. And the issue is, if you don't have a good attack at half, which WM did not, you don't have that parachute in terms of round count. You need to be, as we keep saying, flawless on its phase. They've been playing the same style so far in attack. They played 5 versus 5. They want to get the bombs that execute out clean. They want to get the vertical play. They have the ram and the bug. They don't want to just throw bodies at the problem. They want to problem solve every step of the way.
Yep. Classic from Cyber. Pretty early map control, can get to work with the skeleton key. You think about those and the boogie auto breaches from the ram. That's going to expose a lot of the site. And then it's up to W7M. What do they do in response? Do they buck it down and try and hold the objective, or do they re-aggress up above? Fully box on blue.
Yeah, just flashed out on Hams, came off, and now again FaZe, they're throwing that in, but nothing happens from that. They're stalling out a little bit here. I think Vidiking is trying to get the overview as the in-game leader, droning out saying, guys, what should our next step be? Hey, everybody, come together, make this play proactively. Let's not lose anybody to free. Always have a pair and do a go together.
Keep in mind, they'll be relying on drones for the flank watch. No dedicated hard flank watch for this attack.
2 drones is all that remains though, so it's not a lot of information, and an OP kill from Nade. With the one and only Nitrocell that they had in the back pocket, it gets rid of Vidiking. Now the push from side. Before our very eyes, we may witness something very special. Salzo, the boogie auto breacher, opens up the floorboards, and now with Handy, they start to push together.
That's enough. That's what you need. That small opening, that double kill, the C4 from below, diffuser on the ground with 45 seconds, and now FaZe, they gotta scramble together. And the worst thing is, they don't have any active drones, 2 alive, but nothing that they can utilize right now.
They got two very important Candelas, but there's a Warden on the board in Nade. He is very pivotal for W7M. All they need to do is hold angles on sites. Couple of shots over towards Garage Handy, that's clean. What a way to start, shuts down Herds. At this point now, W7M, you do not need to peak. 20 seconds, time arguably on the side of W7M.
I mean, it's more like a mental game aici, Matei. It's just a mental game here.
Now tries to respond, can't find the headshot, doesn't even get the down, but Leapok stays alive, at least enough to deny in terms of time, of which is running out for Souls. He has to stick to plan. We know he cannot. We know we get another round. 6-4. 2 more rounds. Can they be found for W7M? And FaZe might just be feeling as if history might go against them if they cannot turn this around.
You have to start saying the term thought armor, that we gotta go to overtime. The thing is, how much more can the hearts of W7M take? Their players, their fans, they're keeping us in so much tension right now. They've been facing match point from behind for 3 rounds now, going flawless. And what they've been doing is that a single player, different one every single time, they've been finding these small windows of opportunity, taking full advantage, and finding a multi-kill to stop FaZe from advancing on their plan.
I kind of hope the game doesn't go to OT, Jacob. You might
It's the final countdown.
I don't want to see this go the distance. It deserves to go the distance.
Încă nu.
Yeah. 6-4. 6-4. W7M are doing it. And that belief now, it's certainly back, not just for the team, but the crowd as well, as they continue to support their favorite team.
We gotta start talking about the mental switch now, right? We said, okay, W7M, they're down. They feel that trophy slipping away. FaZe on match point, they keep seeing that trophy every time they blink. But now FaZe, I think it's wake-up time. The dream, you realize, you know, wake up to reality here. You haven't won just yet. You still gotta get this final round done.
It's one thing to win a 6 Invitational Grand Final, another from this.
What is
that? I thought he was dead to rights!
1 HP!
1 HP!
But that might define the outcome of the round. Cyber, the injury's down. Vertical Blade Buck is down as well. Sure, they got the ram on Souls, but again, FaZe, they have a plan. It needs 5 players. They do not have 5 players in this round.
I tell you what, the script writer for this match is a very sick individual.
Give him a raise.
Oh,
give him the trophy. That's what I say.
He deserves it.
Yeah.
Well, the biggest thing is though, KZ's very low. Like you said, 1 HP. So very susceptible to any form of damage. So yes, it's 5 versus 4, but he is also very vulnerable. Still, it's a gun up. It's an extra player alive in the server for W7M. Now, FaZe, the entry's a little bit more difficult.
Mind you, the roam is still active. Just because they got the kill, they've not fallen back just yet. They're still in the staircases, still with Solas up right, of course, looking for those drones, shutting down the intel game. More drones alive. KDS
No way. The shots are just not landing. The plot armor's too thick for W7M, but Handy's been so strong and finicking out of nowhere. Maybe that plot armor's got a hole in it after all. Down to Herd, he falls. FaZe might just flip the script.
Unfortunate there for Herd, shut down. Now it's Nade and Philippox to hold on for W7M as FaZe try to formulate one hell of a response in this round.
I could not imagine the adrenaline coursing through the veins of these players. What a performance they've given us. Stand as one to congratulate what's been a tremendous grand final, but only one winner. 50 seconds left. Nade and Philippox, shoulder to shoulder, they move on the defense to hold these key positions as FaZe look to open up the floorboards for one final time potentially.
There's a bit of a mix-up there for WSM. Half wanted to stick around for the roam, the other half wanted to run down. They split up in the middle and they paid, they suffered. Now they're down a man, but they still got it. 30 seconds and bombs at their disposal. They can still win this round.
Surely it doesn't come down to the brothers, Nade and Handy. 20 seconds. There's one for Philippox on the King. It very well may come down to the twins themselves to settle this final. 15 seconds and the drop from Souls. Playing behind Handy, who still needs to get the kid onto the floor. And Souls will fall to Nade. Handy in the 1 versus 2. Deep into red time. He can't finish it. He's on brother. He's on bloody brother.
You can't count them out. It doesn't matter how bad it looks. It doesn't matter how close it gets.
Looks bad, isn't it?
More round.
One more round.
Timeout. FaZe Clan from 6-1 down. W Satyami has brought it all the way back.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know if Fabian himself could turn this one around, because what do you say? Where do you begin? You have 60 seconds to turn this entire thing around if you're FaZe. You have 60 seconds if you're WSM to say, guys, one more round. We've made it so far already. Come on. Keep doing what we have been doing. It is working. They're scared. You can tell.
Well, I mean, let's look back at that round then. Philippox and Nade, back-to-back insane shots. Left Handy on an island, 5 seconds, no time. And who else but Nade to win that one out? The crowd, the loudest it has ever been. I didn't know they could get any louder, but they have.
Guys, it has been an absolute privilege. We are oh so fortunate for this bloody game. A grandstand finish for the grandest of all finals.
The grand finale chat.
Match and grand final point for FaZe. It's their last one remaining. That final hurdle, once again, is in front of them. Will they trip and fall? Or will they overcome that obstacle in W7M?
They cannot take us this far and then not give us what everybody wants. Everyone who's watching, everyone in the arena, we all want the 6-6. We want to go to overtime on 5th map. We want to fight it out for longer. It's not done yet.
Oh, it's a wasted Nitrocell, little information, but boy, at this point, I couldn't even be surprised if he can't hear a darn thing.
Forget sound cues. I mean, that's just not a thing.
Yes, I'll tap.
Bravo in play then. Souls. Will those clutch drones be able to turn the tide? There is a Capcan on the board. I don't want to curse it because it would be insane. But there's always that possibility.
I think it's genius. You play the mental games as operators. You know, FaZe, they're on attack. They're gonna go swift. They're gonna try like Cyber, be aggressive, right? If you don't see a Capcan trap, if you don't drone it out, you might just die to a gadget entering a doorway.
So then, Handy, 11 kills. He's been phenomenal in this map. Exothermic for the main wall, followed up by an EMP. It won't be disrupted by the defense. KZ lurking, Nitro Sal ready and waiting.
It's the last one they've got. A couple of impacts as well. Drones, 5 remain. Full phase. Again, slow is their approach. Typically been so good for them in the past, but right now, this comeback from W7M is so strong. That plot armor is so thick. The fairy tale last dance. Will it get the conclusion?
Probably one of the slowest rounds we faced so far. The pressure definitely getting to them, but of course their coach might have said, guys, they will aggress into you, hold those angles, expect the swings to come around. They don't have the ENG, they don't have any easier to break this apart.
Well, Handy's pushed forward. Advanced position, exothermic, but Leapbox, can he flame?
I think he denied it. I don't know if that gets opened up. Hard to see from this position. I think he's denied it. Headshot so from Garage, the headshot onto Handy, who's been so strong for FaZe. Over to blue we go. Souls can't win the initial shot. As King Bob. Infinite overtime is upon us. Oh, surely it is.
Pivot overtime.
For what is shaping up to be the best game ever played of Rainbow Six.
I'm sorry, Penger. I'm sorry.
You guys dragged me into this, you know? You asked me if I would join you on this, and I said, how crazy can it get? It's just the grand finals, right? No, it's SI grand finals. This is where the craziest games happens between the best teams in the world, and we are witnessing an infinite overtime that could last 5 minutes or 50. We truly do not know, and it's W7M completely in the driver's seat right now.
From 6-1 down, W7M have been able to hold strong. What fortitude, what resilience. Surely now they can go all of the way. Or can FaZe Clan give us one final twist of this tale?
You know, you can prepare for almost every scenario. When you've played a couple of finals, you know what it's like mentally, but one thing you cannot practice for is infinite overtime. It pretty much only happens once a year at SI. Very few games even go there to begin with, and many who does, they end relatively quickly. This is such new territory for every single player.
Final map of the grand final. I almost feel like I'm in a dream. This cannot be real. Absolutely incredible. The fortitude from W7M. Still on the search for the treble. Let's see how the hell this one's gonna play out.
You know, W7 get the defensive round to keep things the same. I think that kind of favors them. Infinite OT, you gotta win 2 rounds, so to speak, in a row. So if W7 win here on defense, they still gotta win the next attack to follow up to actually get it.
Nitrocell from JV and falls short. Handy repels away, gets out of that dangerous position. Triple stack entry denial devices. But the entry now comes through for FaZe. They have struggled immensely on the attack. Both teams have. How fitting that it comes down to this. Infinite overtime, looking for the trick.
The bandit juggle lands. Herds has been quiet here on the 5th map of this series, but that's a key play with that utility. Has a Nitro as well, but Cyber has a read on that position.
1C4 again could open things up. Those small moments that we're looking for. When the attack wants to go, when defenders, they lash out. We have 2 C4s remaining, Captain taps on the board as well. Solus who's roaming out from Philly Pox, and FaZe are looking like they don't know exactly where to go. King on the Agile, trying to lead his teammates, but it looks like a take we've seen so many times before, and it usually does not work out.
Barbed wire broken, wanting to get in towards Garage. Top rafters is there, still available to be taken. Minute and 10 seconds left in this. W7M seeking that grand final point if they can close this round. Same for FaZe, and the opening kill for JV92. Frag grenade thrown, it's not that deadly. This is even more impactful. The Nitrocell from KZ though, misses the mark. Still one available for Herds. The swing, it's a little bit whiffy, but it doesn't matter. Elsewhere still the advantage with W7M. KZ loses the close contact, nice swing, and suddenly a 3 versus 3. With 40 seconds remaining, FaZe have struggled on the attack, but could they finally break through and break the heart to W7M to begin overtime?
W7M need to be careful. FaZe could isolate them in these positions. I mean, look at Nade. He's stuck prone. If he's hunted down by FaZe, it will flip the round in their favor. Keep in mind, Solace also in play.
Footholds to deal with, F not mine shot out. Flashbang. Force him to be full white. Handy with the cross. It's successful. Feet showing behind the dash. And that's a nice kill. Handy up by himself. And 1 versus 2. Shot from Handy. Through the shot wall. Filippo stays alive. That was a 1 versus 1. Behind the bomb chassis. Handy's got himself the diffuser. The pistol's down. He loves it. He made the right play. But W7M have got themselves now into grand final point.
But now, with a lot of smiles on the face of W7M, they know they
Druga
got this.
miza este foarte mare,
They
Matei.
go on attack.
They just
Now, mind
annoying.
you, if they win this upcoming round, they have played perfect siege, down 1-6, all the way to 8-6.
Wow.
But attacking, as we've seen so far, looks so difficult every step of the way.
I've never seen anything like this. Watch it and soak it all in. From 6-1 down, W7M are on the verge of not just creating history, but beginning a dynasty. This is how legends are created.
The majors were dominant. W7M looking like the team to beat for a full year. And then all of a sudden, VP humbles them a bit in the lower bracket. FaZe makes it look easy in some of these maps in a best of 5. When it comes down to it, it's the most clutch, the most pressure. It's a certain kind of W7M that wakes up in the server and says, you know what? Not today.
Whoa, okay.
Let's
Okay,
relax.
Cyber. You're trailing. You are 6-7 down in the SI Grand Final. You're going for a run out. Won't find much, but just something to note. FaZe, they'll continue to aggress. They will not back down.
I mean, I gotta respect the effort. I wouldn't have to balls do that myself. That's a damn shot. Sitting that bomb and say, guys, when they come, I'm ready. But I'm not roaming. I'm not seeking those bomb peaks. It's attackers coming in, the utility, caps out, the fire and smoke, the force bombs on much here. To take a roaming presence. If they have good intel, they could have scored for a side rush.
We may not see W7M contest up above.
They're going direct.
It could well be. Nade has the diffuser in hand. Capital close by. Nade has gotten a drone deep in towards sight. Maybe they'll make the call to hit it early.
Is this the moment? Nade with the entry, now looking to open up the castle barricade. Still a lot of time, mind you, on the clock. You can see it at the top of your screen. KZ will go down and will stay down. Cyber, a very important kill for FaZe and gives them a momentary advantage.
It's a very important kill. It shuts down the primary floor presence above. Hatch above hitbox is soft. Now defenders can close that net. This kill should mean W7M they cannot proceed with the current plan.
Oh. JV! What an acute angle!
More.
Oh, more to come? No! Handy! 14-9 and clearly the ever-present star for FaZe in this grand final. Nade on the other side, wanting to be that annoying brother, and Handy will fall through the hatch. 3 versus 3.
And it's the smokes that are stalling out this push. So W7M have to wait for their moment.
It's all direct. It's a knockdown. No! 3 versus 1. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And
W7M câștigă. W7M câștigă chat. Underdogs, underrated team. Welcome to 2024 SI.
hypnotizing performance.
The comeback is real, chat. The comeback is real. I am stunned, rooting for them. Coe, ce finală am avut. What an insane night!
Sao Paulo, Brazil. Thank you.
Robicu, mulțumim de follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in the community.
It was a pleasure. I mean, you couldn't have scripted it any better. Nobody could have created this script.
I know. Welcome in. Welcome in, bro. Cel mai bun comeback, cel mai... Wow, cea mai wow finală.
The G2 Penta era Pengu that you were a part of, forever labeled the greatest of all time. Well, now there's a competitor moving forward. Keep your eyes on what this team can do.
This part is, this is just the beginning for W7M and what's to come.
3 in a row. Back in Copenhagen. A promise was made and delivered in Atlanta. And brother in arm. And two sides to the tale. And commiserating.
Cei doi frați. Look at them. Călea cu el.
Anyone could have in this last dance. They played their part.
Goosebumps. Pielea de găină nu există. Cuvinte. There's no words, chat. Pentru finala asta.
It ends in hugs, it ends in tears, but it ends with a dynasty that now begins for W7M. The only thing forward ahead of them is being the best of all time.
Simply unfathomable. Guys, this is your moment. Where is he? There's one player missing. Where's Nate?
Cadê o Nate? Tá faltando aqui, né?
Where is he? He's with his brother. He's coming. Beautiful moment with his brother, showing the respect. And now it is your time. What you have accomplished here is unbelievable. The trophy is yours.
Por favor, pode levantar a marreta, W7M.
Your 6th Invitational 2024 champions, W7!
Os campeões do 6th Invitational, W7M. The Last Dance, a última dança, no último mapa.
Chat. Pe 7 ore, aproape, avem un câștigător. W7M. accomplished so many things. We've accomplished so many things. Am scris istoria în ziua finală cu cei de la Ubisoft. We're insane. Voi ați fost insane, chat. Toți.
And then we did, like round by round, we started believing more in ourselves, and we did it.
Agora em português.
Martin, o să fie.
Estavam tomando 6 a 1. Tava difícil, era praticamente impossível.
O să fie.
Como é que rolou essa virada? E que momento
In
histórico.
the future.
The Last Dance. E vocês terminam com 2 títulos internacionais de Major e o Six Invitational.
Quando tava 6 a 2 pros caras, não parei de falar, não vamos parar de acreditar, guys, não vamos parar de acreditar. E round a round a gente foi ganhando essa confiança de volta, ganhando confiança de volta. Os caras foram perdendo ela e a gente voltou pro jogo e conseguiu fazer esse, que eu não tenho nem noção que a gente acabou de fazer. E é isso, obrigado a todo mundo aí que tava na torcida, velho.
História foi feita aqui no ginásio.
Dar chat, vreau să făcut istoria astăzi. Alături de mine, alături de toți.
No more W7M. This roster surely isn't going anywhere.
No, our roster is going to keep together, but W7M is the organization that did all of this for us. Like we won the 3 tournaments in the year with them, and now they will be forever in our hearts.
I'll tell you what else will be forever in your hearts. I know this for sure. This amazing crowd of 9,000 Brazilian supporters who were louder than ever in those final rounds to help you get it over the line. What do you want to say to them first in Portuguese?
Cara, todo momento ali a gente perdendo, a gente não para, a gente toda hora tava escutando a torcida.
Martin, mulți de follow, pupi, pe toți, în parte, că sunteți aici și ați urmărit finala cu mine.
Pra gente continuar, e a gente continuou e conseguiu virar. E porra, sem palavras aí, muito obrigado a todo mundo, velho.
And just briefly in English too, for all of our amazing record-breaking viewers watching at home in English.
I would like to thank everyone in the crowd. Like I said yesterday, they wouldn't like stop supporting us round by round. Even when we didn't believe in ourselves that much, we could hear them. I saw my family, I saw the fans, and I knew that I had to get that energy from somewhere, and I got from them, and I think everyone got from them, and we made the comeback.
Your Rainbow Six Siege 2024 Invitational World Champions, W7M! Go and join your team and celebrate with the hammer. Leo!
Yo!
The greatest night for so many of us of our lives.
Definitely. It's a historical moment. É um momento histórico o ginásio do Ibirapuera. Não só pelo título da W7M. 2 Majors, um Six Invitational. Mas o que a gente presenciou aqui, o que vocês fizeram aqui, ficará para sempre na nossa memória.
We called it at the very beginning the start of a new chapter in R6 Esports. And it has delivered. Amazing scenes here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And I just need to thank from the bottom of my heart for all of us here, for all of us watching, for all of the teams. Obrigado, Brasil! Te amo!
E eu queria agradecer a todos vocês. E se daqui de cima eu pudesse aplaudir, além dos campeões, eu quero aplaudir vocês. Portanto, uma salva de palmas para vocês, bem alto, Ibirapuera. Vocês fizeram esse show. Tudo isso aqui só aconteceu por causa de cada um de vocês. Portanto, obrigado e uma salva de palmas.
And we will be back, right?
E nós vamos voltar para o Brasil, amigos.
Thank you again for every single one of you that filled this arena, and for all of you watching at home. You witnessed history, the greatest night in Rainbow Six, and we are just getting started. See you next time, Siege fam.
Stați pentru raid. Stați pentru raid. Bam! V-am pupat, să știți. Vă pupi pe toți. Mulțumesc de follow, de raid, de tot. Toate nebunile ce au fost azi. Cius!